Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Peaceful Warrior Day, brought to you by the People for Liberty. It might seem to be a little bit of contradiction in terms to say peaceful and warrior, but we all know that within our lives, there are things that are so important that we fight for them. And that fight doesn't necessarily involve violence. It involves recognizing what we must do, doing the things that require effort from us. But the greatest gift that we can ever be given is a call that we can answer. My name is Dan Fishman. I'm happy to be joined here by the president of the People for Liberty, Lauren Postler. Lauren, thanks so much for inviting me to be a part of this incredible day.
Absolutely, Dan. Thank you so much for joining us. You've been a tremendous advocate and friend to People for Liberty. And yes, thank you, everyone. My name is Lauren Postler, founder of People for Liberty. People for Liberty is a 501c4 nonprofit dedicated to empowering people, me and you, to take part in the political process and reclaim the liberty promised by our forefathers. Now, wait a minute. Reclaiming liberty sounds a lot like what people are doing at the Capitol, right? Well, the distinction, I would say, is what we want to make today. We want to highlight the difference in our ideologies, and we want to celebrate the ability that we have as people to reclaim liberty without resorting to violence. So the liberty movement, including but certainly not limited to people who identify with the principles of the Libertarian Party, believe that individual liberty comes with personal responsibility. And in a scary, uncertain world where so many things are out of our control, there are few things within our realm of responsibility. Our primary responsibility is to ourselves, to our families, to our nation, and to each other. And that's to find a way forward without violence. We are responsible for our own actions, including our responses and reactions. And today, Peaceful Warrior Day, we want to offer you access to tools and to experts to help build your mental, social, and emotional toolkit. We support the right to free speech and protest, and we believe our government can and must do better. But we don't believe that comes at the cost of taking up arms against our brothers and our sisters. We believe in the non-aggression principle, and we hope today will help us access and activate that principle through Peaceful Warrior Day. And I feel very blessed and grateful to be joined today by some fabulous individuals who are equally dedicated. Casey Daly, who was the visionary behind this movement, and then Reverend Ethan Bishop Henchman. Casey, tell us a little bit about your vision and how this all came about.
I think you're muted, Casey. There you go.
Okay. Okay. Hi. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm a veteran digital marketer, and I'm a new activism event coordinator. I founded the Let Her Speak grassroots campaign for Joe Jorgensen's 2020 presidential run. And I met a lot of really neat thought leaders and teachers from all over the country from that campaign, and many of them are presenting today. And the election was rough, but the past couple of months over the election have been more turbulent and scary, kind of. And when the Capitol was stormed, it was kind of like a rude awakening to how much division and hatred has permeated our culture now. So it was not our battle, it's still not our battle. We really didn't have a side, but it felt so defeating to sit by and watch everything kind of crumble. And then my friend Bill Kelsley, who is on today, and he reached out and reminded me that peace is the only solution. So the idea just sort of, for a peace rally, just sort of hit me like a lightning, and the urging was to do it, had to be done today. And it was only 6 days away from that point. So I rallied some friends, including Lauren, and she and I got to work, and everyone kind of just stepped forward. So the people here are so excited to present their light and wisdom to you guys. And I hope everyone walks away with more love and peace in their hearts. So namaste, be blessed, and thank you for joining.
And would you like to introduce the person who's going to be giving us our invocation?
Sure. Ethan Bishop Henchman is a wonderful friend of ours, and he is the husband of Joe Bishop Henchman, who is also the exec. What is Joe's
Joe's
title?
the chair of the Libertarian Party.
Yes. And so I'll let Ethan introduce himself, a little bit about him.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for extending this invitation for me to offer the invocation this morning. My name is Ethan Bishop Henchman. I am an ordained deacon in the Episcopal Church. I think this event is especially special for me, as I see myself as sort of a spiritual descendant of George Washington, who himself was an Anglican who became an Episcopalian after the Revolution. And I think he would be very proud of what we're doing today, much more proud than what we saw at the Capitol only a few days ago. So what I'll be offering today are a few prayers from my own tradition, and then I'll be ending with one prayer which, while from my tradition, I've modified so that I hope anyone who's joining us this morning can take part in prayer with us. Mr. Fishman, if you could please bring up my screen. Thank you. So the first prayer I'd like to offer is for the human family. O God, you made us in your own image and redeemed us through Jesus, your Son. Look with compassion on the whole human family. Take away the arrogance and hatred which infect our hearts. Break down the walls that separate us. Unite us in bonds of love, and work through our struggle and confusion to accomplish your purpose here on earth. That in your good time, all nations and races may serve you in harmony around your heavenly throne. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
And a prayer for peace. Eternal God, in whose perfect kingdom no sword is drawn but the sword of righteousness, no strength known but the strength of love. So mightily spread abroad your spirit, that all peoples may be gathered under the banner of the Prince of Peace, as children of one Father, to whom be dominion and glory, now and forever. Amen.
Amen.
And Mr. Fishman, if you could please throw it back to me. In this last prayer, again, I've modified, but I hope that your own prayers, positive thoughts, and good intentions can be offered with me as I pray. This is a prayer for our country. Creator, you have given us this good land for our heritage. We humbly beseech thee that we may always prove ourselves a people mindful of thy favor and glad to do thy will. Bless our land with honorable industry, sound learning, and pure manners. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil way. Defend our liberties, and fashion into one united people the multitudes brought hither out of many kindreds and tongues. And you, with the spirit of wisdom, those to whom in thy name we entrust the authority of government, that there may be justice and peace at home, and that through obedience to thy law, we may show forth thy praise among the nations of the earth. In the time of prosperity, fill our hearts with thankfulness, and in the day of trouble, suffer not our trust in thee to fail. All which we ask through you, Creator, by whatever name we know you by. You who have endowed us all with the inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Reverend Henchman, for coming on and for giving us this really meaningful prayer for our future, because I know for a lot of people, I am worried, I'm afraid, and I hope for grace. And to ask for it is a fitting and meaningful people for most of us. So thank you so much, Reverend Bishop Henchman. We really appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope.
All right. So Casey, what is our schedule? Who do we have coming up next?
We have, let's see, it's going to be, let me pull up the schedule here. It's going to be Mr. Jim Wiley, and Jim Wiley is quite the wily. He's really funny, and he's actually the founder of Libertarian Party of Mars.
Wow.
Yeah.
We are expanding. You know, it's funny. I was really, it was important to me when I was the executive director that we grow the party. I am thrilled to hear that we have expanded to Mars.
Yes. Yes. He's forward thinking. He's got plans, and we are bringing liberty to Mars. So
that's awesome.
There's one person that can do it. It's going to be Jim.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Let me, Lauren, looks like you have something that you wanted to say.
Well, I wanted to, again, thank Reverend Bishop Henchman for joining us, and also ask everyone who's tuning in to join me in saying a prayer for the Reverend and his husband who are currently in DC. And I think that we need to keep in mind those who are on the front lines, and that includes everyone in all of our nation's capitals. I'm convenient to Austin here. We're in Texas. I have friends and family that were stationed with the National Guard. My cousin is a brigadier general in DC, and she's in the process of deploying troops. So let's take a moment and add our prayers today for Reverend Bishop Henchman, for his husband Joe, for our brothers, our sisters, our friends who are prepared to address violence should it come to that. Our hope today is that we can lift up our voices, lift up our hearts, lift up prayers, and help to heal the division. So everyone, let's take a moment of silence. And offer your own intentions. And I hope, thanks to those beautiful prayers, for your own intentions, that this gets us off to a mindful and wonderful day. Thanks for letting me hop in, Dan.
You bet. So we are waiting for Jim to come along. In that moment, I have a video about liberty that I thought I would share. So people are coming in. And I just wanted to tell people who are tuning in right now, thank you so much. This is a Peaceful Warrior Day brought to you by the People for Liberty. And, you know, that name is very intentional. People for Liberty is an idea that we are all just people together sharing this common human experience. And it's one of those baffling things. There's a lot of times we are confronted by life and things happen and we're not sure what's the right thing to do, because that is the human experience. That is the life experience. And in that situation, knowing that there are other people out there who agree that the most important thing is our individual liberty can be comforting. And so we are sharing that together today. I do see that Jim has joined us.
We cannot see them. I mean,
hey, Jim, how's it going? Oh, no, this is Daniel.
Yeah, this is Dan DaCosta.
I'm sorry. Have I skipped the order?
I'm putting this up to make sure it works. So
okay, good job. Good job. Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and roll that video. And we will see you guys on the other side of 5 minutes. But please enjoy this great video about the philosophy of liberty. Let me add it.
The philosophy of liberty is based on the principle of self-ownership. You own your own life. To deny this is to imply that another person has a higher claim on your life than you do. No other person or group of persons own your life, nor do you own the life of others. You exist in time, past, present, future. This is manifest in life, liberty, and the product of your life and liberty. To lose your life is to lose your future. To lose your liberty is to lose your present. And to lose that product of your life and liberty is to lose that portion of your past that produced it. A product of you, life, and liberty is your property. Property is the fruit of your labor, the product of your time, energy, and talents. Property is that part of nature which you turn to valuable use. Property is the property of others that is given to you by voluntary exchange and mutual consent. Two people who exchange property voluntarily are both better off, or they wouldn't do it. Only they may rightfully make that decision for themselves. At times, some people use force or fraud to take from others without voluntary consent. The initiation of force or fraud. To take life is murder, to take liberty is slavery, and to take property is theft. It is the same whether these actions are done by one person acting alone, by the many acting against the few, or even by officials with fine hats. You have the right to protect your own life, liberty, and justly acquired property from the forceful aggression of others. And you may ask others to help defend you. But you do not have the right to initiate force against the life, liberty, and property of others. Thus, you have no right to designate some other person to initiate force against others on your behalf. You have the right to seek leaders for yourself, but you have no right to impose rulers onto others. No matter how officials are selected, they are only human beings, and they have no rights or claims that are higher than those of any other human beings, regardless of the imaginative labels for their behavior or the number of people encouraging them. Officials have no right to murder, enslave, or to steal. You cannot give them any rights that you do not have yourself. Since you own your life, you are responsible for your life. You do not rent your life from others who demand your obedience, nor are you a slave to others who demand your sacrifice. You choose your own goals based on your own values. Success and failure are both the necessary incentives to learn and grow. Your actions on behalf of others or their actions on behalf of you is virtuous only when it is derived from voluntary, mutual consent. For virtue can exist only when there is free choice. This is the basis of a truly free society. It is not only the most practical and humanitarian foundation for human action, it is also the most ethical. Problems in the world that arise from the initiation of force by government have a solution. The solution is for the people of the earth to stop asking government officials to initiate force on their behalf. Evil does not arise only from evil people, but also from good people who tolerate the initiation of force as a means to their own ends. In this manner, good people have empowered evil people throughout history. Having confidence in a free society is to focus on the process of discovery in the marketplace of values, rather than to focus on some imposed vision or goal. Using government force to impose a vision on others is intellectual sloth and typically results in unintended, perverse consequences. Achieving a free society requires courage to think, to talk, and to act, especially when it is easier to do nothing.
Wow, Dan. Oh, Dan, let me unmute you.
Yep. Thank you. That was the famous Philosophy of Liberty by Ken Schooland. It's a great video to share with people who wonder what the Libertarian Party is about, what liberty is about. And one of the great things about liberty is that it really inspires people to do things. And Lauren, liberty really inspired you. You started the People for Liberty. Can you tell me about what happened? What was your path to getting here?
Yes, absolutely, Dan. And thank you so much for sharing that video. I hadn't seen it before. And I'll share that really that video, which summed up, I think, very succinctly and simply, the principles of the party is what attracted me. I knew that I wasn't finding what I wanted between the two major parties. And I'll share, and I'll be honest, we're in the trust tree here, that I'm a former Republican. And I had voted Republican for many years, even though I was becoming increasingly disenfranchised with the party. But I knew that in my mind, smaller government, less government, and more power to the people was the answer. And so when this election cycle rolled around, I heard from more and more friends, Liz Coleman here in Houston being one of them, and one of our libertarian candidates, Elliott Sherman. I heard from them how they were passionate about advocating for the Libertarian Party, for third parties also in general. And I started asking questions. And I think really that's where most people's journey starts. We come to have a deep sense of our own values, our own principles. And from there, we start searching to find the party, the principles, or the people that align with those values. And so for me, it's an ongoing journey of discovery. It's aligning my moral views and that compass with how I choose to vote and how I choose to live. And so when I, again, discovered the principles of the Libertarian Party, I said, this aligns with my values. This aligns with my views. And for those of you searching, we'll put up the website for the lp.org platform so you can explore that. But I'll say it's long. It's a legal document in length, so it might take you a while to get through. But I decided to start volunteering. And I started volunteering with the Jo Jorgensen campaign in her run for presidency. And again, that friend Liz Coleman here in Houston said, hey, Lauren, I think we need to do more. I think we need to be reaching out to people and helping them in their journey to find liberty. And I said, okay, how can I help with that? She wanted to start a series of groups on Facebook to allow people to explore and ask questions. In this case, specifically about Jo Jorgensen as a candidate in her campaign. And I said, I love that idea, but I think we should go bigger. And from there, it was truly a grassroots effort. Casey, Liz, Elliott, Stephanie Diaz, Jennifer McAvee, Ryan Thompson, there were some tremendous volunteers at the grassroots level who helped us to launch dozens of groups on Facebook. We've now moved to Twitter and Instagram and Discord and other various venues. That's a talk for another day if we want to talk about platforms. But the goal was to create a space for people to explore and ask questions and learn about the libertarian principles, the party, the movement. And I'll say probably many of the members in those groups today don't necessarily identify as being libertarian, and that's okay. It's a place to explore and ask questions, learn from one another, share your values, share what is important to you. We have over 16 groups now: Women Voters for Liberty, Military Supporters for Liberty, LGBTQ for Liberty, Native Americans for Liberty, Voters with Disabilities for Liberty, Educators for Liberty. You name it, we have a group. And the goal really wasn't to, lean into identity politics, although I think there's very much a place for that. It was to allow people to interact with one another in a way that was organic instead of forced, and allow those conversations space to really take shape. And in this case, it come together around issues that were pertinent and specific to those groups. As a woman, I had particular interests that I wanted to learn about. I wanted to learn about how the Libertarian Party approached abortion. And in this case, I will say very clearly that the Libertarian Party believes the government does not have a role in the decision for a woman. They believe that is up to her God, her moral compass. And that aligned with my values. That aligned with my values as a Christian, as a Catholic even, by saying that it wasn't up to the government, it was up to me. It was up to me and my religious values. And that meant something to me. But those aren't the kind of questions that you generally ask, during a regular town hall. And so having a group like Women Voters for Liberty, which is very active, very welcoming and inclusive, that helped to spark this seed through which People for Liberty really bloomed and grew. We said, what can we do that's more than just facilitating groups online? And we started asking, what do you need in your journey? How can we support you? And People for Liberty formed to both support these groups and the people involved and engaged. And out of that grew some wonderful events like today, like our Women's Equality Day event, like the Let Her Speak event. And our goal is to help support those grassroots activists who have great ideas. We want to help you incubate and accelerate your great ideas. Dan, you and I come from the startup world and the tech world. And we know that when you have a great idea, you have to nurture it and you have to explore its validity and do user testing and determine what are the features and the factors that people are looking for, right?
Yep. And sharing it. The thing is, having somebody else to talk about your idea with is the next step. Having an idea to yourself, that's great. But, it's sort of a spiritual day. So I'll quote a little New Testament, don't hide that light under a bushel, right?
Yes.
If your light is bright, share it with other people. And that's what liberty is. Liberty is, for many people, it's appropriate that, the Statue of Liberty has this giant torch because it's a guiding light. It's something that we can see off in the distance and we're all coming towards it. And so People for Liberty is this idea that we join together in this principle of pursuing liberty, of getting closer to the torch, of the light getting brighter every day. And I didn't mean to jump in on what you were saying.
Oh, I love that. And Dan, I think for you and I, this is where we really had a meeting of the minds. And we saw the opportunity and we saw that people were clamoring for a way to share their light and share their ideas and nurture those ideas into activism. It's not enough to have a great idea, you have to be able to execute. People for Liberty is dedicated to action, to execution, helping people with great ideas like Casey bring those ideas to life.
Yep.
So Dan, when you look ahead, and I know I kind of skewed, we were going to talk about other things, but there's a full day ahead of us. So,
there is.
Dan, when you think about, the future of the Liberty movement and specifically what we hope to accomplish with People for Liberty, what are you excited about?
I think one of the things that I like most of all, we actually said this earlier in the thing, is that the greatest gift that we can ever be given is a call that we can answer. And there are a lot of people who want to do something, but sometimes the project seems too large. I'm just one person. What can I do? My only real talent is, well, I can write, or I can do graphics, or, I can host a podcast, something like that. People for Liberty is the idea that we bring everybody together. And if you've got an idea, we've got a place for you to find allies who will help you bring that reality and that action together. That is the most important thing. And the other thing is that we're not an organization where one person dictates what happens. We're an organization where people who want to act. And that's okay, because that's what libertarianism is. It's about, inalienable rights. One of my favorite topics to talk about sometimes with non-libertarians is to explain to them that the Constitution doesn't give you your rights. Your rights are inalienable.
Yes.
And that's in our founding words. Your rights are given to you when you're born. They're your birthrights. That's what the phrase means. And the Constitution and the Bill of Rights is an instruction to Congress to not interfere with those rights. The language that the founders use is so deliberate. Shall make no law, shall not infringe. The right of the people shall be free from. It's very specific. And then, of course, the most important thing is at the end, all the rights, not all the powers not given to the government are for the people, not specifically given, enumerated rights and powers. So we have this system, this organization now in the People for Liberty that I think is just wonderful. The work of bringing everybody together so that we can all strive, because we know, everybody knows intrinsically, my life would be a lot better if I could just do the things that make me happy, because that's our primary mission, right? Every human is given this one primary mission. Be as happy as you can be. Make your life as fulfilling as it can be. Enjoy the gift of your life. And the best way to do that is to live it fully. And living it fully means exercising your liberty. And so we all know intrinsically what we're supposed to do. And we've run into the system where, and I'm a person who believes that government wasn't set up to be evil. People didn't come in and say, oh, you know what, we're going to make all these restrictions because we're mean.
Yes.
People set up laws and restrictions with the best of all possible intentions. Sometimes I think about the college education system, guaranteed student loans, and we could do a whole show on that.
We
will. But it's one of those areas in which government came in with the best possible of intentions, right? They looked at it and they said, you know what? People who go to college make more money than people who don't go to college. And so we want to have more people go to college. And then that led down a slippery slope. And now, college education costs more than a house in some places. Students graduate with college debt. And so with the best of all possible intentions, government made things terrible. And so we're going back to this basic idea of saying, you know what? Everybody makes mistakes.
Yes.
It's better that we don't have a government that ends up making a mistake for every person in the country.
Yes. Well, and Dan, I think People for Liberty supporting and facilitating that exploration of ideas and the discussion of the principles that make sense to us is, what the beauty of this is all about. Casey, you had great ideas and you needed someone to partner with you to execute them. For you, what has working with People for Liberty looked like? What has it meant?
It's just been an amazing resource of like networks, networks and tools, and just, a lot of motivation and being able to have that kind of resource where people can come together and just whatever ideas that you have, if it's solid and if it's going to help people and do the most good, then People for Liberty is right up. I mean, I literally had this idea 6 days ago and bam, like y'all made it happen. It's incredible.
And now literally thousands of people are watching it.
Yes,
exactly.
And they will continue to. What's nice about this is it's going to be recorded and it'll be shared. And so all the benefits that are going to be coming from this recording are still going to be available to the people who are watching it after the recording. So it'll still be doing the most good well into the future. But yeah, so I think Jim is ready. Do y'all want to introduce him?
So Jim, we want to make sure that you have your camera on, my friend. There you are. Hi, Jim. Thanks for joining us. So Casey, do you want to, you said that you connected with Jim and this was part of the brainchild. Tell us a little bit about, your connection with Jim and why you thought he was a great fit.
So Jim was the one of the first people that I met during Let Her Speak. I had this idea and he was like, I'm in. And, and he was the first state coordinator. So we kind of made state coordinators. He took over Colorado and he's a powerhouse. You don't mess with Jim. Like he's whenever he's got his mind focused on something, he is going to complete it. And he started the Libertarian Party of Mars. And if there's one person that I think that's going to actually get to Mars, it's going to be Jim. And so, so Jim, I guess I'll just let you finish, introduce yourself and take us on your journey with your he's a sick. I'll let you finish it. I'll let you introduce yourself.
You're on, Jim. but we're having some volume issues. Is your mic on? You don't seem to be muted, but if you click down on the settings at the bottom.
There we go.
Yeah, nice job.
Your patience. Cool. That didn't work. Now it does. Cool. My name is Jim, coordinator for Letters Speak Colorado. Thanks for having me, Casey. Really excited to share with you guys a little bit of mantra and meditation. And hopefully some of us will be able to go to Mars through the process, or maybe as a result of the end of this process. So either of the two. Going to begin with 3 ohms as an invocation, something simple. And as we progress through the meditation, I'll be giving you cues about your breath as well as visualization cues. Once we get to the end, I'll close with an invocation, at which point it'll be fairly clear that it's time to come out of the meditation. And then we'll continue on to the next session. My promise to you, though, is you'll come out with the same at least level of awareness as far as if you're awake or asleep. I know it's early in the morning. I don't want to put anybody back to sleep as a result of this, of course. So you'll have the same level of energy at the end of this that you started. That's my promise. Let's begin with the invocation. Bring the hands to heart center or place them on your lap. Close your eyes. Begin breathing a little bit slower, drawing your awareness to the breath. Begin waking up the lungs. A few deep inhales and extended exhales. Inhale fully. If you'd like, you can join me with the invocation. 3 ohms. Again, return the attention towards the breath. Become aware of the length of each inhale and exhale. Notice a variation or difference between the two. Maybe one is longer than the other. We're going to shift towards lengthening slowly the exhale relative to the inhale. We'll use a series of ratios to help us along this process. Everybody has a different breath rate, a different capacity that they are comfortable with. What we'll try to do is ensure that you're working with your own breath rate. I'm not going to give you a certain number of seconds to breathe in or breathe out, but you can decide for yourself a count of 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe, and then count 1, 2, 3, 4, and lengthen or shorten the extent of each one of those counts for yourself. But we'll look to have a ratio of 1 to 1 for our breath to start. So if that's a count of 4 for you, count 4 in and 4 out, balancing, equalizing the inhale and exhale. as the breath continues to stabilize with the equal count, begin to shift towards a 1-2 count. That's 2 counts for the exhale, 1 count for the inhale. Both the inhale and exhale cultivate different qualities of mind, different states of consciousness. By shifting the ratio between them, we have the opportunity to take control of that ratio and direct consciousness exactly where we would like it. Now that we've become more comfortable with the extended exhale relative to the inhale, we'll further exaggerate this effect by seeking to extend the ratio 1-4. 1 inhale to 4 exhale. The quality of mind cultivated by the exhale is one of calm, peace, yin. We're able to quiet the mind and let go of external stimuli and internal distraction. At this point, release the technique. Have a standard inhale as you're comfortable, and further extend the exhale without a count, simply to your full capacity. If any breath technique at any point becomes uncomfortable, simply release the technique, back out. As the mind continues to quiet and to settle, become aware of the more subtle sensations, the more subtle senses that you might be experiencing. Dive even deeper than these sensations. Let go of any distraction that may be emerging on the surface of the mind. Begin to allow the duration of the hold at the end of the exhale to merge with the exhale itself, to reach a state of breathlessness at the end of the descent of each breath. Don't be in a rush to initiate the inhale. Rest in the space of breathlessness. Reactivate the mind to take control over the breath again. Now reestablishing a fixed ratio, returning to the more subtle 1 to 2. The exhale is still twice as long as the inhale, but returning towards balance. Begin to transition now towards a 1-to-1 ratio of the breath, balancing out the mind. As the mind continues to awaken, allow the increase of the energy on the inhale to stimulate the mind. In this place, in this balanced state between both energies, Accept the idea, the concept that you wish to produce as a result of this meditation, as a result of this day, as a result of the opportunity that we've had to come together from many different backgrounds, many different faiths, and to share one common experience, one common goal: peace. Set your intention and allow that intention to burn into this moment. Visualize exactly what you desire. 3 inches in front of the forehead. Allow that display to come to life. Begin to transition the breath ratio once again, this time extending the inhale relative to the exhale, looking to achieve a 1-to-2 ratio for the breath, taking that space that we created as we relaxed ourselves, what we filled with our intention, and now empowering it with the life of our being, increasing our energy, increasing our power, and feeding that back into what we hope to create, what we intend, and what we desire for our world. Increase the breath ratio again, 2 inhale to 1 exhale. Continue to lengthen the inhale, shifting slowly towards a 4-to-1 ratio. 4 inhale to 1 exhale, furthering the drawing in of that power, the drawing in of the breath. Visualize your intention, increasing in power, increasing in light, and intensity and vividness. experience your vision not only with your internal sight, but also with your senses. Now releasing the technique, allow yourself to extend the inhale to your full capacity, having a natural exhale. Don't put a number or a limit on the length of this time. As the body fills with air, hold on to that final moment. Don't be in a rush to release the air, but allow the body to become breathless, even at the height of your inhale, retaining the air as one fluid motion. If this causes any stress or anxiety, release the technique and return to a balanced breath ratio of 1:1. Visualize your intention becoming empowered by the full extent of your being, your full capacity, by the full extent of our planet and its full capacity. And we can achieve peace just 3.5%. It's all it takes to create a revolution of peace. Release the technique and begin to return to a 2:1 ratio, 2 inhale to 1 exhale. As your breath continues to balance, allow the high energy of the extended breath, and as that returns to you in a more balanced way, allow that high energy to condense, to solidify, materialize, move from the less real to the real, making your vision not just a vision, but an experience, the reality you're living in. Return the breath to a 1-to-1 balanced ratio. 1 inhale to 1 exhale. Stabilize the breath. Stabilize the body. Stabilize the emotions, the mind, and everything above. In the tradition I've studied, we were taught that we can accelerate certain natural processes through conscious control. One natural process is the process of creation, transformation, or manifest, which through the use of our mind as a tool to manipulate the direction that our lives are taking, we can control this and direct this energy. It's what today's meditation is about, and the techniques that we've gone through. I'll close with an invocation followed by 3 ohms. If you know the invocation, please feel free to join, as well as for the ohms. Om Bhurmbhuvah Svaha Tan Saventur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yo Naha Pachodayat Om Om Om. Open your eyes. Bring your awareness back to the world around you. No less potent with the intent that you brought from your meditation. Thank you for joining me today.
Thank you so much, Jim. That was really amazing. Peace, inner peace, right, is so critical before bringing more peace into the universe. We have to bring it into ourselves. And I think you really enabled a lot of people in doing that. So thank you so much for that. Awesome, awesome stuff. We are getting ready to hear from our next guest, Mulatto Rose. Let me bring you in. Too many people operating the thing. I will stay away from the camera controls, and I'm going to let Casey be the director. And there we go. Hey, welcome so much. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, thanks for having me.
You are here. You are going to sing. You're going to talk a little bit about liberty. And you're bringing us stuff that's filled with hope. So I'm just going to hand it off to you, and however much you'd like to introduce yourself or talk about why you're here, any of that stuff, the
Yes,
floor is yours.
All right. Hello, my name is Mercedes Rose, also known as the Mulatto Rose. I am a disabled veteran, wife, and mother of 3. I have my bachelor's degree in human resource management, and I hope to become a certified music practitioner and eventually receive my master's or even doctorate in trauma psychology. The reason for this is because I strive to make my pain have a purpose. And I hope by sharing my story and my art that I can shine light into the dark corners to find victims like me and show them the way towards growing not only into survivor, but then moving on to thriver. I have a lot of different pains from early childhood trauma and from war and from life lived on the fringes of society. My focus now is on healing myself and lighting the way for others. In 2018, I wrote a poem about a traumatic experience from my time in the service. But I believe that God gave me strength and courage to survive that night and many other traumatic memories to come. So I wrote a poem about it, and it's called The Victim's Pledge. You tried to take my power. You tried to steal my voice. You tried to crush my essence when you took away my choice. I believed that I was worthless, the lie that no one cares, the lie no one would believe me when you left me in despair. You tried your best to destroy me. You tried to take my fire. You tried to bring me down to fulfill your selfish desire. I will rise despite your efforts and the poison you tried to give. I will not allow you to break me. I am damn determined to live. I am taking back my power. I'm taking back my voice. I'm taking back my sexuality. I'm taking back my choice. I will keep your secret no longer. Your shame is not mine to bear. I will no longer hide in the dark and no longer dwell in your snare. You can keep me down no longer. You will silence my voice no more. I am taking back my freedom, and I will no longer be ignored. I am healing my mind and spirit. I am building myself back up. I am reclaiming my power. I am rising up from the muck. I am on my journey of healing. My tenacity is beginning to grow. I'm rekindling my fire and lighting the dark with my glow. I will no longer be a silent victim. I will no longer be cowed. I will claim my strength and stand united. I will stand up tall and proud. I will lift others up on my journey. I will shine love and hope in their lives. I will continue fighting and growing. I will continue to rise.
That was wonderful. I just had to.
Thank you. After I wrote that poem, life kept getting harder, and I went through more and more trauma. Primarily people I know and love dying by accident or illness, but most were passing from substance abuse and suicide. I knew I had to do something, but what? Through counsel and research, I realized I can change no one but myself. But I can fix my home, and I can work on being a better influence to my friends and family. And I can be a light and share my story. So I began. In 2019, I completed a song I believe God dropped in my heart. I had been reflecting on the ways I had seen him show up and come through. I also commissioned my friend Holly with Art Your Way to paint this painting for me. And it is a visual representation of the song. And it's called Beneath These Flaws of Mine. Life's a masterpiece of smears and smudges. Each moment in our life leaves its mark. In my here, in my now, please stay with me now and show me who I am beneath these flaws of mine. I used to think that I could be perfect, and each failure shouted out, but you're not worth it. I ran away and gone, I stayed till you showed me who I am beneath these flaws of mine. It's all because of you and what you started. And your story heals in me what once was broken. But each new day your love paves my way and shows my who I am beneath these flaws of mine. But each new day your love paves my way and shows me who I am beneath these flaws of mine. Please reveal the me beneath these flaws of mine. So shortly after completing this song, I received news that someone from my former unit had passed from suicide. So many from our unit were struggling, hopeless, and in need of a support system. A group of us realized that we all needed each other. So we formed a nonprofit to cinch us back together, and we named it the Never Quit Alumni Foundation. We did this in July of 2020. Since then, we've been organizing ourselves into not just a support group, but a well of resources to ensure that none of our brothers and sisters fall through the cracks or is left behind. To partner with us, please visit nqaf.org. That's N like November, Q like Quebec, A like Alpha, F like foxtrot, .org. If you'd like to hear my personal story and that of the former acting president and is going to be the treasurer, Jeremy Craig, if you'd like to hear our stories, but mine specifically about my time with the 502nd Engineer Company, you can go to anchor.fm/themulatto-rose and listen to the Veterans Day episode that was published in 2020. And I promise you'll be blessed. So I am going to sing 2 more songs for you. This next song I wrote when I was 18. I had just turned 18. I had just graduated from high school, and I went to church camp kind of as my last hurrah with the youth group as a youth group leader. And tragedy struck. So my youth pastor and a really, really good friend of mine drowned at youth camp. He was a massive influence on my life. Him and his wife helped me prepare my graduation song and helped me perform, and they were there. They've always supported my dancing and my music and just have supported me as a person. And so I wrote this song because I felt like God was challenging me to stand up. So it's called I Am Answering the Call. You call me and I answer. The call to be a better man. My heart is torn and bleeding. Still you seem to understand. And I'm answering the call. You've held my hand through it all. And through my pain and suffering, I will stand tall. 'Cause I am answering the call. The pain it tore so deeply. The hope of life was all gone. I felt so angry and so helpless. But you held me through it all. And I'm answering the call. You've held my hand through it all. And through my pain and suffering, I will stand tall. 'Cause I am answering the call. And so I sit here waiting for you to help me find my way. I don't know if I can make it, ooh, but I'll try anyway. And through my pain and suffering, I will stand tall. I am answering your call. So, this last song, I actually just finished yesterday. When I think it was the day before yesterday, I saw this event pop up on my Facebook feed, and I was like, yeah, I need to do this. So I initially started this song in 2018 as well. All I had was Anointing, and that's the name it's called. And it was just the chorus over and over and over and over again in my head for years. And then I got a verse, and then I got another verse, and then I got another verse. But then the ending I wasn't sure on. So I ended up finishing it yesterday because I didn't like the last verse. So I hope that you like it. And I'm almost finished here. So this is Anointing. I put my trust in you. What else could I do? I put my hope in you. What else could I do? Anointing. Anointing. When you fall on me. When you fall on me. When you fall on me. My doubts and my fears, my insecurity, you're restoring me and making me clean. Anointing, anointing, anointing. When you fall on me. When you fall on me. When you fall on me. I lay my burdens down. What else could I do? I weep at your feet. I cry out to you. Anointing. 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 I rejoice in you. How else could I do? You set me free and adopted me, anointing, anointing, anointing. When you fall on me, when you fall on me, when you fall on me. So, don't forget to be a positive influence and the source of light and hope within your own circles of influence. Imagine the positive impact we can have if we all commit to being more intentional within our circles. I am Mercedes Phillips, and I am silent no more. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak.
So that was just wonderful, Mercedes. I mean, there's so much. I mean, every artist has something of themselves in what they give. But I mean, I feel like you laid it out there for us, and that's inspirational because that's really an important part of the healing process for people, right?
That's exactly right.
So, were you always, or is this something like you found?
Sorry, I needed to adjust my sound. What'd you say?
Were you always, or is this something that you sort of found later on?
No, I've been playing piano since I was 3. I taught how to play the Jeopardy theme on my grandma's little elephant piano that she had for me. And she was always rooting me on. She would have me sing Garth Brooks's Johnny's Daddy was taking him fishing at all the church like functions and stuff. So she's always kind of been my number one fan, which is why I dress in vintage now. She's passed, but she used to always want to do my hair in those vintage curls. And I would tell her no because I was a tomboy, but now I dress for her.
It looked wonderful. I appreciate too. Just on a technical note, you've got a great voice, but you also bought a good microphone.
Oh,
So,
thanks. I needed feedback because this is going to be my performance mic.
well, I think it was great. I think that it really caught the highs and the lows. I was very, very pleased that you did that. I think it's a lot of time people come on and, have a lot of, either perform something like that. You did everything right. So, for people who are just turning in, this is the People for Liberty's broadcast of Peaceful Warrior Day. And I'm going to ask you one last question, and then I'm going to let you go. And we have your links down below for people who want to follow them and find out more about Mercedes.
Thank you so much.
So, quick thing, the phrase peaceful warrior. Some people think, oh, that sounds like a contradiction, but it's not really. Just tell me what the phrase peaceful warrior means to you, and then I'll let you go. And thank you.
So I served in Iraq. I've been in war. I have my scars, just like everybody else. For me, being a peaceful warrior is doing what I'm doing now. But what inspired me to go down that path was reading Karl Marlantis's What It's Like to Go to War. And that really put everything into perspective for me. And I would say if you know a veteran, are a veteran, and want to understand us, you should definitely check that book out because he outlines what war does to us, the soldiers. It outlines what war does to the people. And it also helps put things into perspective, whether you've served or not, what it's like to go to war. And even before I served, I mean, I joined at 19 or 18. I joined at 18 straight out of high school, pretty much a couple months. And I didn't understand a whole lot. I was really young, but I still wouldn't have changed joining because the reason that I joined was pure. But I think that all of our politicians, all of our soldiers, whether you're looking to go in the military or not, like if you're going in the military, read that book because you can know about PTSD. I knew about PTSD before I joined. I was going to become a social worker. I wanted to be a psychologist. And I was like, yeah, I know PTSD. I'm going to be good. I can protect myself. No. You cannot. You can get secondary trauma and get PTSD from that. If you're a support worker, if you're a family worker dealing with a veteran, all of it, you have got to learn about it, one, but until you experience it, you never have that perspective. PTSD is different for everyone, and it can happen for many, many reasons. War is not the only one. It's just a very common one. And acute trauma or extreme trauma isn't the only way to get PTSD. There, you can be neglected, and they're called lax. You can be neglected for a long time, and you'll still develop PTSD. You can have a betrayal trauma once, and you can have PTSD. So I feel like if I could encourage anyone to be a peaceful warrior, it's one, learn about what war does to yourself, to others, to your soul, to your psyche. And two, don't think that you can prevent it or that you know everything, because every book, every person has something to offer, a new perspective. They might have interpreted it differently, or they might have been exposed to something you haven't been exposed to. So for me, being a peaceful warrior is opening my mind, loving others, being brave enough to share my story, and not using my fists or combative words to get my points across, but to try to appeal as if I'm teaching them. And so teach with kindness.
It's such a wonderful message. Learning to share your story you talked about, and I want to thank you so much for sharing some of your story. And we had Larry Sharp on the other day, and he said that saying the phrase "thank you for your service" to a veteran is, it's blah. People say it all the time, even though they say it with the best intentions. But the phrase that he likes to hear, and the one that I'm going to say to you, is, "I'm really glad you made it home." So thank you so much, Mercedes. We really appreciate everything that you've given to us. And this is the People for Liberty. This is Peaceful Warrior Day, and we're trying to put some peace out into the universe right now. It's one of those things that, if we reap what we sow, having more peace, more intentional peace, more thoughts for wellness for the rest of us, I think we have to do it. We have to start with ourselves. And so in that vein, our next guest is Daniel Lacosta, who has really a fascinating life story. Daniel, thanks so much for joining us. Shalom Aleichem.
Oh, Aleichem Shalom. Thank you for having me on this program.
It's really a pleasure. Can you tell me a little bit? I know that you have a very unique situation. You are actually awaiting trial right now, right?
Oh, yes, I'm awaiting trial in the court system here in Singapore because I wrote about some very uncomfortable topics regarding corrupt practices and abuses of power in my country. So the authorities got very edgy about it because this is the first time that the Prime Minister's siblings are coming out very publicly to denounce him. And the story was carried all over the world, including on the New York Times. So I merely commented on it, reported on it, and was subsequently arrested as a result.
Well, we certainly appreciate the fact that you actually are a liberty warrior, somebody who's going out there and doing stuff. And I believe that you are going to lead us in a Jewish ceremony and then have some comments today. So I will turn the camera over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll begin by singing this age-old cherished traditional song called O Say Shalom. O Say Shalom Biroma, Uya Say Shalom Aleinu, Ve'akol Israel, Ve'imeru, Ve'imeru, Amen. Yaseh Shalom, Yaseh Shalom, Shalom Aleinu ve'yakol Israel. Yaseh Shalom, Yaseh Shalom, Shalom Aleinu ve'yakol Israel. Avinu Shalom Aleichem. Avinu Shalom Aleichem, Avinu Shalom Aleichem, Avinu Shalom, Shalom, Shalom Aleichem, Avinu Shalom Aleichem, Avinu Shalom Aleichem, Avinu Shalom Aleichem. Avinu Shalom, Shalom, Shalom Aleichem. May there be peace, not only in Israel, but all around the world. Good early Wednesday morning from tropical sunny island Singapore. I'm honored to be a part of today's event with great people alongside me. We are not called to be mediocre, but to be great. And what makes us great today is our response to the call for peace and to be university. Unity is a precious commodity in a nation, in the workplace, in businesses, society, and families. It is only when we are united can we defy all odds and achieve the impossible. This is what the United States have been about for the last 300 years. United, different yet united in the common purpose for good. But what's even more amazing, for where there's unity, there's a commanded blessing. Tehillim or Psalms 133 tells us, Hine matuhu manayim, Shem Achim Gam Yahad. How pleasant and good it is when God's people live together in unity. For a power that flows in our lives, it goes down through us, to our families, to our workplaces, our surroundings, and everything we place our hands on. This is very promising when we have unity in our lives that overcomes any and all difficult situations. This has always been the emphasis of my guiding rabbis at Congregation Nishmat Am in Plano, Texas, as well as Adat Shalom in Morris Plain, New Jersey, when they join other local leaders to better the lives of those they serve around them, the homeless, the destitute, and the needy. Our ever-present challenge, however, is to remain in unity. In this present age, where we feel anything but united, then we need to realize that we can be in unity if we strive and make an effort, a conscious effort, every one of us, all of us together. Unity does not mean that we agree with one another 100% or that we see eye to eye with everyone in our life. We are different people with different opinions, but we must be willing to come to the table. We must be willing to hear the other party out, what he or she has to say, even if we disagree, even when it's painful to hear. We must find common ground and have room to accommodate our differences. Then and only then we can begin to celebrate our diversity. Instead of fighting each other, we should really be fighting for one another. All this while we do not compromise our long cherished principles of liberty and freedom from oppression and from oppressive regimes. Why I particularly picked the Jewish ceremony of lighting of the menorah, not because Hanukkah just ended last month, but because um, it symbolizes miracles and it illustrates lighting up and dispelling of darkness. But this cannot be achieved without each and every one of us to be that shamash, the center candlestick which lights up all the other sticks. We must illuminate others. So when there's talk of insurrection, we do a resurrection by calling forth or resurrecting the dormant values of compassion, humility, servitude, and understanding within us, which lies within us. We have to awaken it. And that defines our humanity. We are, after all, of only one race, which is called the human race. It is not us versus them, but us versus ourselves. Our pride, our arrogance, our indifference, and our selfishness. It is against this backdrop that the Islamic prophet extolled his followers to daily jihad, which is an often misunderstood, misused, and misconstrued word. The Islamic prophet extolled his followers to daily jihad with themselves, not with others, to rid themselves of inner vices which separates them from God. So whatever comes tomorrow, we will never know, but we can get hold of today to make ourselves better. If we are not a much better human being today, then we have no need for tomorrow. May all our tomorrows be better than our yesterdays. Shalom, and I urge everyone to hold your peace. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you so much for that. I wanted to point out, what time is it for you right now in Singapore?
Oh, it's 12:40 on a Wednesday morning in Singapore, which is why I say good early Wednesday morning from this tropical island.
Well, we really appreciate you being up early and sharing all of this with us. It is
Pleasure.
it's the idea which you talked about with the shamas sharing the light from candle to candle. I've always thought that's one of the most amazing symbolic things, in that it's all the light is shared from one thing, but the original light is not diminished at all.
Yes.
The original candle still burns just as brightly. So
Yes.
we are very grateful to you for coming in and for talking about, first of all, for singing Ose Shalom, one of my favorites, but also for talking about unity, because that is something that is, it is worldwide. We have somebody in from Singapore, and actually you're of Portuguese descent as well, correct?
Oh yes, my father is a Portuguese Sephardim. We were driven out from our homes 500 years ago, so that's why we're all over the world. And my family ended up in the United Kingdom before they came over to Singapore, early in the century.
So, really, your family are citizens of the world, and you're bringing this amazing message of peace. And I want to thank you for that very much. We really appreciate you coming in and helping us out during our Peaceful Warrior Day. And you have contributed to putting peace into the universe.
Yes.
Thank you, Daniel. We really, really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Most welcome.
All right. So you are watching Peaceful Warrior Day, brought to you by the People for Liberty. We are aware of, as everybody is at this point in time, of the stress that is in the universe, the burden that our daily lives place upon us. And in this time of tension and this time of stress, we wanted to find a way to let everybody know that none of us are alone. None of us, in this period of isolation, none of us are suffering without peers, because we're all in this. We're all in this together right now. And People for Liberty wanted to talk about how our shared understanding of what isolation means, of what being alone means, of what it means to seek inner peace helps the rest of us. And, in today's day and age, the way that we're able to share things is via mediums like this, the internet. I've often thought about what it would have been like to be in the 1918 pandemic, right? You have no way of sharing ideas, there's no post board to, instantly communicate back and forth. We are looking at a situation where we have these blessings, and sometimes we don't necessarily see them because we've always had, or for many people, not for people my age, but for a lot of kids, there's always been the internet. There's always been Facebook. There's always been Twitter. There's always been this instantaneous communication, being able to text people back and forth. We were talking earlier about things recommending to read. The letters between John and Abigail Adams, I would recommend them to everybody. And they're months apart. He's over in France. She's at home taking care of the farm in Massachusetts. And that lengthy correspondence period of not really knowing what the other person is going through for 3 months, compared to our instantaneous now, where we're all joined together. It's one of those things that I think about it and where we are. And I take heart, and I'm happy that you and I and everybody who's in this broadcast, thousands of people are watching this, that we're all sharing this moment together. And with that said, I'm going to bring on our next guest, Bill Kelsey. Hey, Bill, thanks so much for joining us today.
Well, thank you very much. Hello from Austin.
Welcome, Austin. That's not quite as far as Singapore, but it is in its own way a real mecca and center of the universe. I was so happy to do my first undergraduate in Austin and live there for several years. A beautiful city. And you are going to be doing a reading for us.
Yeah, my heart's drawn to the Buddhist monk Thich Nhat Hanh, a Vietnamese who came to the attention of the world back during the Vietnam War when I was in the service. And I'm not a Buddhist, and I regret I'm not a meditator, but I should change that. I have read some things of Thich Nhat Hanh over the past 40 years, and seen a video or two of him, but I really decided recently that I'm going to follow him more. He's in his last days if he hasn't departed this earth. So I just ordered a bunch of his books. I have here Teaching Peace. That is the one that gained him fame, the most fame. Touching Peace is one of them. Being Peace is actually the first book, and I'll be reading from that. And he even has a book, How to Fight. This very peaceful monk wants us to fight, but to do so nicely. And Be Free Where You Are is one I just discovered. And also this one, Happy Teachers Change the World. So Thich Nhat Hanh was involved in something called Engage Buddhism. He wanted Buddhist monks not just to be sitting in their monasteries meditating, but to go out and help the victims of war. The stance he took annoyed both the NLF, the communists, or the revolutionaries, and it annoyed the Americans and in the Saigon government side, because the Americans thought, well, if you're not supporting the communists, you should support us. And the communists felt, well, if you're against what the Americans are doing, you should be supporting us. Eventually, he had to leave South Vietnam in the final days of the war, and he carried out his practice based in France. So the reason is that in our movement, we have people, lots of dramas on Facebook. We have people that unfriend each other and block each other, and we have factions and trolls and so many. So I read this passage many years ago, and I just have to come back to it.
I think we might have lost Bill there for a second. Let's give him a second and see if he comes back. You know, it's interesting. Bill was talking a little bit about Buddhism, and you know, I
just letters,
spent some...
but they are not yet able.
Hey, Bill, can you hear me?
States.
Hey, Bill,
They want to read and not just throw. Yeah,
you
I
cut out
you
there for a second, but it seems like your connection is good right now. It cut out right when you started the reading, so I hate to ask you to repeat, but can you go back and start the reading again from the beginning?
Oh, okay. Let's go. Maybe so many people are listening that the internet's overloaded. There's a lot of anger, frustration, and misunderstanding in the peace movement. The peace movement can write very good protest letters, but they are not yet able to write a love letter. We need to learn to write a letter to the Congress or to the President of the United States that they will want to read and not just throw away. The way you speak, the kind of understanding, the kind of language you use should not turn people off. The president is a person like any of us. Now, that bit of a stretch, but we'll work on it. Can the peace movement talk in loving speech, showing the way for peace? I think that will depend on whether the people in the peace movement can be peace, because without being peace, we cannot do anything for peace. If we cannot smile, we cannot help other people to smile. If we are not peaceful, then we cannot contribute to the peace movement. I hope we can bring a new dimension to the peace movement. The peace movement is filled with anger and hatred. Again, each time I say peace movement, you could also think libertarian movement. The peace movement is filled with anger and hatred. It fills the fresh way of being peace, of doing peace is needed. That is why it is so important for us to practice meditation, to acquire the book, to understand. It would be wonderful if we could into the peace movement, our caution, our way of looking at things that will diminish the aggression, hatred. Peace work means, first of all, being peace. Meditation is meditation for all of us. We rely on each other. Our children are relying on us in order for them to have a future. So somewhere else, he just discussed how we've, especially those of us who've been in the service or have been in war, we've seen things that have made us angry. And we want to work for justice. We've seen injustice. We want to work for justice. And but we bring our anger into the forum of our work, and that actually poisons our project because we can't deal with our looking for quotes today, and we're doing a meditation with Jim Wiley. He was drinking tea, and I came across this quote right at the same time. It says here, "Drink your tea slowly and reverently, as if it is the axis on which the whole earth revolves slowly. Okay.
Yeah, it's the mindfulness.
Here's a little quote.
Sorry, keep going, Bill.
Yeah, mindfulness. I would do injustice to the concept, so I encourage people to make acquaintance with Thich Nhat Hanh. Google him. Parallax Press is where the books come from. This is what he looks like. He's so much wonderful work with veterans. He's gone into prisons, and everywhere he's gone in his life, he's reduced the level of violence. And this just a way of being really sensitive to everything that's going on around you. And any peace talks should begin with making peace with ourselves. First, we need to recognize our anger, embrace it, and make peace with it. You don't fight anger because your anger is you. Your anger is the wounded child in you. Why should you fight your anger? The method is entirely nonviolent. Awareness, mindfulness, and tenderly holding your anger within you. Like this, your anger will transform naturally. Here's a little quote on compassionate listening. When you practice compassionate listening, it's important to remember listen with only one aim, and that is to help the other person to suffer less. You give the other person a chance to say what is in their heart. Even if the other person says something harsh, provocative, or incorrect, or something full of blaming, judgment, or wrong perceptions, you still continue to listen with the heart of compassion and maintain the energy. You will be protected, and no matter what the other person says, touch off the energy of irritation and anger in you. You can listen for an hour or more, and the quality of your listening will help the other person to suffer less. When people listen to each other like that, they truly recognize the humanity and the suffering of the other person. You see the other person as a human being, someone very much like yourself. You no longer look at that person with suspicion, anger, or fear. Oh, thank you for popping that up. That's great. And loving speech, little passage here on loving speech. Compassionate, loving speech are doors that can help us out of difficult situations. Once we have listened with compassion, we can use loving speech to restore communication and understand say and what not to say so we don't make the situation worse. To use loving speech means to speak in such a way that inspires joy, hope, and confidence in the other person. Wholesome seeds in us and in the other person. There is no anger, judgment, or blaming. We practice to calm ourselves before we express what is in our heart, and we choose our words carefully so the other person can accept what we say and can understand us better. We can practice loving speech every time we speak. Often our anger and irritation prevent us from being able to use loving speech, yet we know that if we speak with the energy of anger, it will harm our relationship. Loving speech is an essential skill in building a relationship or a community that is safe, a safe and healing refuge for. So, is so prophetic. I mean, he wrote this before people had Facebook and were trolling and getting angry with each other and being so abrasive. It's an unfortunate phenomenon that's happening. I think this is a good antidote to that, and maybe we should all read this before our next convention and do some mindfulness and some more meditation. What do you think, Daniel? And we have so much drama in our movement. Here's one. I'll make this my last. How are we doing for time? Go
You're
ahead,
doing
Dan.
great, Bill. Keep going. Keep going.
Oh, okay. Here's one. Smiling is a practice. In the exercise breathing in, I smile. You may ask, why should I smile when there is no joy in me? The answer to that is smiling is a practice. There are over 300 muscles in your face. When you're angry or fearful, these muscles tense up. The tension in these muscles creates a feeling of hardness. If you know how to breathe and produce a smile, however, the tension will disappear. It is what I call mouth yoga. Make smiling an exercise. Just breathe in and smile. The tension will disappear and you will feel much better. There are times when your joy produces a smile. There are also times when a smile causes relaxation, calm, and joy. I do not wait until there is joy in me to smile. Joy will come later. Sometimes when I am alone in my room and in the dark, I practice smiling to myself. I do this to be kind to myself, to take good care of myself, to love myself. I know that if I cannot take care of myself, I cannot take care of anyone else. Being compassionate to yourself is a very important practice. When you are tired, angry, or in despair, you should know how to go back to yourself and take care of your tiredness, your anger, and your despair. That is why we practice smiling, mindful walking and breathing, mindful eating.
It's fantastic, you know, and it is one of those things that I'm always struck by. There's this amazing book by a man named Donald Knuth, who is actually a computer scientist, but he looked up certain passages in every religious book, just the numerical thing, and linked them all together. This idea of smiling, you know, there's so many phrases that you can find from different religions and different topics about how important a smile is. Let a smile be your umbrella. I can remember my grandmother saying that to me. And I'm a person that I really, it's important to me too, that, you know, smile, because it's not only, I think what, you know, what Thich Nhat said here is that, you know, the smile isn't only just for you. It does important things for you, but it's also your smile. Everybody else sees it. And so your existence when you're smiling is a source of joy and peace for other people.
Yeah, it was very serendipitous that you mentioned all religions. So this book has some questions and answers. I think this is probably the last one. I have a Christian background. Is it okay if I practice mindfulness? And Thich answers, I have studied Christianity and I have found many teachings on mindfulness in Christianity and also in Judaism and Islam. I think that mindfulness has a universal. You can find it in every spiritual tradition. If you study deeply the life of a sage from any tradition, you will find a quality of mindfulness in his or her life. A sage is capable of living every moment of his or her life deeply and of touching the beauty and truth in each moment of life. I think it is possible to profit from many traditions at the same time. If you love oranges, you're welcome to eat them, but nothing prevents you from enjoying kiwis or mangoes as well. Why commit yourself to only one kind of fruit when the whole spiritual heritage of humankind is available to you? It is possible to have Buddhist roots as well as Christian or Jewish roots. We grow very strong that way.
That is fantastic. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
All right. Yeah, I very much agree with that. As a person who I was raised Jewish, and then one of the things that my temple actually required was we had to do a comparative religion class, and there's this story in the Kabbalah where it talks about, you know, the Jews sometimes refer to themselves as the chosen people. And in the Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism, they talk about the fact that it's sort of a little bit of a joke, because Jews, we don't do much without having a joke involved in the process. So God is going out to look for his chosen people. And he comes across this one group of people. They're doing very well. They built beautiful buildings and gardens. And he comes up to them and he says, I want you to be my chosen people. And they're like, it's interesting. Well, what's in it for us? And he's like, well, you would go out and make the world wonderful. And they're like, that sounds good. And he rules. He's like, well, actually, yes, I have these 10 rules. And number 4 is remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. Like, sorry, Sabbath, that's our bowling day. So we can't be your chosen people. So God goes out and he finds another group of people. And these people aren't as well off as the first group, but they're making a comfortable living. And he says, hi, I'd like for you to be my chosen people. And he's like, well, are there any catches, any rules? And he's like, well, rule number 7 is thou shalt not commit adultery. They're like, sorry, we're huge into adultery. And so we can't be your chosen people. So God wanders off and he finds this group of people who, they are barely scraping by. They're not particularly well organized. There's hunger in their midst. And he says to them, I'd like you to be my chosen. Yes, we'll do it. We don't care what it is. We're desperate. We want help. We'll do it. And the story was supposed to make Jews understand that it wasn't through virtue that they were selected. It was through their own desperation. And that's always something that stuck with me. And like I said, I'm sort of a multi-religious, pan-religious, whatever person now. But that idea that, none of us are selected for what we do through merit or anything else. It's the place that the universe puts us in, and we're called to our duty there. And I've always thought that is a particularly important message. And with that being said, Bill, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for introducing people to Thich Nhat Hanh. And, as I said earlier to Mercedes Rose, I find saying to veterans, thank you for your service to be sort of it's a phrase that everybody uses. The phrase I'd like to say is, I'm so happy that you made it home. So thank you for being here. Peace in.
That's good. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for making it home. I'll remember that and use it. I never know what to say when people thank me for my service, because the best service I did was long after I left the military. So
exactly right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Bill. This
Okay.
is the Peaceful Warrior Day here on People for Liberty. We are broadcasting to you from the internet, right? From our living rooms, the same place that you're probably watching from. Maybe some of you are in offices right now, but so many people are working from home. So many of us have this shared experience that our houses are, in many ways, our lives now, and they've become really important. And it's given us time to think about what are the principles that are in our lives, and make us realize that principles are probably the most important things that we have. And to that end, I've got a video that I'm hoping to share with you guys. Let me get it queued up here. And it talks about the idea of what principles mean to everybody and how they're important for liberty. So always have to remember to share audio. And here we go.
So, were you trying to get kicked out of class today?
I'm used to being a very controversial figure.
Yeah, I've noticed.
I'm David.
Oh, I know that too. Kinda hard not to, given how often you speak up in class. I'm Alice.
The mysterious woman who never speaks at all.
Yeah, well, I'm getting my PhD in physics, so Kind of have to portray the shy oddball type.
Join me?
Can't stay long. But when I saw you sitting over here, I just couldn't resist giving you our time about what you said earlier today in class.
Well, I am always up for a challenge. Please do tell.
You told our professor that there was no way that he could be a happy person because he clearly has no social principles.
Yes.
And that's going to be the tease. We're going to show the rest of that video later on because we have a guest here. Crew Adam, who is coming in to talk. Well, let me bring you on screen, Adam. Hey, thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, thanks for the invitation.
Well, you know, it's one of those things that when we talk about Peaceful Warrior Day, it's pretty easy to think about those words in context and think about people who it's going to be important that we get them in and talk and stuff. And your topic today, a PTSD, stress, and anxiety workshop, is going to be huge because it's something that many people don't even realize how much stress and anxiety is impacting their lives. So I'm going to turn it over to you, and I'm excited to hear what you got to say.
Thanks. I appreciate that. And I want to say that I appreciate all the organizers that put this event together. I think it's extremely important right now, and I feel honored to be a part of it. So thanks, everybody. Appreciate you. And I know we're going to continue to have good show today. So, yeah, so my name, again, I'm Adam House. I am a retired disabled combat veteran with the 173rd Airborne Brigade Combat Team, Kunar Province of Afghanistan. In 2007 through 2008, Operation Enduring Freedom. And I was in a forward support company, but I was in 2nd 503rd Battalion. One of the other companies in our battalion was covered in a documentary called Restrepo. Some journalists by the name of Tim Hetherington and Sebastian Younger had come out and with us for a while, and they made an Oscar-nominated documentary about called Restrepo. And then there's also a follow-up called Korngal. Usually you can find those documentaries on Netflix, or if not, they'll be somewhere else online. But that was my deployment. When it's really what with combat stress. It was actually my leadership that kind of figured out first that I was experiencing some difficulties, and I began getting therapy while I was actually still in theater. When I got back from Afghanistan, I was immediately identified as someone having an adjustment disorder, and then quickly after that, diagnosed with chronic severe post-traumatic stress disorder. This was in, August, September, towards the end of the year in 2008. And, I've kind of lived with it ever since. So over the years, I've had a lot of different therapy. Before I was retired out of the Army, they had sent me to a lot of different doctors and programs that they have for soldiers with combat stress. And then when I got out of the military, I was immediately enrolled in the VA system. And I've been through several programs that the VA offers as well for stress, anxiety, and I've been in the trenches. The point is, I've been in the foxhole with post-traumatic well over a decade now. And the first thing that I want to say about that is that obviously I'm
I think we might have lost Adam there just for a second. I'm going to come in and talk about the fact today. This is, of course, the Peaceful Warrior today here on People for Liberty broadcast. We're broadcasting on YouTube, Facebook, and on Twitch. I hope that this is meaningful. I can see the number of people watching and across all the broadcasts. There's a pretty large audience going on right now. And I think that the reason why so many people are tuning into this is the fact that it resonates, right? The idea of searching for peace is a big deal right now. Adam, are you there yet? Nope, we're still going to work on Adam's connection. And the idea of being a peaceful warrior, we've talked about that a little bit. A warrior is not necessarily somebody who fights with violence. We are all confronted internally with fights that we have to do. I can tell you, this is going to sound trivial, but, one of the things that I've really struggled with since we've all been living from home is, doing things that are important to part of my daily life. There was a stretch where I let my laundry go for a while. I might not have been, doing the same regime of exercise that I need to do to keep healthy, stuff like that. Those are fights in our lives. It takes willpower. It takes knowing yourself to overcome even those simple things. Bringing that into talking about liberty is an important thing, and talking about peace, because there are internal conflicts that we have to conquer, ways to find peace within ourselves before we can spread peace throughout the universe. And that's what we want. People, one of the phrases that's universal, right, to a whole bunch of different philosophies is be the change that you want to see in the world. I think that, we all want to make sure that the world is changing for better. I don't know. So this is an interesting universal thing. I have people across the entire political spectrum, friends who are Trump supporters, friends who are Republicans and not Trump supporters, friends who are Biden supporters, friends who are Democrats and are not Biden supporters. I have friends from more extremist political philosophies. Nobody thinks the world is perfect right now. And that's a great place for it to be, because it means that we're all united in our idea that we can, excuse me, make the world better. Excuse me for a moment there. So to that end, I'm going to restart that video, and excuse me, suddenly got incredibly dusty here, which is a great time to go to a video. Let me share this up again. And I think people will find this a really interesting insight into what liberty and principles and philosophies and our personal philosophies do. Whoops, let's try that again with audio. I apologize, everybody. One moment. Here we go.
So, were you trying to get kicked out of class today?
I'm used to being a very controversial figure.
Yeah, I've noticed.
I'm David.
Oh, I know that too. Kinda hard not to, given how often you speak up in class. I'm Alice.
The mysterious woman who never speaks at all.
Yeah, well, I'm getting my PhD in physics, so kind of have to portray the shy oddball type.
Join me?
Can't stay long. But when I saw you sitting over here, I just couldn't resist giving you a hard time about what you said earlier today in class.
Well, I am always up for a challenge. Please do tell.
You told our professor that there was no way that he could be a happy person because he clearly has no social principles.
Yes.
Wow.
Well, look, that comment was just a piece of a larger point I was trying to make before class so rudely ended on me.
It was also pretty judgmental of our professor.
Not at all. Anyone who defends stealing in certain circumstances has no principles. But I will only continue the thought if you admit that you found my discussion riveting.
You piqued my interest.
If you let me buy you coffee, I promise to keep doing that.
Okay. But I don't drink coffee. I'll take tea.
Of course you will. Okay, so Alice, what is your fundamental mission in life?
My fundamental mission in life, I would say, to be a groundbreaking physicist.
Very ambitious. I like that. And would that make you feel happy?
Of course.
Okay, and can we agree that underlying all human action is the drive to be happy? It's our fundamental mission in life.
Yeah, I can relate to the role of human happiness, but where do principles fit in?
Let's talk about what makes people happy. Do something for me. I want you to imagine that you're walking down an unfamiliar street. It's getting dark.
Oh, do I have to close my eyes?
Sure. You're all alone. Another person starts walking toward you from a distance. It's just the two of you on the street. Now, what's the first concern that enters your mind?
Will he hurt me? Or will he rob me?
So your first concern is that he might initiate physical force against you.
Of course.
And your second concern is that he might steal from you.
Right.
It's universal. First concern, physical safety. Second concern, theft of your property.
Sounds reasonable.
Now, why is your property so important to you?
Because I work hard for it.
But beyond that, what does your property do for you? Your home.
Provides shelter.
How about your food?
One of my biggest passions in life. Plus, keeps me from starving to death.
Your clothes?
My clothes keep me warm, and sometimes they make me look good, which makes me happy.
I'd say from what I've seen, your clothes always make you look good.
But as you were saying...
Right. So, can you think of any time where you'd be better off if someone hurt you physically?
Does my chiropractor count?
No, you volunteered for that.
Okay, well then the answer is no.
Have you ever been better off if another person stole from you?
Never.
Okay, this is the process of discovering the principles of human interaction. But let's take it a step further. How about relationships?
Oh, this is going to get interesting, David. Maybe I should switch from tea to wine.
All right, let's start with your friends, your family, and the people that you work closely with. How do you treat them?
I treat them with kindness, love, and respect.
And would you ever initiate physical force against them or their property?
Of course not.
But what if you did? What would happen to those relationships?
It would be catastrophic. No more trust, no more relationships. You know, I always knew philosophy was easier than physics. When are you gonna ask me something hard?
I'm getting there. Okay, so far we've established that you would always be worse off if another person hurt you or stole your property.
Of course.
Can we also say that you would never hurt or steal from your family, friends, or coworkers?
Yep.
And would it also be fair to say that you wouldn't tolerate others who initiated physical force against their family, friends, or associates, or even advocate such behavior?
Yes.
So why are your relationships important to you?
Well, it depends on the relationship. I mean, I can buy food and pay the rent when I'm employed. My personal relationships provide me with love and support.
And without them, you'd be less happy?
Of course.
How about your neighbors? Would you ever initiate physical force against them or their property?
No.
All right, I want you to imagine that you're a young mother.
Okay.
Now, what if your little girl saw her friend's new bike? She wanted one for herself, but you can't afford it. Would you then steal the brand new bike from your neighbor?
Of course not.
If you wouldn't steal it, would you instead ask another neighbor to steal the bike for you?
No.
So you wouldn't use a go-between, an agent to do your dirty work for you.
Right.
So Alice, the same principles that hold true in your personal life hold true in every aspect of your life.
Well, David, if my principles wavered from person to person, then by definition, they aren't principles.
Like your style, Miss Physicist. That never changes.
Yes, but human beings are more complicated than gravity.
But social principles are as predictable as gravity. That was my point in class today. And as you agreed earlier, you would always be worse off if someone initiated physical force against you or stole from you. It's nature's laws. We can't escape the negative results we'll get from breaching these principles.
Okay, well, then you'd have to apply these social principles to politics.
Okay?
Think about it. Politics is a system where people affect other people. What do they say to encourage you to vote for them?
They'll give people things they want and force us to act like they think we should.
Okay, so they'll promise us a bunch of stuff, right? Free parks, healthcare, free retirement, so on.
Exactly.
What about values? Let's say you think it's immoral to smoke marijuana, and a politician promises to crack down on everyone who uses it. There's only one way they can do that.
They'll initiate physical force.
Exactly.
I hear you.
Okay, now it's your turn to imagine something. A candidate is running for mayor, promising to bring a brand new taxpayer-funded football stadium to town. Now you think this is a great idea, as does the wealthy owner of the football team. But some of your neighbors don't even like football, and they think it's a terrible idea. So, this candidate, is he gonna write a personal check? I mean, is he gonna finance it out of his own pocket?
No.
So he'll pass around a hat, right? Ask anybody who wants the stadium to make a voluntary contribution.
Unfortunately, no.
Then essentially, he's gonna have to take money from your neighbors in order to keep his promise. And we agreed earlier that the initiation of physical force against people or their property is always wrong. Decreases happiness.
Right.
Please tell me, what is the difference between asking someone to initiate force on your behalf and voting for a politician to do the same?
There is no difference. Voting for a politician who promises to steal for you is just like hiring a personal agent to plunder.
So you're saying the underlying principle of the political system is force?
I'm saying that the fundamental principle of social relationships directly relates the initiation of force to the flourishing of human harmony, happiness, and prosperity. Breach this, less harmony, happiness, and prosperity is predictable as gravity. And that extends to all our relationships, personal, social, and political.
It makes sense. I want to make sure I'm getting your point.
Sure.
So if I vote for someone who promises to get me things that I want. It's a direct breach of my own most important personal principles.
Yes.
I never thought about it that way. You delivered.
So did you. Thanks. You know, someone asked me once, what's really wrong with stealing? You want to tackle that one with me over dinner on Friday?
What time?
So I just want to let the credits play. It's a long production. I can tell you the Liberty Movement, we don't have a lot of movies that are actually produced in Hollywood, but this one was. You can find it on YouTube. The actors are now in, every actor's in Law and Order at one point in time or another in their career, but you can see them other TV shows, stuff like that. So it is a little bit of a happy ending. I agree. It's a little saccharine, but that's what sometimes, Liberty Movement is. And it's a nice thing because I found that you can show that video to other people who aren't necessarily in the Liberty Movement, and it reaches them because of the quality of production and stuff like that. I also have really enjoyed that that basic tenet, the idea that our primary mission is to be happy. I use that phrase all the time. Nobody disagrees with it. It is our primary mission. I could make myself big and the credits small, right? That's what the networks do when they go to, they have a big television show on. So do that, talk about where we are right now in the broadcast. This is, of course, the People for Liberty, our Peaceful Warrior Day. And we are going to be bringing up soon a pianist with wonderful pieces for us as we're trying to put more peace out into the universe right now. It's a stressful time in the country. It's a stressful time for all of us in our lives. And we've had a wonderful morning with meditation and mindfulness and music and poetry, and focuses on peace and spirituality and the things that make us aware of what our lives are right now. And there's a lot of fear in a lot of people about tomorrow, what that is going to bring. Is there going to be more protesters, more violence in Washington, violence in the state capitals? We certainly hope not, because as libertarians, we believe in the non-aggression principle. It's not okay to use violence against other people, except in self-defense. And so we're hoping that things work fine. I'm going to go ahead and bring in Cheryl. Hey, Cheryl, how's it going?
Hi, how are you doing?
Good. Your volume is awesome. Your
Okay.
setup looks amazing. Tell us where you're coming from.
Well, I live in Brenham, Texas, and this is an upstairs studio in our house. So,
it's been a long time since I lived in Texas, but Brenham is still where Bluebell ice cream comes from, right?
that's right. We are well known for our ice cream. We
That's
usually have at least 2 or 3 gallons, if not more, in our freezer at all times.
that's wonderful. I am a Gold Rim vanilla person. That's my favorite. Well, with that being said, I think I'm going to turn things over to you, and really looking forward to hearing what you have.
Awesome. Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you to People for Liberty. Thank you to Casey Daly. I cannot imagine how y'all put all of this together. So thank you for inviting me. And just to give you a little idea what I'm going to do, I'm basically just going to improvise peaceful music from my imagination. And I just hope and pray that it sends peace into the world and into our nation right now. And so I'll get started. Thank you for watching.
I want to start clapping now, but I feel like that was astonishing, Cheryl. That was just astonishing. And I want people to know, A, that was improv. B, it was prayer. I mean, it was, it make a joyful noise unto the Lord, right? It was,
All the glory to God.
that was wonderful. I want to tell people that BrenhamMusicAcademy.com, the link is right here on the page right now. It might be hard to remember resources/albums, but if you go to BrenhamMusicAcademy.com, Cheryl's got a couple albums there that you can buy. And I'm going to go buy one like as soon as I get off the air. I'm very excited. I'm a little worried that they might sell out because, probably don't have enough stock. But if I make you press more, that's not a terrible problem, right?
That's not a problem.
All right. Well, thank you so much for contributing to Peaceful Warrior Day. Cheryl Amalang from the Brenham Music Academy. Thanks so much, Cheryl.
Bye. Have a great day. Thank you.
So my name is Dan Fishman. You are watching Peaceful Warrior Day. This is the People for Liberty broadcast, and we are trying to put some peace out into the universe. It's a stressful time. A lot of people are worried. We've been locked up in our houses. There's more anger in the country than, since 1860. And here we are trying to cope with it and trying to make sense of it. And, there's a guy who's an expert at helping make sense of things. It's my good friend, Spike Cohen. So welcome to the show, Spike.
How am I supposed to follow Cheryl Amalang?
Well, we told everybody you were going to sing. So
I'm going to save everyone a lot of, we're going to make this much more peaceful by my not singing. Holy crap. So I actually got to meet the Amalang family at their home at a fundraiser. This was, I believe in October. And Cheryl did a recital of, she did her, I guess, freestyle or whatever you call it, like she ad-libbed there and it is, if you think it's amazing listening to it now, and it was, I mean, I was in a great state of peace before realizing I had to open after that, hearing it in person is even more incredible. And you should absolutely go and buy her music. There's no substituting Cheryl Amalang. She is amazing, but I am doing fantastic. And thank you so much for having me on.
Well, it's interesting because this is like a lot of libertarian things. We have ideas that aren't necessarily fulfilled in any one specific path. And so when we talk about peace and we talk about the ideology of peace, different people interpret that different ways. And so one of the questions I've been talking to people in the beginning is we're calling this Peaceful Warrior Day. And some people say, peaceful warrior, isn't that an oxymoron? And I say, no, there are ways that we fight. I'm going to ignore the people asking you to sing.
Instead, me too. I'm going to also ignore Chris. Yeah.
Instead, let's talk about the phrase peaceful warrior. What does that mean to you?
So here's what it means to me, and I can relate it to my own personal experience. I spent most of my adult life raging my way to success. And by that, I mean, I was determined to win and to succeed. And I did it from a very aggressive and angry way. And some of that is possibly because I was a young man and that was just sort of my predisposition. But it was at the cost of my own mental health and personal well-being. So I was very financially successful. By all accounts, externally, I looked very successful, very financially successful, absolutely beautiful wife, loving family, and all of that and so forth. But I was actually miserable. And those who were closest to me knew I was miserable all the time. And it was because I didn't have peace. I wasn't at peace with myself. I was constantly striving for something that probably was never actually attainable. Whatever my monetary baselines that I set were really just hiding the fact that I wasn't peaceful inside. This all came to a culmination it started in 2014, but truly came to a culmination in 2016 when I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. And for those who don't know, multiple sclerosis is an as yet uncurable autoimmune disease where my immune system tries to kill my brain, basically. That's not the scientific term, but it thinks that my central nervous system is a grave threat to the rest of my body and is determined to fight it. And so as a result of that, I deal with all sorts of different symptoms and things that have happened as a result of it. I am now on a good treatment and have been stable for coming up on 4 years now. But during that time, I was having constant attacks. I was going downhill very, very quickly. And I was having some very serious discussions with my medical team about what my life was going to look like moving forward. And one of the things that they told me was that the biggest thing I could do to try to fight MS outside of the treatments and so forth was to do stress reduction. So my journey for inner peace actually started with stress reduction, and I started looking into things that lead to stress reduction. Unfortunately, a lot of those things weren't just, I was looking for the quick fix. How could I rage my way through stress reduction? And instead, it turned out I had to rethink how I was living. And that's what led to me retiring from my business. That's what led to me spending the better part of a year learning things like mindfulness and meditation and learning all sorts of incredible things. And, in that, not only has it helped with my progression of my MS and also with my overall symptomology, because the less stressed you are, the less intense the symptoms feel. But it has also retooled me to be able to handle the things that we're facing in life in a way that allows me to be able to be more of a warrior and to fight my way through that.
So that's a fascinating topic, because you say fight your way through it, and we all have sort of these obstacles in our life that we have to fight to get past. And sometimes, there is a confusion as to, I don't want to fight because I'm a non-aggressive person and anything like that.
Right.
But fight is really, if we replace that with struggle and we say, oh, I don't want to struggle, nobody's life is free from struggle.
Exactly.
There is, there's a story that I like to tell that I learned in Sunday school about Hillel, who is one of the great teachers in Judaism. And when Hillel was in charge of the temple, he had all these assistant chief rabbis. And one day this man came in and he was very impertinent. And he said, teach me everything about the Torah, which is, the book of Judaism. So teach me everything about the Torah while I stand on one leg. And when I was told the story, I'm like, what does that mean? And my Sunday teacher said, all right, well, stand on one leg for as long as you can. As it turns out, if you want to try to stand on one leg, you can't do it that long. 3 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, something like that. So this guy was, for all intents and purposes, the first troll, right? It's the first definition of a troll in this ancient text. And so the first rabbi was like, get out of here. You're just a troll. You're driving us crazy. He came back the next day. The next guy said, get out of here. You're just trolling us. And then they mentioned it to Hillel. He said, let me talk to him the next day. And guy comes in and he says, teach me all about the Torah while I stand on one leg. And Hillel said to him, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Everything else is just commentary. And I always took that to heart. And obviously, that idea is, now we refer to it as the golden rule.
The golden rule,
right?
Yeah.
Jesus says it in the New Testament, and other religions have other iterations of it. It's a very simple idea. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
Exactly.
But a lot of our inner struggle is knowing how we want to be treated and being able to tell people how we want to be treated. And that's an inner peace part of it. And I know it's sort of a wide open thing, but you having gone through this reduction of stress in your life, you had to make people aware of how you wanted to be treated. Can you talk a little bit about what that path is like and how you were able to communicate that?
Absolutely. And so the biggest way that I found in showing people how I wanted to be treated was sort of a reverse of the golden rule, which is do unto, it's sort of demonstrate, or I guess it's the same thing, but it's demonstrate how you want to be treated, how you want others to do unto you in the way that you do unto others. And so a lot of people that were especially very close to me had, I mean, they were happy because I often was a very angry person to deal with, especially in stressful situations. My default was to go to anger and be very, aggressive in the way that I dealt with things. And I was successful in doing that, but it also caused, great harm to my mental well-being and to my relationships with others. And so a lot of it was retooling, showing people that this is how I was going to deal with things now. And so, I studied things like stoicism. I studied things like mindfulness. I studied the idea of looking at things as dispassionately as possible and applying a level of objectivity to how I was looking at things. I also learned one of the most incredible and healing things that I learned was defaulting to kindness. Even if someone's not being kind to you, and I'm not talking about if someone's attacking you, you have a right to defend yourself. I'm not saying you have to be a pacifist, but in discourse, if someone is not being gracious or kind to you, that doesn't mean you have to be the same way. And it may feel weird or it may feel like you're giving in or anything at first, but the more you do it, the more you realize that you're actually taking the stronger position of not allowing someone to take you off balance of who you want to be.
Right. Because if somebody is able to make you not be kind, they are actually controlling your behavior.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'd like to go into that a little bit more. This idea that we can choose to be kind all the time.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of opportunities that the universe gives you where we could mock people or, ignore them. Or say that's somebody else's problem. But when we choose to be kind, we really change the universe, right?
Yep. It's incredible when you, and when I say be kind, because people think that means that you have to be, overly nice or that you have to, give in to people being rude to you or anything else. It doesn't mean any of that. It just means that you don't have to meet their anger with your own anger. You can deal with them in a way that sometimes will make them even angrier. That, it's sort of the whole kill them with kindness thing. By you continuing to be gracious, by you continuing to, and this happens all the time. If you're a professional internet libertarian like I am, then that like I and Dan are, then you are often talking about very contentious subjects on the internet, which can very often lead to people being less than kind. You can be kind to them. You can still hold your ground on your philosophy and your principles and your beliefs. You can still tell them where you believe that they're wrong and things like that, but you can do it in such a way that you are being largely the better person. And in doing so, and this kind of goes outside of the inner peace part, but from a discourse point of view, often there are people that will look at this discussion happening, and if one person's being kind and gracious and just stating things as they are, and the other one is being insulting and calling names and trying to use ad hominem and things like that, it's going to, even if they have no idea what you're talking about, they're often going to default to going, well, the one who acts like they have some sense is probably the one that's right in this. So it actually works from a messaging standpoint too, but it also allows you to have that peace and not get all riled up on your phone or on your computer, having a conversation about something that you can't really control or change in that moment anyway.
There's a story from my personal life. When I was 18 years old, I was actually going to school overseas, and a person came up to me, and essentially they were begging. He said, I've got this, and just imagine whatever is the good story. He said,
Yep.
Can you lend me some money? And I gave him $20. That was the smallest bill I had on me. I was traveling at the time. And, I think that to a certain extent, if I'd given him $1, I wouldn't have thought twice about it. I would have said, okay, great. But when I gave him the $20, it made me think, did I just get hustled? Did I really just, do something, contribute to somebody else? And it wasn't until years later, and you know how we all have sort of these shame spirals from our past that show up in our lives. And then, it wasn't until years later that I realized that if I was concerned about that, it wasn't true charity. I didn't have the inner peace of contributing to somebody else's welfare if I was haunted by what I had done. If I had all this, I had to learn to give freely. And one of the interesting things that this is going to this is going to go real libertarian real fast. One of the things that libertarians complain about is that the government has sort of taken over charity. They don't want us to look out for each other anymore. And I've always thought that charity does as much for the giver as it does for the recipient, if not more. And I think, when we talk about an Inner Peace Day, what you're talking about is, showing people how you want to be treated. Charity is exactly that. You are putting that into the world. And if we can bring in another religious context, in fact, somebody just mentioned it in the bottom of this incredibly long post that I can't put on the screen, but they talked about the idea of karma, that what you put into the universe comes back to you in some circle. Do you feel that in your life sometimes?
Absolutely. I'm not sure if I agree with the entire concept of karma as a religious or philosophical point.
Right. The idea that we get resurrected and stuff like that.
Metaphysical standpoint or whatever. But yeah, absolutely. Do what we put into the world come back to it? Absolutely. Absolutely. The kinder that you are to others, the more charitable that you are to others. And when I say charitable, it doesn't necessarily mean monetarily or materially. It just means in the way that you treat others and the level of graciousness that you give and the level of gratitude that you have for what you do have. That was a huge point of what I was going through. When you are being told that you have an incurable disease that probably won't make you die sooner, but could very well, greatly affect your quality of life moving forward very quickly and could even make you not live as long as you expected. The last thing you want to do in that moment typically is find out the things that you need to be grateful for. Right? You're not in that mindset. You're pining for the days when your immune system wasn't trying to kill your brain. And so, but one of the main things that I kept in doing my stress reduction stuff, they were like living in gratitude. And I thought, gratitude for what? And at the very moment I started questioning that, I thought, what do you mean gratitude for what? You've been successful. You have a wife and a family who love you. You have a home. You have a roof over your head. You don't want for, things that you need, material things that you need. You are in a situation of being able to take this time to learn how to reduce stress and deal with this challenge that you've been given. You have an opportunity to take this challenge and learn from it and actually have a better quality of life as a result of it. And it kind of spiraled, and it didn't happen that quickly. It took actually me journaling every day at least 3 things that I was grateful for. For years I had to do that until finally I realized I didn't need to write it down anymore. I was living in what I was grateful for, and waking up thinking about what I was grateful for. And that change of being thankful for what you do have instead of focusing on what you don't have. And there's a whole spiral we can go down a rabbit hole of how society has geared us to want more and more things for the benefit of people who can then sell us those things. But the reality is, when you live more gratefully, and that allows you to then be more kind, because now you're looking at people not just as an obstacle in the way of what you're trying to get. You see them as someone that's also experiencing a human existence like you are, and is probably dealing with all sorts of issues that aren't necessarily, they aren't presenting to you in that moment, but you can now treat them with the same level of graciousness that you are finally treating yourself with inside.
Since we've been going all across the religious spectrum at various points in time, there's this tenet in Buddhism that you want to achieve freedom from want, not wanting things. And in fact, there's a great phrase in Judaism as well. I mean, it's a little more specific, says not to covet. Now, it doesn't just say not to covet, because you can't be that specific. Yeah, you can't be that general, because we all have that in our lives. But it is wanting things, right? Those of you who know the 10 Commandments know what I'm referring to there. But wanting things is one of those things that we're focused externally, when in reality, if we look at the gifts that we've been given, there's I think this is Jonathan Livingston Seagull, but I'm not sure. It said, today is a gift. That's why it's called the present. Looking at our lives and what's happening with them and appreciating what we have, that's a key thing to inner peace. And when we model that, we're showing it to everybody else as well. So here we are in this situation where, I think everybody in the United States is unhappy politically.
Yeah.
Right. We have the Trump Republicans. I don't know if I should call them Trump Republicans, but let's just call them the Trump supporters who
Right.
have this different perception of reality that the election was stolen from them, but that is their reality.
Yeah, no, that's what they believe. They believe that there was a massive fraud that just took place and perpetuated against the American people. Yeah.
Yep. And then we have the non-Trump but still Republicans who are, they see their party being torn apart. They see their name being dragged through the mud. They're not happy about what's happened. We have the Democrats who, they just saw the appointment to the CIA of the person who led the spying on the Senate. And so, all these non-Biden Democrats, progressive Democrats are like, oh my God, what happened when we said,
what did we just do?
Exactly.
We got rid of red MAGA. Now we have blue MAGA. Yeah.
Exactly. And then you have the very small group of people who are actually Biden Democrats, which oddly enough doesn't include Joe Biden because he hasn't realized that he's president yet. But
no, definitely.
Other than that, we have this. And so everybody's unhappy politically. And in many ways, the one answer to that, the fact that there's so much anger about this, is libertarianism. This is a way that libertarianism is actually a path to a much more peaceful reflection on our political state. And I'm just going to give you that softball and say, get it out of the park. How does libertarianism lead to political peace?
So here's my opinion on that, why it leads to political peace. The reason that we see more and more division and more anger is that the more power is centralized into the hands of a small handful of people, the more crucial it is to control who that small handful is. So now, instead of your differences of opinion with your neighbor just being differences of opinion with your neighbor, if you're no longer and your neighbor are no longer able to make those decisions for yourself, and it's now being decided by someone else in a position of power where one of you wins, one of you wins in terms of your way of thinking how things should be done, and the other one loses, your neighbor is now your adversary. Your neighbor is now your opponent. And the worse it gets, your neighbor is now straight up your enemy. Your neighbor is a threat to everything you hold dear. And that could be everything from, something like a regulation that might affect your business, all the way up to whether or not you can continue to stay in the country, whether or not you can continue to live outside of a prison, whether or not you can continue to live. These things become beyond crucial because they're no longer in your hands to work with others as you see fit to fix these problems. They're now something that are being imposed upon you by someone, atop that, a shining city on a hill. And the problem with that way, that top-down way of doing things, one of the many problems, besides the fact that it doesn't work and is completely immoral because it robs you of your ability to make those determinations for yourself. One of those negative side effects is that now you hate your neighbor. Your neighbor that disagrees with you on the types of things that are or are not acceptable. Now you are in a white hot battle with them over whether or not you are going to be threatened for saying this thing. And you could do that with everything, with healthcare, with defense, with education, with immigration, with any of these things. But now it's no longer just you two, agree. You can't agree to disagree because it is crucial that your way wins or else you lose. What libertarianism does, by contrast, is it takes away all the power from those people who have, by the way, proven themselves completely inept or unwilling to actually fix these problems, and gives the power back to you and to your neighbor so that you're free to live your life as you see fit, harming no one around you. And when that happens, now your neighbor's just someone you disagree with that thing on. And who knows, maybe now that you're just friends and neighbors again, maybe you may end up coming to a common accord or an agreement on that thing. That will never happen in this arrangement. It will only get worse and worse and worse. Libertarianism is the bomb that solves this problem. And bomb, BALM, not BOMB. It is the solve, if you will, that solves this problem by simply letting you have that power to make that decision for yourself instead of putting it in the hands of a small handful.
And you really did hit that out of the park. That was perfect. It's by design though, because there are forces that are trying to make us enemies.
Yes. Yeah. No, this is 100% intentional. Not just because not only now are you enemies with your neighbor, but the more enemy you are, more of an enemy you are with your neighbor. The more you're out literally fighting each other in the streets, the harder it is for you guys to take a step back and go, wait a second, this is all a con game. These people work together all day long to make our lives more difficult. Look at these stimulus bills. Look at any time it's time to renew some act that allows the government to spy on you whenever they want to, or throw you in prison anytime they want to, or do anything they want to. They come together in record time. They don't even they barely talk about it. There's barely any deliberations. They just do it. And so the more at each other we are, the less likely we are to see that that's happening. And again, that's also where libertarianism comes in, because when people aren't at each other's throats, when we are at peace with ourselves and those around us, we are in a more calm and collected way to observe what's happening and make an actual objective logic-based decision, instead of just trying to figure it out in a very fear-based and anger-based way. That's never going to be as good of, we're never going to be able to determine what's happening or adapt to it as well as when we ourselves are calm.
So one of the critical underlying things behind that point is that the people who get elected, it's been said that a politician really only cares about three things: getting elected, getting reelected, and
Yes.
getting elected to higher office. And so we have a system right now, and I am excluding you as, I know you were a vice presidential candidate, but I'm not saying that you were actually running because you thought, oh, my goal is that eventually I'm going to be elected president someday.
Right.
I wish. But in that vein, we have a system where we elect people into power who profit by our country being divided politically.
Yes, very much so. Not just, they don't just profit from us being, it's beyond they profit from it. It's the only way they can do it. It is what allows them to play the con game. And we see this all the time. If you distill the actions of government down into the personal level, these are no different than the actions of any other con artist that abuses toxic relationships. And, we have people in our lives, right? They try to, create this toxic codependent situation where we feel like that we either owe it to them or that we have to help them because someone else is, hurting them or whatever else. And all of that is just another way of playing to the state of things in this country is really one giant toxic codependent relationship where we are all forced into association with each other, not because we want to be, but because we're essentially forced to under threat of harm. That doesn't lead to peaceful interactions with people. That leads to more and more people feeling like they are in a state of civil war every time that they vote, or every time that they're even just conducting themselves every day. And that makes things worse. One thing I want to note, because often when I talk about having inner peace in the face of tyranny and oppression, I have people who come to me and say, how can I be peaceful when there are people who actually want to cancel my existence, or want to hurt me, want to throw me in jail, want to kill me, want to have me removed from the country, want to not recognize my humanity, want to treat me like I'm less than? And my answer to that is that your oppressor would like nothing more than for you to be miserable. Right? The more miserable you are, the more they have succeeded. I'm not telling you to fight against what they're doing. I'm not telling you that you should rest until the very moment that the things that are being imposed upon you have ended. I'm telling you that while you do that, you should be in a state of peace. You should be happy. You should be grateful for the things that you do have as you continue to fight for the things that you don't, to be able to have what is rightfully yours. Because nothing would make the people that are trying to hurt you more upset than to know that you're happy, you're thriving. You can't wait for the next day to be able to fight happily against what they're doing to you. They want you to be miserable. Don't let them win. So you said fight against what it is that they're doing to you. I think that brings a nice circle back to what we're talking about, Peaceful Warrior Day. Yes. This idea that there is a struggle and we can't give up, because if we just say this is just the way life is and there's always going to be kings in our lives, there's always going to be rulers, there's going to be people who tell us what to do and I shouldn't struggle against it. That's what they want. They want us to be complacent. They want us to say, you know what, I'm willing to put up with, let's bring the Franklin quote in, a little loss of liberty for security, essential security. Yeah. Something like that. And that is one of the things that the Libertarian Party
talks about. And sometimes, we're also called extremists because we say we want all of our freedoms all of the time.
All of the time. Yep.
But that's not really an extremist viewpoint, is it?
I wouldn't say that it is extremist. I think that the extreme is saying that there should be people who use the threat of harm up to and including killing you to achieve their goals. I think it is very moderate to say, why shouldn't people be able to live their own lives in free association and disassociation with each other as they see fit, armed and empowered with their money and their freedom and their opportunity to be able to thrive and to prosper and to help those who can't for themselves. That's far more of a moderate, or or whether it's moderate or not, I think that it is the intuitively correct position. I believe that we should, we say peaceful warrior. Don't ever give up. Don't ever surrender. Part of surrendering is allowing yourself to be miserable and filled with anger and hatred, and to hate those around you, even those who may be on your side to some extent. The best way, one of the best ways internally that you can fight back, is to live a life of happiness, gratitude, peace, and kindness towards others. Not by giving up, not by, refusing to continue to fight against what they're doing, but just the opposite, by putting yourself in the best possible position, spiritually, mentally, physically, psychologically, to be able to fight back.
I think that is I think that most libertarians agree with that idea. That is not the perception that people have of libertarians, that we want everybody else to be as happy as possible, to find, their way to be as happy as possible. How do we as libertarians show that really what we actually want is for everybody to go out there and get that happiness, that joy in their lives? How do we help people realize that about us?
I think, first of all, we need to recognize, Dan, why so many libertarians are angry. Because just like we need to empathize with the people who disagree with us and see where they're coming from, we need to also empathize and reflect with the people that do agree with us, but often, present our ideas in ways that are less than kind or charitable. As a libertarian, we exist in a world of increasing tyranny, and we look around and see the vast majority of people either actively cheering it on or just kind of shrugging their shoulders and saying, well, I guess there's nothing that we can do about it. And that makes us incredibly angry. I was very much an angry libertarian for quite some time. The problem is that in order to be able to meet people where they are, people that are, for lack of a better word, cheerleading on what's happening, or are sort of complacent towards it, or have thrown their shoulders up and thrown their arms up and said, there's nothing I can do about it. We need to empathize with where they're coming from, and we can't do that if we're angry at everyone else. The reality is we have been conditioned since before we could even form words, when we were just beginning to form thoughts, to believe that this whole thing is correct. And it sometimes takes a lot of disabusing of prior perception and assumptions to be able to show people what can intuitively make sense to them, that this doesn't work. Having a small handful of what we all universally agree to be inept and corrupt people telling us how to live our lives doesn't work. It's never going to work. But in order to do that, we have to meet them where they are. We have to be kind to them. We have to be charitable to them. Our ideas, libertarians, are better than the Democrats on the things that their voter base cares about. We're better than the Republicans on the things their voter base cares about. And for that matter, we're better than centrist politicians on the things that centrists care about, right? So why are we arguing with people? Why not listen to what they're saying, empathize with them, demonstrate that we understand what we're going through, and what they're going through, and then we can take them on the journey on how we can fix these problems. All of that requires being in a state of peace and calm and kindness for ourselves, which that often gets lost because we're not kind to ourselves. Very often we're not kind to ourselves. Be kind to ourselves, and then use that same kindness in how we treat others. That is a path to be able to spread a message of liberty that's not just principled and not just, bold, but also engaging and empathetic and dynamic, and connects with everyday people who aren't already, on board with our philosophy. That's how we connect with people.
It's awesome. You mentioned something in there, talking about how one of the things that we find so oppressive is these involuntarily forced associations, and how they sort of take us apart. We have a guest who's going to come in, and we're kind of combining a lot of different people here. Hannah Cox is, among other things, just incredibly famous for her fight against the death penalty, but also Hannah's going to talk about, I think, one of the most powerful forms of voluntary association, where a lot of people can find peace, and talk about the power of prayer circles. So Hannah, thanks so much for joining us, People for Liberty, on our Peaceful Warrior Day. First of all, I've asked everybody this question in the beginning. What does the phrase peaceful warrior mean to you?
It's a great question. And thanks for sharing your time, Spike. Sorry for the time mix up earlier. Really glad to be here. I love the term peaceful warrior. I often had people referring to me as a happy warrior on social media for many years. And I truly did not know what they were talking about, because I often don't feel like I'm a happy warrior. I feel like I'm angry and I'm exhausted. And I'm fed up with the government. But when I looked up the origins of it and really understood the story, which if you haven't, then I encourage everybody to Google that, the happy warrior. It's really somebody who consistently wakes up and every day decides to fight again and decides to continue championing their message. And I love flipping that to a peaceful warrior, because that is what we believe in, right? We believe in trying to achieve our goals through peaceful means. We believe in trying to create a more peaceful existence among people. We believe that, things like the non-aggression principle, these things bring about peace, because we are not forcing our views on others. We're not forcing them to live in any kind of way. And that's really what sows distress. And so we are warriors in that way. We're continuing to try to fight back against oppressors, and against specifically oppressors within government who are harming people and harming their way of life, and prohibiting them from really achieving their version of the American dream. But we're doing it in such a way that we do hope to sow peace. So I think it's fantastic terminology. Oh, I can't hear you, Dan.
Dan, you're muted.
Sorry. I've gotten really good about, the second one. I want to type something to mute, but unmuting is not so great. So let's talk a little bit about what prayer circles are. I will confess, I didn't know much about them until I started researching for today's broadcast. So can you tell me what a prayer circle is?
Yeah, I think my colleagues and I made it up. I don't know if it's a common thing people are doing, but I work on a very diverse staff. I work on a staff that has both Democrats and Republicans, and I'm kind of the only libertarian. But we have a wide span of people, and we have people that live all over the country and that are from many different backgrounds. And so we have Christians that are part of our staff. We have agnostic members of our staff. We have some Muslims who are on our staff. But given the events of the past, week, 2 weeks, I think everybody has really been feeling a lot of tension, despair to some extent, a little bit hopeless, frustrated, angry. There's just so many emotions flying around. And while trying to dissect some of that on a staff call, one of our colleagues just said, that she'd really like to come together and just hold a space for people who were religious or of some kind of faith to come together and just try to pray for our country and for each other. And so we did that. I'd say about half of our staff turned up. And it was a really powerful experience. I didn't realize how much I needed that, but I thought it was really beautiful that we were able to come together in that way, that we were able to, to really kind of hold a space with people who had different religious beliefs, different denominations, who maybe called God by different names, but to come together in believing that we were working to achieve a better world together. And that, as Martin Luther King Jr. put it, that there's a cosmic force on the side of those who are fighting for justice and peace in this world. And so we kind of just did like a popcorn style sort of thing. I'm not somebody who really likes to pray out loud, but it kind of eased me into it because other people were doing so. And we have a couple people on our staff that are actually spiritual leaders on the side and pastors as well. So that helped kick it off. But throughout the entire hour long process that we were doing this, I think everybody just sort of felt a sense of peace come over them. A reminder that, no matter what your exact beliefs are, so many of us do believe that there is a higher power, that there is another force kind of supporting us in this world. And that while we do face really significant problems in this country and very serious issues among different people groups in our country, that there are still ways we can come together. And I think that was proof of it, right? So often religions have been this way to divide people. oftentimes to sow distrust among people or division, and to make people think they're separated. But in creating a space where we could come together across various religions, I think it was proof that, we can overcome some of these things. Some of these things have been used to separate us and divide us. If we choose to, we can set that aside and instead look at the things that we agree upon. And so that was what we used it for. And I'd encourage anybody who maybe is feeling some stress, maybe feeling anxiety, even if you have 2 or 3 other people around you who are people of faith, no matter what that faith is, consider coming together and praying and really trying to take some time aside to focus on what we need to do to prepare ourselves to continue being peaceful warriors in this world.
You remind me of an important part of my childhood. So I was raised Jewish. It didn't, I don't want to say it didn't stick, but I describe myself now as American secular. But I mean, to me, bacon is calling to me. It tells me, eat me. But so after I had my bar mitzvah, there was a period of time in sort of rebellion against my parents. And I said, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in anything. And then there was a moment in my life where the divinity in the universe was obvious and it overwhelmed me. And I said, I can't be an atheist anymore. I'm not sure what I am, but I think that there is something there. And there's such a commonality in that experience. I like to say a lot that what we have together is the shared human experience. And, it's broader. I talked earlier about, sort of the Buddhist idea that life is suffering. And we talked about the Judeo-Christian golden rule of do unto others as you have them do unto you. We have this shared thing that we think we're alone, and we're like, you know what? Every other human has pain in their life. We all have grief. I have a friend who she's a life coach, joy counselor, variety of things. She says every tear that was shed in grief was birthed in love. And there's a lot of times when I've had, grieving moments, and in the depth of them, I think how miserable I feel. I'm like, how terrible would it be to not have grief in your life, to have nothing to grieve for, to have a life so empty that things just come by. And having a circle where people together, and I'll throw this out to everybody, having a group of people where you can share the fact that our lives are filled with emotion and feeling. That's one of the strongest revelations that can bind us together.
Yeah, I actually find it beautiful. And Hannah, you just talked about this, the fact that religion is often used to divide us. You're a Christian, I'm a Jew, this person's a Muslim, this person is not, and this happened, a lot of people are left behind who aren't even sure what they are or what they believe, and because they don't fit into a box, they get divided as well. Or even within Christianity or in other faiths as well, there's then the denominations. You're a Baptist, you're a Methodist, you're an Episcopalian, and so forth, and Jews and other ones have this as well. I think it's incredible what you're doing. I actually have a question about this. Because you are navigating the fact that there are differences in the faiths, and that there are also, therefore, differences in the way and procession that prayers happen. How can you walk us through how a typical, how you actually do the prayer circle in such a way that it is edifying everyone's beliefs and not making anyone feel that it is a this faith dominant type of prayer, or is it sort of a rotating thing? Tell us how that works.
Well, to be honest, it sort of happened organically. We didn't really have a lot of time to plan this outside of just, we want to hold this space. If you want to come, here's the Zoom link and here's the time we're going to have it. So it was a little bit trial and error. And I think that most of us on the call agreed it was something we'd like to do at least monthly moving forward. We found it really beneficial. And so I'd love to find feedback from people who are on it. I will say, no matter what the space is in this country, I just think by nature of sheer demographics, you do usually end up with a more Christian dominant space. So while we did have multiple religions represented there, most people were coming from some kind of denomination. But the way we did it in allowing people to just kind of come in and say, their piece in a sort of a popcorn style movement. I know one of my colleagues who is Muslim, she came on and she said a prayer in Arabic. And then she basically translated it for us after she had finished, so that we had a bit more of an understanding of exactly what she had said. So I thought that was a beautiful insight into Islam and seeing what their prayer life would look like. And then I have another colleague who is a bit more, I think, would probably fall in the Christian bucket, but maybe sort of the agnostic kind of Christian bucket. And she read a prayer from Martin Luther King Jr. that was very impactful to her. And so it was kind of just come as you are, show up as you want to, or if you don't want to be public, if you just want to join in solidarity with us, then you can do that too. And so we very much left it up to people. I would be curious to hear from some of my colleagues that were from other denominations if that worked for them as well as it did for the Christians. We haven't gotten to have that conversation yet, but I liked it. I am somebody who has grown up Christian. My dad's a pastor. Spike, you and I have talked about our backgrounds, and I know we have a lot of overlap in that regard.
Right.
And I've struggled with my religion off and on over the years, but especially in the past 4 or 5 years where, so many of evangelical white Christians from the kind of background I grew up in, Southern Baptist, were in the Trump circle, were adamant fans of his. And I really was repelled by that and didn't want to be associated with that. And it made me question my faith for some time. I remember I was looking around at the people of faith who showed up at state capitals with me to argue for human rights and civil liberties. And they were Catholics and they were Jewish. And I didn't see a lot of my people. And that was very discouraging to me. And for a while I thought maybe I just need to convert. And then I kind of backed off of that, but I would still put myself in that boat of I struggle with my faith. And that was another thing that I thought was so great about this circle that we brought together is a lot of people were in that boat of saying, I'm struggling. I don't feel close to God. I don't feel like my prayer life's been very active lately. I'm not even sure what I believe right now, but I believe something. And I don't know the exact verse, but there's a verse in the Bible that says, even faith as small as a mustard seed can move mountains. And I think that's all it takes, right? I don't think you have to have everything figured out. I think it's totally okay to be questioning, but just to have faith that there is a higher power. There is something that we can come together on here. I think that's enough to get started.
Yep. It's what it does is, I'm sure I'm not the first person to say to you, as someone who is not an evangelical, but I will say to you in defense of your faith, and we hear it in every faith. Don't allow the less than charitable or less than noble actions of those who share or claim to share your faith determine your faith. It can get very frustrating. It can give you that sense of not wanting to identify as that, if only just not to be associated, the guilt by association thing. But, ultimately your faith is between you and who you believe to be your creator. And that's, are there teachers? Yes. And we've talked about the whole, PK/RK phenomenon of having a parent who is actually, in a person of the cloth, if you will. But, by getting rid of that and by being kind to those around us and by being, internally peaceful, and also by making whatever faith that we have, if you're a person of faith, if you're not, then you're not, but if you are a person of faith, making that faith about you and your creator, and remembering that every article of faith that I know of, at least in any of the Abrahamic religions, is that we are imperfect, that we will always fail, that the state of our nature is that we fail, and how amazing that we have the grace of this higher power that affords us those mistakes and those transgressions. We can try our best to be even remotely as graceful as that higher power. And it sounds like that's what you're doing with your prayer circle and with your attempt to connect with your faith.
Yeah, I think that's a really beautiful way of putting it. And I think that one thing that I really started to take away in recent years was, as much as I was repelled by some of the actions and behaviors by people who shared the same name of faith as me, is to put myself, the Bible says, why do you condemn the speck in somebody else's eye instead of the log in your own? And to recognize that I'm as much a sinner and as much fallen and fail as much as they do, just probably in different ways than what their acts are concerned.
What their particular.
Yeah.
And I think that that's a critical thing about it too. It's also one of my favorite, the moat and the plank. And, when we recognize, these difficulties that are in our lives, the understanding, and I'm like, I can, this is not a religious quote. This is just one of my favorite Mark Twain quotes. said, when I was 14 years old, my father was a complete idiot. When I was 21, I was amazed how much he had learned in the last 7 years. And I can remember thinking that as a teenager and thinking, you know, I have these tremendous problems and nobody understands them but me. Nobody knows how terrible my teenage life is, how terrible going to school is, all these things, because you don't have these shared, you don't have at that time, you don't have the ability to share those things. And when you do learn to share them, you share them with your high school friends. One of the reasons why your high school friends are your best friends for forever, it's because you shared all these things with them first.
You're developing with them. Yeah,
exactly. And that's one of the things that I love about this idea of this prayer circle, is that it brings people together in a way that they get to share with each other. And that's something that I don't think comes naturally to most people. We have to learn how to share of ourselves. And I'm wondering how, when you started bringing people together, did you have to moderate it? Do you have to coach? Is it one of the things? Well, Spike, why don't you share with the group today what's going on? Or did it just flow out of people?
Yeah, well, first I didn't really convene the gathering. It was another colleague of mine. But once we got there, it was sort of like, who's in charge, right? who's gonna guide this? Where do we start? And I think, you know, we sort of just kind of had to be in that awkward space at first of how do we do this? You know, I think when you're coming together with other people of the same religion, you sort of know the basic ways to proceed and how you usually would come together in prayer and worship, etc. But when you're doing it with multi-faith, it's just different. And so you know, it was trial and error, but it was a good thing. And I think it allowed each of us to sort of say, you know, what our normal styles were, how we typically would go about this, what our comfort level was, kind of what we were hoping to get out of the experience, and then sort of slowly start proceed. Again, I did have I have two colleagues that actually are ministers on the side of their work in criminal justice reform, and so they were able to sort of lead it a little bit more professionally and really kick us off. But as a whole, it really wasn't super organized. It wasn't very structured. It really was allowed to kind of flow, and there was some empty spaces. But I think that's a really good thing. One thing I loved about the whole experience is, you know, I often talk about in multiple ways how in America we're so divided. We just do not know people who are not like us. You know, I remember a few years ago, somebody said, do you have a passport? And I was like, yeah, who doesn't have a passport? Well, most Americans don't have a passport.
Majority
right?
of Americans. Yeah.
But in my circle, everybody has a passport. And so it's little things like that. And it's big things, right? It's not knowing people of different religions or races or ethnicities or socioeconomic classes, on and on and on and on. And so I think just when you first start entering those spaces and trying to really hold community and find ways to work with people who are so different than you, there's some tension, there's some awkwardness to kind of sort through, but it's so worth it, and it's so rewarding when you do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw this question out to both of you. I caught it really quick.
Yeah, you got it.
I'm going to throw this out as a question to both of you. So here we are in this world, and Hannah, you really talked about the fact that, you know, in the Southern Baptist community, you found a lot of people who were advocating for things that you really didn't agree with just because of the effect that Trump has had. And I can certainly tell you that, you know, among the Jewish community, there's certainly a lot of people who advocate for things that just don't make any sense to me. I don't understand where they're coming from. How do we deal with, let's not call them non-believers. Let's call them the people who believe in something that we know isn't right, that we know isn't true. And that's what we're confronting right now is, you know, we are confronting people in our lives. You know, there's a woman who's probably watching this now. I refer to her as the libertarian daughter I never had. She actively believes that the election was stolen, that there was a massive fraud across the country. And I am baffled at how to deal with that. The only thing I can do is, and you guys are going to help me, this has become our prayer circle, the only thing I can do is say, okay, if I don't know how to reach her with anything else, all I can do is put love into the conversation and say, you know, I love you. I think you're wrong, but I love you. How do you guys deal with that? With these people who are so disassociated from what our reality looks like at this point in time.
Well, Hannah, do you mind if I go
Yeah.
for okay? So as a libertarian, we often have to learn how to love people who are wrong, and so which is, by the way, when we were talking earlier, right before Hannah came on, about how there are people who are so libertarians who are so angry because we see everyone around us just being so wrong, and it frustrates us to no end, right? And then we end up attacking each other because we're also all wrong, even in our own groups. But going to your question, what I have done is I actually have 3 filters that I use when I'm talking to people. And I found that it is incredibly reflective. It forces me to reflect, and it also forces me to actually consciously consider how I'm conducting myself with this person and just in general. And if at any point these 3 filters don't work and I'm not able to continue being kind and gracious, then I just disengage. And that's an important thing to remember. We don't always have to engage with people. And if we're not in a state where it's a good thing to do in that moment, we shouldn't engage with them. The first filter I use is pretend that you're talking to, like Dan's talking about, someone you love very much, but they're just really, really wrong and you just really disagree with them. How would you talk to them? How would you want them to talk to you? How would you want to discuss this with them? Imagine it's Mima and she's just really wrong about immigration or whatever. The next thing is pretend that everyone you care about is watching you conduct yourself in this moment, which, if you're doing it on social media, very strong possibility. Imagine that everyone you care about and everyone everyone on earth is watching you do this. And especially, again, on the internet, it might be true. How would you conduct yourself differently if you knew that everyone, including those that you care most about, are watching and listening to every single word that you are saying and seeing how you're conducting yourself? And then the final thing is this. And this especially works for libertarians because most of us did not start as libertarians. Remember when you either agreed with what they're saying right now or agreed with something equally heinous that you now find to be absurd and ridiculous. How would you have liked to have been spoken to back then? I use that one a lot. I was a neocon. I wanted countries to be bombed. I wanted all sorts of terrible things. I wanted the Middle East turned to glass. I was terrible. How would neocon Spike would have wanted someone to talk to him and conduct yourself with that person? And I find using those 3 filters is a powerful way to start a way of you kind of controlling how you're conducting yourself with someone who's just so wrong. But it also kind of forces you to reflect how you're dealing with people in general. And eventually you don't have to actually you don't have to mentally go through each of those. It just kind of changes over time as practice how you are engaging with those around you. And I think that's a powerful way to do it.
That's an awesome thing to do. We're coming up to the top of the hour, and
did I take all of? I'm sorry, Hannah. Did I just take all your time?
No.
Listen, I couldn't have said it better. I continue to think Spike's one of the most effective communicators in our movement. I appreciate watching you work. I think you have a great ability to really reach people outside of our bubbles.
Thank you.
The only thing I would add to it is, I often go back to Dale Carnegie's book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. And I think about times I've changed my mind on really big policies. And I like the point in that book that says to find the point of commonality and work from there. And I think that's how people got me. They found a point of commonality with me. Oh, but you with the death penalty, for example, you don't trust the government to deliver the mail. Why do you trust it to kill people?
Exactly.
That got my attention, right? So, and then that it wasn't mocking me. It wasn't condemning me. It wasn't, aggressively coming at me. It was just sort of taking my own beliefs, holding them to be true, and then asking me to be consistent in them. But finding that kind of point of commonality and then moving from there can really work well.
Yep.
That's a wonderful way to put a cap on this. Thank you so much, Hannah. Thank you guys for Spike. I'm just going to be taking questions from the audience. So people who have questions to queue up, please start posting them in here, and we'll start commenting on them. Spike, you are welcome to go eat some well-earned lunch. If you want to stick around and help me answer some questions, you're welcome to do that as well.
What time? Let me see what time it is. I can stick around for maybe 20 minutes or so and answer a couple questions.
That sounds great. Well, one of the things that I want to talk about was, and I just lost it, what Hannah said right at the closing.
Commonality, point of commonality.
It'll come to me.
It'll come back.
Yeah, exactly. See, this is what 53 looks like, and why I have to practice because I start forgetting things, and now I need a little bit of help from everybody. We'll start off with this first question that's on the screen, and I want to give a shout out to Cassie Daly, who is behind this, running everything. The reason why we look so good is because Cassie is using the soft light filter on me, and also changing the cameras and bringing the great questions up. Casey, sorry, Casey. So the first question is, how many meditation practices such as centering prayer, TM, mindfulness, or something else? I've become fascinated with TM recently, and people who aren't familiar with it, it's not a casual discipline. There's all sorts of rules and structures around it. But two people who are incredibly successful, who I respect, Howard Stern and Adam Sandler, both talk about the fact that TM was their path to getting their life, which had been filled with all sorts of creative stuff, into a focused place where they could get their creativity into a productive manner. And I'm always, I've been a Howard Stern fan for forever. And if you haven't listened to him recently, his life transformation is astonishing. He was always incredibly entertaining, but now he's thoughtful and really gets people going. Spike, do you have any meditation, mantra, anything like that that's in your life?
So I've focused less on, I don't know what centering, I've not heard of centering prayer. I am familiar with TM. Mostly I've focused on mindfulness. So instead of having like the mantras and things like that, it's mostly getting in touch with your body, how it feels. And then from there, moving outward. I'm in touch with how every part of my body feels. Now I'm in touch with what things are happening in my surroundings. And I kind of also, I tend to hybridize everything because I'm convinced that no one has everything 100% correct except me. And so I have kind of applied some stoicism in there as well to being mindful of others and mindful of how my reaction is to what others are saying. So now when someone, is saying something to me, instead of reacting emotionally, or when I have that initial emotional reaction, exploring why I had that emotional reaction in the first place. But going back to meditation, I've mostly focused on mindfulness, just because I found intuitively after that initial period of feeling uncomfortable about thinking about how my body feels and focusing on my breath, which for some reason can be anxiety inducing when you first start doing it. I found that it was actually pretty helpful, very helpful in getting that feeling of, it's not a feeling of control. It's a feeling of acknowledging that you don't have control, and that once you let go of that and are able to kind of sit back inside of your head and observe things as they're happening, you actually have more control than you did when you were trying to forcefully work through everything. And that has been one of the most healing things I've been through.
You reminded me of a great story, and we're talking about for me, this strange interfaith path that I've been on. I went to school in England for a year, and it was a Church of England school. And so I learned the Lord's Prayer in an Anglican church.
Right.
And somebody in the comments can tell me what the difference is between the Anglican and the Catholic version. I know there is a difference. But one of the most important phrases in there that I'd never heard before is, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us.
Yeah.
And I thought about, this idea of forgiveness and how often I was pretty good about being generous and forgiving other people, but I was so incredibly hard on myself and didn't forgive myself things. And so I have this thing, and I think a lot of people have it because the phrase shame spiral is so well understood, where I start to think about something that I did 15 years ago. And I just think about how stupid that was. And I mean, maybe for people not as old as me, it's not as long ago, but how stupid I was. And it just becomes a spiral. I'm like, God, how could I have done that? It's so stupid. And so I have this mantra now that I will say to myself out loud to break the spiral: forgive yourself. Forgive yourself. And that has been so powerful in terms of recognizing that. Thank you, Ethan. I had a feeling you would know it.
Yeah, it's for thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever, amen. And that's the Protestant, that's the non-Catholic version, I think, and then the Catholic version doesn't have that.
Interesting. There's also, of course, a funny joke, and I wonder if this is what the comedian does, where the little boy thinks that God's name is Harold because a father hot in heaven Herald be thy name. It's always one of my favorites. But yeah, so learning to forgive yourself. For me, that was a big breakthrough. And of course, there's there's the great. It's not a Whitney Houston song. I can't remember who did the original version, but learning to love yourself is the greatest gift of all. Forgiving yourself is in that vein as well. Somebody in the comments can tell me who did the original version of that song as well. Yeah, Spike, what made you turn away from being a neocon?
So much in the same way that Hannah was talking about with the death penalty, that people came to her and said, hey, you're a conservative. You think the government shouldn't deliver the mail, but they should kill people. First, let's talk about how I even became a neocon in the first place. I was 19. I also blame the drugs because I was a heavy drug user for many years, but that's probably a cop-out. I think if I had been sober, I still would have probably been a neocon, but I like to say it was the drugs. Once I got sober, then I wasn't a neocon anymore, but that's probably not true. After 9/11 or during 9/11, I was 19 years old. I was horrified like everyone. I was scared like everyone. I thought, is this the new normal? Are we going to get attacked every day? And the media is talking about, the potential ever-present threat of Islamic fundamentalist terrorism. And I went down the rabbit hole of what government and media told me, which is that there was a group of people who hated us because we were just so darn free, Dan. And, if it wasn't for our freedom, that's what really got them, was how free we were. And it was stuck in their craw, and they weren't going to stop killing us until we weren't free. And when people would say things like, well, aren't we going to be less free if we're being surveilled all the time? I didn't want to hear that. I was scared, and I wanted an enemy to hate and to destroy so that then we could go back to living the peaceful life that we supposedly were living up until then. Again, I was 19, very little context. And so I bought into it. I bought into Republicans and most Democrats telling me that, or I guess most Republicans and most Democrats telling me that we had to go and invade Afghanistan. And then we also had to invade Iraq for some reason, not Saudi Arabia, also again, for some reason, but that we needed to do this. We needed to spread peace and freedom and democracy around the world using whatever level of deadly force was necessary to spread our peaceful ways to these terrible people who were so murderous. So we had to kill them, and they hated our freedom. So we needed to take their lives and our own freedoms in the process. And I unironically believe this stuff. And when incredibly annoying libertarians like Ron Paul or Matt Kibbe's another one, these were libertarians that talked in conservative circles and basically said, hey guys, we don't trust the government. Why are we doing this? And I always kind of leaned conservative because I had a business and it was fairly successful. I wanted my taxes to be lower. I always kind of felt like I had been taught, a government that wants to take your guns is a government that wants to round us all up and kill us again. So I was very much against gun control. And what else? I also I tended to think that the government shouldn't be telling us, what drugs we can or cannot use, if only because I was using them. So I tended to be more kind of, I guess, libertarian conservative leaning, but I just had this real big hang up about we had to bomb most of the world and that we had to protect Israel, our greatest ally. Over time, two things got me out of being a neocon. Number one was all of the predictions that libertarians and other anti-war people made about what would happen in Iraq, what would happen in Afghanistan, how it mirrored past things like Vietnam and the Russian involvement in Afghanistan, how these things would play out. Watching it happen exactly the way they predicted made me think, maybe they got something here. Then also coupling that with just people engaging me respectfully and sometimes snarkily, but respectfully and saying, hey, schmuck, why do you think, I'm not saying go call people schmucks, but, people saying, hey, schmuck, why do you think that, the government that, again, you don't trust to do, to deal with healthcare, you don't trust them to deal with, the mail, you don't trust them to tell you whether or not you can have a gun, but you can trust them to spy on you and every other person on the planet and go around killing whoever they want to, that you can trust them to do that. And it took a long time. That coupled with, seeing that it wasn't just that, the things that I disagreed with government that they were wrong on, that they were wrong on everything, that it really just, I went pretty much straight out of being a neocon to being more of a kind of a conservatarian, minarchist, constitutionalist type, until eventually being, my final form, as it were, of being a Super Saiyan libertarian that I am now.
Yeah, I had very similar path. I was being older than you, I was brought in by the real neocon Ronald Reagan.
Yes.
Part of it too is my parents as academics were huge Democrats, and so more than anything, I started being interested in Reagan because it really pissed my parents off.
You were Alex P. Keaton.
Yeah, exactly right. same era, all that stuff. I have a different story that I'll tell some point in time about that. But then in like 1983, Pat Robertson and Jerry Falwell and the moral majority made it clear there wasn't a place for me in their iteration of the Republican Party. Did my camera just go out?
Yep, we got. Wait, you're still. I can hear you. We can hear you though.
All right, let me. I'm gonna flip it real quick, and you can fill for 30 seconds.
So what Dan's trying to say is that he was a very rebellious young Jew, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine. He was the Jewish Alex P. Keaton of Family Ties, the Alex P. Jewton, if you will. And he's back.
Yes, good Phil. So in 2000, so I had to leave the Republican Party at that point in time, and I sort of wandered around in what I would say close to libertarian circles. But I still had the same feeling as you, that sort of the idea that there's a foreign policy in which they hate us because of our freedom and fight everybody in the world for it. And in fact, I can tell people that, after 9/11 in 2001, I was trying to explain to people that really 9/11 was about Britney Spears' midriff, and that there are posters of Britney Spears.
Oh yeah.
In these in Afghanistan that threatens fundamental Islam, right? Because Britney's a woman who's powerful, right? But she's also showing skin, and I will say that the outfit that Britney was wearing in my dream was completely inappropriate, but it was I'm sorry, that's one of my favorite jokes. And so at that point in time, I sort of stopped and I said, that's insane. Okay. You might talk about that, but in reality, Britney and American culture in general is doing so much more to convert the rest of the world than any bombs that we drop or anything else. There's a version of Green Onion, one of the all-time best blues songs that the Blues Brothers did. And Dan Aykroyd said, if we're so terrible, how come everybody in the world is doing flips and twists to get into a genuine pair of American blue jeans? What is it about our culture, right? The definition of cool around the world is American culture. People want to emulate what we've got. And we don't have to fight weapons with bombs. We don't have to fight people with anything else. If we just let what's awesome that we do. And then the one other thing about it, this ties back in, and this is when I really sort of said, what really makes it work is people see our incredible wealth, and the wealth in the United States is phenomenal. When we talk about poverty in the United States, we're not talking about poverty like it is in Africa or in Asia. We're not talking about people who don't,
or even Latin, or even most of Latin America. Like our poverty is what's considered. And there are certainly many things that need to be dealt with economically that will allow people that are in poverty in the U.S. to be able to climb out of it. But even our poverty, the baseline of poverty in the U.S. for most people, is what is considered like lower middle class or middle class existence anywhere else on earth, pretty much.
Exactly. We're so phenomenally wealthy, and especially too, because in terms of population, we're smaller than China. We're smaller than India. We're actually smaller than the European Union as a whole. And yet we outproduce them all. Now, I know those numbers go a little bit back and forth, and I realize that the thing about it is it's the free market, right? Or the freer market, right? The United States.
A market as free as possible. Yeah.
Exactly. And if we let the free market go out there and be our evangelist, we don't have to do anything. We don't have to fight battles. We don't have to bomb people, anything else. The free market and the wealth that it's produced, and the United States being the example of that was what brought me around, where I realized government just always gets it wrong and ruins it. All right, we got another question on the screen. Thank you so much, Anita, for coming in. How do we think the Libertarian Party can be more successful at reaching out to women and the LGBTQ community?
So I think women, the LGBTQ community, people of color, marginalized communities in general, we need to recognize, first we have to go back to our first principles here and what we believe. If we recognize that government is largely an agent of harm, that the arrangement of government of a small handful of powerful people imposing themselves upon us through force and threats of force, taking from us as they see fit, ordering us around, not only is a bad and abusive system, but also doesn't work. And if we recognize using the data available to us that there are certain communities that members of that community tend to be disproportionately harmed even worse and acutely harmed even worse by the excesses and abuses of that government, then not only does it make sense for us to be reaching out and focusing to them as best as we can, but it also, if we recognize that government is an agent of harm and we see someone being harmed the most by it, then I feel that it is our moral duty, or at least makes the most sense from, if you don't believe in, in a moral framework, but even just makes the most sense to reach out to the ones that you have to spend the least amount of time convincing that there's a problem in the first place. I use the analogy of, if I walk into a room and I see that someone is abusing two different people. With one hand, he's hitting someone, he's slapping them in the face and hitting them, and he's hurting them. But with the other person, he's hitting with a club. I want all of that abuse to stop. It probably makes sense for me to try to stop that clubbing first, with the idea that if I can stop the clubbing, I'm going to stop the slapping too. But if I go in and because I identify more with the person being slapped than the person being clubbed, I go, well, yeah, I mean, everyone's being hurt here, but really that slapping's, a real insult. Not only am I less effective in being able to stop all of the abuse, but to the person being clubbed, they're like, excuse me, I'm being hit with a bat or a golf club or whatever. What about, why are you more concerned with that? Or why does it seem like you're not more concerned about the much worse abuse that I'm suffering? And so I think that I can tell you, when I did, during the time that I was still seeking the nomination for vice president last January, before the pandemic hit and you weren't really encouraged to go around knocking on strangers' doors, I took part in a series of door knocking tours in housing projects in North Carolina. And I was out there, and Jacob Hornberger joined me. And the reason I was out there was to reach out to the community and also to demonstrate that to libertarians, and this is a whole other subject, that maybe we can start picking our candidates based on their ability to reach out to non-libertarians, as opposed to our in-group delegate service that we're able to do. That maybe it's good for us to show that we can bring people into the message instead of talk to people who are already libertarian. But that's a whole other, we can do an entire day-long symposium on that next. So I'm out there in the housing projects, and I had a feeling that, talking about things like criminal justice reform and occupational licensing and things like that, the war on drugs, that these would be things that this community, members of it, would connect with. And I was right. What I didn't realize is I didn't have to convince them there was a problem. I would show up to their door and say, "Hi, I'm Spike Cohen. I'm running for vice president. Have you heard of the Libertarian Party? We're here talking about the issues that we think are affecting your community." And without fail, the first few times they would say, "What do you think's affecting my community?" And I'd say, "Well, if you think about it, the war on drugs," and they'd stop me and say, "Who are you telling? I know the war on drugs is destroying my community." And more often than not, they actually wanted to talk more about occupational licensing, because most of the people I saw had what they call a side hustle or a side business where they provided some kind of service, whether it was, mowing lawns or doing food service, catering, DJing, event promotion, fixing windows, fixing electrical work, plumbing, anything that you can think of that needs to be done. But they couldn't grow it into a proper business because they couldn't market it, because they couldn't afford the cost of legal compliance. They couldn't afford the licensing and the other requirements that are in place, the educational requirements that were in place, the ongoing continuing ed requirements, the taxes, the fees, and all of that stuff. That sometimes tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars it would cost to legally do that business. So they just did it illegally. Now, I come from a business background. the number one thing you have to do, even more so than even being good at what you do, is market it well. Make sure everyone knows what you do and frame it in a way that connects with them on how to do it. They weren't able to do that. And so I was able to reach this community by talking to them about something that they faced. And it was actually easier talking to them than it was to talk to people who are far more comfortable in what they're going through, to, that, and convince them that there's a problem. So relating this to the LGBTQ community, you don't have to convince the LGBTQ community that government is often in their way, that government is also often the agent or organization that is dehumanizing them or is treating them less than. And if we can show them that, first of all, the Libertarian Party was promoting LGBTQ rights back when the majority of Democrats and Republicans thought that people should go to jail for being gay, when we can show that background, but then also show that we have the solutions to the problems that they're facing, I think it's intuitive. I think that they're no different than anyone else, that if you connect with them and empathize with them and connect with them where they are and demonstrate that you care about them and understand that what they're going through, then you can then take them on the journey for how our common sense solutions are the fixes to the problems that they face.
I think that's a really good thing. You wrapped it up nicely. I want to actually throw one other thing on it by using one of my favorite Spike Cohen quotes that you said earlier in the show, where you talked about the importance of being kind. And part of being kind is realizing two things. First of all, that if you are a straight white male, you are in the dominant majority in the Libertarian Party right now.
Yes.
And as a result, you should be aware of the fact that your experience is not the same as that of a woman or that of a LGBT or GSM person. And recognizing the fact that that you have a different set of experiences means that your perception is going to be different than that person's. And so, to Spike's point earlier about trying to be kind to people, being kind is trying to understand that everything that you see and makes sense isn't necessarily the same thing that they see. Two people can look at something differently, and based on where they're standing and based on their perspective, view it very differently. And so part of us working together is trying to understand each other. So something that I think that we can do to bring in more women and more LGBT people into the community, be kind. Understand that other people's experience, and it's funny because to a certain extent, like we have started to have an understanding about that with people of color. That, I mean, if anything good came out of this year of discontent and police violence, it's a lot of white Americans waking up to the fact that the police treat black people of color differently than white people are treated. Dave Chappelle does one of my favorite sketches where he talks about being lost with a friend, a white friend, and he's super high. They're both super high, and they're lost in Philadelphia. And he's like, man, and Chappelle's like, I don't know what we're going to do. We are too high. And his white friend says, there's a police officer over there. I'm going to go ask him for help. And Chappelle's like, what? What are you going to do? And he goes over there and he says, excuse me, officer. And the police officer looks around. Chappelle says, and he didn't hit him. He said, how can I help you? And he said, I'm really high right now. And the police officer didn't arrest him. He said, all right, how can I help you? And it's that difference of experience, right? You couldn't bring it home closer than that. So we have kept you on way too long, Spike. But it's the burden, right? We talked about, great responsibility comes, great power comes great responsibility. You've done an amazing job for us. I am so appreciative of you coming in to Peaceful Warrior Day and talking about peace and the struggle and libertarianism. And I give you a couple minutes to say whatever you want. Close us out.
Well, thank you. Listen, I can't play music as well as Cheryl Ameling, but I can talk for an hour and a half. And no one can take that from me. Folks, thank you so much for tuning into Peaceful Warrior Day. I hope that you continue to stay on. We've got some more fantastic people to talk about things after me, even better than me. You thought I was great. It's going to get even better after I leave. I promise that. All I want to say is this. If you are a libertarian, or really any person, we recognize that things could be better than they are right now. And we recognize that in order to be able to make things better, and I'm speaking primarily to libertarians, if we are to live in a freer world, which we also know will be a happier world, a safer world, a more peaceful world, a more prosperous world, a world with a better future for our children and their children than we could ever have ourselves. If we recognize that is the case, and if we recognize that our ideas are correct, and if we recognize that the only way that we are going to be able to have this happen is to bring more people in, then we have to primarily focus on how we do that. It doesn't mean watering down our message. We often are presented with a false dichotomy in libertarianism, that we either need to water down our message in a way that isn't scary to people around us, or we need to be very principled, but almost brutal in the way that we present it. We need to make sure that we don't hold any, no holds barred, no quarter for anyone. This is a false binary. These are both terrible choices for their own special reasons. We can instead connect with people where they are, empathize with them on their concerns. And when I say meet them where they are, that can mean physically meet them where they are, but it also means meet them where they are in here. Meet them where they are in their perceptions and their concerns. Listen to them. Ask them questions, because you don't necessarily know everything about them. Ask more questions. Demonstrate that you care. Build that rapport with them, because that is what you need. There's an old phrase in sales and marketing: no one cares what you know until they know that you care. So demonstrate that you care. If we know that our ideas are right and we know that their concerns are valid, why are we arguing with them? Why would we not instead just listen to them, ask them questions if we have the opportunity to, demonstrate that we understand where they're coming from, tell the story as to how it is we got here, how the policies that are in place have created the problems we're facing, and then from there take them on the journey for how we can actually fix this. When we do that, all the things that we fantasize about doing, ending the Fed, ending taxation, ending the wars, bringing the troops home, setting people free from cages, all of that can happen. Step number 1 is be kind to yourself. Find peace within yourself. Step number 2 is apply that same peace and kindness and understanding to those around us. When we do that, not only are we beginning the process of bringing people in and growing this thing into a movement that can actually achieve the goals that we have, but we've already gotten better here. We're already living in a better existence here, even before we can accomplish that. So if for no other reason than yourself, here is how you can do it. Be peaceful, be kind to yourself and others, and use the well-worn methods of bringing people into a greater message and apply that in your everyday thinking. And I am grateful to all of you that have watched this and listened to me talk for, again, an hour and a half. You have incredible bravery and durability, really, in listening to me talk for that long. But I do appreciate being on. And all I can say is I look forward to working with each of you over the coming weeks, months, and years to bringing this message of liberty to a public and to a country and to a world and a humanity that greatly needs it. And Dan, Rabbi Dan, thank you so much for having me on. I greatly appreciate you. You're muted, Rabbi. You're still muted.
I was going to go with the New Testament quote, "Call no man rabbi." However, there is I just want to bring on Casey because I know she wanted to say a quick thank you too before she goes off the air.
Thank you, Spike.
And then we're moving into the next segment. So thank you so much, Spike. And it's been wonderful having you on. So Casey, who's up next?
We have a powerhouse. Her name is Angela. And Angela Pence. She is holding down the fort in Georgia. She's one of the what is she, a chair? Let's bring her on and ask her. But she's with the Libertarian Party in Georgia. And yeah, she was the state coordinator for Let Her Speak in Georgia. And that's how I got to know her. And she's been a good friend of mine since then. And she's just an amazing female. And Angela, why don't you introduce yourself, dear?
Oh, hi. So thank you for that really nice introduction. First and foremost, I'm going to go ahead and apologize if anybody hears my children screaming. I have so many of them. I have 7. So I have attempted to make them quiet. I don't know. We'll just see. It's a gamble. So yeah, I was the regional state coordinator here for the Jorgensen campaign. I did, and actually this all started, it began with the Let Her Speak stuff, actually, ironically enough, which I don't think I ever told you. So like I was just tasked with doing the Let Her Speak here in Georgia. And that was like the beginning of this massive role of like, being part of the Jorgensen campaign. And I am a chair for an affiliate in Northwest Georgia, LP Northwest Georgia, if there's any Northwest Georgia people on here.
Yeah.
They're great. I love them. And they are fantastic. And I'm part of LP Georgia. So yeah, yes, moms always do get the job done. You're right. They may sound like they're dying, but I'm getting the job done. They are not, I assure you. My husband's out there. Oh, hi, LaQuinn. Yes. So this is great because I thought that it worked this way where like, the comments came on the screen where I could like see them, which is fantastic. So yeah, but yeah, that's me. I right now I'm planning a convention in Georgia. So that's going to be March 13th and 14th. If you don't come out, you're dead to me.
You heard it here first.
So you heard it here first. So yes, come see us. But yeah, I do that, and then it's an interesting mix between that and my actual career as a healer. So it's been really interesting, the two worlds kind of combined, because I feel like they can be so different, especially in today's climate. How almost hostile, really, politics has become, just in general, how everybody's so angry, and understandably so. So for somebody like me who, I've worked as a psychic medium for 15 years, actually. It's the only job I've ever had. So, which is super cool. I knew at a young age that's, I was called to heal people. Oh, you zoomed me in. Now I can see that where I got my eyebrows waxed the other day to look like a decent human being on this live cast. Zoom it back out. So that's the only job I've ever had. So no, I can't see it. I can't tell. So thank you for that. So and that's been fantastic, and through that journey, I started off working as a psychic, actually online, and they did not verify my age. So I was actually working very illegally for like 3 years through an online platform, and just helping people with their problems, and that literally became my career. So as I grew, of course, my gifts grew, and my understanding of my gifts grew, and what that entailed, like what I had people coming to me with like life-changing issues, and here's me 17, 18 years old, like trying to like help them navigate it. But that kind of evolved into this, like, I've grown as a person, but that's evolved into doing Reiki, and I run an apothecary, and my biggest thing now has been the law of attraction, and really trying to work with the law of attraction to just shift my energy. Really, that's kind of how it started, was to shift my own energy as I grew as a person. And figuring out what that meant just as a whole to the collective, because it is not difficult to change the energy of the collective as a whole, but that can be very overwhelming, especially when, for example, like I said, in my world, where you're in like this very angry environment, and then here you are as a healer. So it's trying to balance that, and being one person, and trying to figure out what that means. So I really dove into the law of attraction and figuring out what that meant for me, and in turn giving that out to the political side of it, has been very cool and interesting too. So yeah, that's me. That's who I am. I think
Yeah.
today I'm going to talk about the law of attraction. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to take off my screen and let you talk about that a little bit. And then whenever you're ready, just bring me back on.
How do I bring you back on? Do I just say, hey, Cassie?
Casey.
Oh, perfect.
And I'll still be here.
Oh, fantastic. So I didn't see who made that comment, but that's really cool that you are also a Reiki master. There it is. Oh, perfect. She brought it back. Yes. Oh, yes, Carrie. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, I love an apothecary. It's been a beautiful compliment, really. And I'm very lucky. I always say that God knew I wasn't patient. And so I intuitively can connect with herbs so that I can tell what somebody wants or needs, which is great for me. So, yes, I love Reiki, and Reiki itself, it's so powerful. Like, I have really seen Reiki do some like insane stuff over the years. I got interested in it just because I do energy work anyway. And the thought of doing Reiki was just very intriguing. So I got involved with it several years ago. And like went through the first workshop and it really just kind of pulled me in. And then the second workshop was like building off of that. But the third was like, holy crap, like it was this amazing experience. And I love Reiki and would encourage anybody that's interested in any kind of energy healing or any kind of energy work to really to explore that. And basically it's a traditional form of healing. It's self-protected, so like it's not a lot of people that have the question, well, it can be used for bad. Well, Reiki cannot. It's self-protected. But there's ancient symbols that go along with that that you can use to activate this like energy and again help to move it. You can bring it, healing for everything, your own vibration, the collective vibration, anything. Like I said, I have literally seen it do everything from heal somebody of cancer to like heal just emotional trauma. Like it's a wide variety. So I love Reiki. And I encourage anybody to do it. I try to do it all the time. It's something you can do in person and long distance. But while I'm here, I actually, when Cassie had asked me, I was like, I could do Reiki and law of attraction. But Reiki, there's attunements and stuff that go along with it. So I really wanted to focus on law of attraction and what that means, not only for individuals, but how that goes into everything else. So when they think of the law of attraction, everybody kind of thinks, okay, well, what you put out there is what you get back, right? That's the general understanding of what it is what you put out there is what comes back. But it goes, and that is true. If you're out here being crappy, that's what you're going to get back. That's just kind of the law of karma, honestly. That's how everybody, I don't know. I'm scared of karma, so I try to do the right thing. But some people aren't. But it is the universal law that what you put out is what comes back. But it really goes a lot deeper than just, kind of this, okay, well, I'm going to be a decent person, which is kind of what I always thought, if I do good, or if I'm good to people, that's what is going to come back to me. And that was very true, and I did experience that. But as somebody, ironically enough, who works as a healer, I realized I actually held a lot of anger, and I couldn't figure out how to get rid of it, and it was just anger a lot of it triggered by what was going on in the world. You see so much that's wrong, or that you feel like is wrong, especially for me, like those triggers were social injustice. This is going to sound super libertarian, surprise. Social injustice and seeing, minority groups just treated horribly and being angry about that, so mad that, people were being killed, for what they believed or the color of their skin. And it was like, no matter no matter the fight, how long it's been, no matter what's been done, it not changing. And so that, that made me very angry. Government overreach is like some sort of awful trigger in my mind. Like that was like for real the biggest thing. Tell me somebody's getting audited by the IRS, including myself, and I'm just gonna flip out on you. Government overreach and especially when it comes to the medical things and people's mental health, parental choices, like that stuff just made me so mad, and I feel like there's going to be a meme of this. If there is, whoever does this will be my hero. But so this anger like really built up inside of me, and that is how I was approaching politics and how I was approaching change. But the problem is where that was coming from. So I was out here trying to make a change for the better, but the place that it was coming from was not the right place. It wasn't coming from a place of love and truly wanting healing. It was coming from a place of a lot of anger and me wanting to burn down the government, which I still do, but in a loving way. That really, when it clicked in my mind, I started studying the law of attraction through reading The Secret, which many people have heard of. She has like 4 books now. I would totally recommend them to anybody. And but as I did that, I started to realize that I was just mad. I was just angry. And so even though I was out here making these good changes, and I was trying to change people's lives, and I was trying to actually heal people in my job, and I was trying to bring great to the political world and the LP, I was still mad. And I like nothing was changing within me, and it didn't matter what was coming at me. I was just angry about it. So I had to really get into like what was going on in my energy. And then I started to think about it, and I thought, I know I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one that is so angry at what is going on around the world right now, and especially within our own government, and we really saw that, I feel like this year, when, everybody has been tested to this extreme point, we go from living normal lives, whatever that is, to, I don't know what normal is anymore, to being on lockdown, and being told we have to do this and told we have to do that. And in general, when your entire life is pretty much turned upside down, which several people's were, that is very frustrating. Not only is it frustrating, it is scary, which is another feeling that is in a lower vibration. It creates a ridiculous amount of anxiety, which is another emotion that is in this lower vibration. It creates a panic. I don't know. I started to panic because I was like, oh my God, no, like the government will not do this to me. So that again is a lower vibration. And so you start off with that, and fear, straight fear, and feeding fear. And what, whether we should have been afraid or not is a totally different debate. But there's no argument that everybody has been afraid to an extent of of the uncertainty of what has been going on. And it started with the pandemic. So you see this massive shift happen where everybody's kind of in this lower vibration, right? And everybody is freaking out. And that looked different for everybody. For me, that was going to the store every single day just to say I could go to the store. I actually did have a reason. I was working with a nonprofit, but it was that comfort of still being able to go to the store, So everybody handled it different, but you saw this energetic shift that happened. And I feel like that was a lot of this lead up to of anger in the past, building up to this point. And then over the summer, I feel like saw this tipping point, and somebody had brought it up to me because actually a really dear friend of mine who is also very spiritual, I called her and I was like, this is it. Like, I feel like this is it. And I said, I know I'm supposed to do something, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I said, but the vibration is so low that, people like me who are open to that and sensitive to that energy, it just was like literally like just life draining. I mean, I could go on forever about like what we felt and a lot of light workers were feeling and sensing that. So, and I was like, I don't, I don't know, but I know that I'm supposed to do something. And she validated this she said, Angela, I want you to just stop and think about what you're saying right now. I'm like, okay. And she said, what are people chanting in the streets? And I said, I can't breathe. And then it hit me like a ton of bricks, how the collective was being suffocated by all of this fear and all of this anger, and no matter where it's come from, this panic and everything. And I was like, oh my gosh. And even I felt it, so I started trying to shift. I started within myself and focusing in on what it was that I needed to release within myself, and getting myself to a place where not only I was aligning my own energy with love and releasing, but also, that in itself changing my whole demeanor about how I'm handling things. So that being said, when it comes to the law of attraction and how it is affecting the collective, it really goes beyond that surface into where your energy is at. So, right, I teach classes on it now. And one of the first things I have people start at the very beginning, of course, everybody wants to manifest. Manifesting is fun. We can manifest our dreams. We can manifest, anything really. I mean, you really can. I love how it's described in her and the books of how it's like, you just put in your order to the universe and the universe is like, okay, and it may take, a couple years to get there, but you get there. So everybody loves manifesting. So actually what I have them do, and I would encourage all of you guys to do this as well. This exercise, you can go back and redo it, or you can, I am not hard to find. Angela Pence on Facebook. And we probably have like 300 mutual friends. And ask questions. Or you can go to my website, I see it on there. I have people do two things. At first, I encourage them to write a list of 10 things they want to manifest. And being specific, specifically, what do you want to manifest in your own life? So on my list, there's a lot of different things. One of those is, manifesting a new house, manifesting like the normal stuff, manifesting a new car, manifesting a job with the ONC. Oh, shout out. My applications in there. Things like that. That is for all my manifestation list. But, things I want to manifest. But one of the things is also manifesting healing for the universe. So listing those 10 things and thinking about those things, you do that, kind of breathe on that, and you start out every day writing those 10 things down and saying thank you for each of those things as if you already have them. That's the fun part. I would encourage anybody, when you start doing this, to do this for at least 21 days. They say the time frame in which it is to work through your mind and release old habits. So I would encourage you to do this for 21 days. The harder thing is making a list of 10 things that have hurt you. 10 things that have hurt you, 10 situations, 10 people that have hurt you. For me, the hardest one was people. I think, situations, obviously, hurtful situations were hard, but people things that people had done to hurt me, I think was the hardest thing. And then I realized that a lot of my anger was coming from that, how people, whether it be people that were close to me or people that were not close to me, that were just nasty to me, for no reason, or I mean, their reason, was valid for within them, but, for what I felt was no reason, and a lot of that did come through politics. So, so writing down 10 things, people, situations that have hurt you. And for 21 days going through and each day visiting those things and talking, and sending gratitude to those things for what they brought to your life. Because the reality is, as much as it sucks, oh, it's okay. My private chat's just like propping up. So the I'm just gonna have to not think it out. So dealing with that. So how you do that is, okay, say somebody hurt you, and in my situation, it was a good friend of mine. So I thought about the exchange that happened there and what that brought to my life, because the reality is even though situations can suck and people can hurt you, there's always something you take from it. There's always either a lesson or some sort of growth that you take from that hopefully betters you as a person. You just have to find it. So for example, with me and my friend, I sent gratitude for the good exchanges that we had, but I was also thankful for the fact that it taught me to really understand empathy for situations I didn't understand, to understand in my energy that I didn't know where she was at. And I took this into, with people in general, that I don't know where they're at, but I have empathy for why they, for them feeling like that's how they needed to handle it. And I recognize it wasn't personal to me. The reality is most things aren't. And that's a hard thing to swallow too, is that even when things seem incredibly personal, they're not. And it stems back to what somebody is dealing with and what somebody is going through. Or what they have, how they have shaped their own life. They may be living in a lower vibration. We don't know. So it's very easy for us to always assume that they're just being crappy, when that is very, very rarely the case. And I took this into politics, especially with how angry and mean people were being, and understanding that for them, first off, I don't know what they are going through. I know there was one lady in particular who like straight called me stupid. And she was like, "You're doing nothing with your life and you suck." And I was like, "Oh God." And then, like, because I'm a creamer, I went and creamed her on Facebook. And I was like, "Oh my God." Well, her grandfather, who she had been very close to, had just died. So she was going through a process of her own that I didn't understand, So really looking through your list and going through and finding what you've taken from that, and allow yourself to first send them gratitude or the situation. Thank you for what I have taken from this. Thank you for the time that we spent together. Thank you for what I learned from this, even if it was just a simple exchange and you didn't freak out on them. Thank you for showing me restraint. Reminding me that I need to keep my calm. And then send the gratitude, and then send them love. When you can send people that have hurt you and situations that make you angry, and really get to you, when you can turn that around and send that love, you are literally changing your entire energy field. And that it is very hard. Sometimes it is incredibly hard, especially when somebody has really hurt you, or a situation that you have been put in has really hurt you, or you're in a really bad situation. Of course, it's very hard to be grateful for that. But if you shift that energy and instead give it love, that's exactly what has to come back to you. And so by sending that out and by shaping your own energy in that way, that is what you are putting out into the collective, and showing people that compassion and showing people that kind of love and showing the shift within your own energy. You are setting an example to people that may not be on that same wavelength and may not be feeling that. You are setting that example for them. And they're more likely to also start shifting their energy, and they may not even know why. So I would go through your list, and I would do that again for 21 days. And the last thing I would do and encourage you to do is write a list every single day of the 10 things that you are grateful for, either from the day before or that day. And we have so much to be grateful for anyway. But the law of attraction also says that in order to receive more to be grateful for, you have to be grateful for what you have. So putting out there that you're grateful and love what you have, again, you're bringing your own vibration higher. And therefore, as your vibration and your energy is changing, you're being able to give that to other people. I have learned that through my own, because we're constantly growing, right? So I have learned through my own, interaction and my own energy and really working through this, because I'm working through this too. So I am I am quick to pop off. But I learning through this and really learning and changing my own energy. I've noticed that my responses to people are, because they're rooted in love, those people are doing the same thing. So the more we do that, the more we truly show love and gratitude towards other people, the more we're going to be able to feed into the universe and into our political world. That's the law of attraction. That's as simple as it is. So I know I'm running out of time. Cassie, do you want to come back on here? I don't know if you have any questions or if anybody had questions.
We have not had any questions yet, but we are teed up for the next presenter.
Yes.
But if you do have questions, why don't you tell people, if they do have questions for you, how to reach you? Because I know that when someone has a question for you, you get it answered very well.
Yes. I try. I always say, if I don't know the answer, I will most certainly go find the answer. And whatever that means. So people can find me at lookoutmountainmedium.com. That's my business stuff. But you can, like I said, most libertarians can find me very easily on Facebook through somebody's mutual friend list.
Yeah.
But it was Angela Pence.
We're one big circle, that's for sure.
It is a great circle.
A lot of non-libertarians are watching today too. But Angela Pence, she's in Georgia.
Yes, I am in Georgia. I have my profile picture has red hair, and it says I have a thing. It's the LPTN for Dave Jones. So that's me. You can add me on Facebook or shoot me a message. My Lookout Mountain Medium is also on Facebook and TikTok and Instagram. So just put it in, and you'll find me.
There she is.
Oh, that's me. See, Spike, I do love you. See, I was so honored to follow him up. Yes, that is me, guys. So yeah, if you have any questions or want to learn more, there's so much to it. This was just kind of like a starter, raise your vibration. I have watched it change people's lives. So if people are interested, I am all about helping.
So it's the 10 things, 10 things you want to intend, right? The intention. Yes. And then 10 things or people you have to forgive.
Yeah.
Or you want to forgive. And then 10 things you want to be grateful for.
Yes. 10 things you're grateful for.
For 21 days.
Yes, 21 days. That's the and it does become easier when I first, because I actually read it. I have like a whole like book, like just like crazy, like full. I mean, you can see, I mean, the pages are like full. I sit down every morning and write down what I'm grateful for and what I want to manifest. And you know, at first it was like very daunting because I don't do well with like what I consider trivial task, which I considered that, unfortunately. But as I kept going, you know, now I don't even know what I would do, you know. So I would encourage anybody to start off, and it's hard, keep with it. But you start noticing a change in your own energy. And when you get in I had somebody not long ago, like really like they were just being like ugly. And I literally felt the change in my own energy. Like as I was going to pop off, like, and just be like, because I can't be like an awful internet troll. And I'm not proud of it at all, but I literally felt my energy just, you know, and I was like, it was literally like, and I have never actually felt that before. It was literally like mud. Like I just felt completely drained. And I had never experienced that. And I was like, oh my God, you know, and that is exactly what triggered it, because it happened as soon as I like popped back at this person. I was like, oh God, you know, and then I immediately like disengaged completely, but it like screwed up my entire day. But it is, you know, you realize this massive shift in your energy to a point where when you're kind of getting on that lower vibration, you feel it. Or when you are around a lower vibration or a situation is a lower vibration, you feel it, and you can intentionally, you know, send love to it, because anytime you send love, it has to raise the vibration. It just has to. That's the law of attraction. So it just has to.
Beautiful. Yeah, and that's a pretty common, you know, I think that's universal in across religion and spirituality. You know, asking God, who is love, to come and heal you, and I think that is a beautiful way to think about it. So I really appreciate you, Angela, and everything you are. And yeah, so if you want to reach out to Angela, just go to her website or find her on Facebook. She's very easy to talk to.
Yes, and thank you so much for inviting me on here when you messaged me. You know, I'm very easygoing, like, whatever. But I was like, oh my God, yes! Like this is so I appreciate you inviting me on here.
Love you, girl. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
So next we're gonna bring Mr. Ken. Let me see. How do I do this? Okay, and this is Ken. And I need to change his caption. So Ken, I know he's a pastor at the Vineyard Church, and like right down the street from me, so Vineyard Pearland Church. And Ken is also an entrepreneur. We've worked together a little bit. So yeah, that's how I know Ken. So Ken, do you want to introduce yourself and kind of talk about
it? Thanks for having me on. So a little bit about myself. It's funny doing this way. You know, there's pop-ups. It's the pop-up monster that jumps in the way of things while you're trying to speak. So I live in Friendswood, Texas, which is adjacent to Pearland, Texas, both communities just south of Houston. I am a husband of my bride for the past 27 years, although it doesn't seem that long, and both of us look like we're still in our 20s, of course. We have 5 children, and I work as the student pastor and in missions at the Pearland Vineyard. And in my free time, I run a digital marketing agency. I've always had a passion for business, and so one of the things that I get the pleasure to do is work with an organization as well that develops microeconomies in underdeveloped countries. And so my wife and I have lived, we lived in Ireland, but we've served and gotten to work in all different parts of the world. It's been a really exciting opportunity that we've gotten to do. So when Casey, when you asked me to, if I wanted to present, I spent just a few minutes trying to think like, what do I have to offer? And one of the things that has been really prevalent for me this past year has been the story of the Good Samaritan and Jesus's command to love your neighbor. And I think that, to be quite honest, the first time it occurred to me, I was in a grocery store, probably back around March of 2020, and found myself, and this may seem kind of silly, but it was very real at the time. I said I have 5 kids, mouths to feed and all of that. And I looked at the person that was in the checkout line next to me, and they just had mounds of everything, like mounds of toilet paper, mounds of food and things like that. And of course, the store shelves at that point had become more and more empty. And it was interesting earlier that Dan and Spike were talking about coveting, because there were some things in that person's basket that I wasn't able to find on the shelves, which means they got the last of it. And this anger just began to burn inside of me. And so I really had to stop for a second and say, what is that all about? Why am I angry that that person is able to find those things and I'm not? Because I have all those things that I need, right? And God really took me back to the story of the young man who comes to Jesus and says, what's the most important commands? And of course, Jesus says, well, what does the scripture tell you? And the man says, well, love God with all your heart and love your neighbor as yourself. And Jesus responds very powerfully, I think, do this and you will live. And, for me in that moment, when I was thinking about that story, I thought, this doesn't feel like life. This feels like survival. It feels like desperation. This doesn't feel, not that you always have to be happy all the time, but it doesn't feel good, right? I'm afraid for my family. And I thought, why would Jesus say, do this and you will live? Like, that's a powerful statement. And then the man comes back with the next question, which is, well, who is my neighbor? And as I started to think about that story in the grocery line that day, I thought, honestly, I don't want that person to be my neighbor. They just bought all the toilet paper. Like, that makes me angry. So what I wanted to do was spend just a few moments looking at the story that Jesus uses to illustrate the answer when the young man asks him, who is my neighbor? So for those of you that maybe don't know it, I'm just going to read it. It's not very long. Jesus says, a Jewish man was traveling from Jerusalem down to Jericho, and he was attacked by bandits. And I'm using a version that I hope is pretty straightforward. It's the New Living Translation. It's one I really prefer. It says, they stripped him of his clothes, beat him up, and left him half dead beside the road. By chance, a priest came along, but when he saw the man lying there, he crossed to the other side of the road and passed him by. A temple assistant, or a Levite, walked over and looked at him lying there, but he also passed by on the other side. And then, and I think this is so important, Jesus says it this way, then a despised Samaritan came along. And it's not enough, right, that he just says a Samaritan, which would have been understanding, the young man would have understood the implications of being a Samaritan, but he calls him a despised Samaritan. And when he saw the man, he felt compassion for him. Going over to him, the Samaritan soothed his wounds with olive oil and wine and bandaged them.
Happened there, but I'm sure Ken is going to be there. He is.
He's coming
Ken.
back. Okay. Okay.
Am I there now?
You got it. Yep. We got to bandaged him.
Ah. Okay. Sorry, hang on just a second. Yeah, so it says, soothed his wounds with olive oil and wine and bandaged them. Then he put the man on his own donkey, took him to an inn where he took care of him. And I think that gets missed when pastors tell the story. The Samaritan actually took time to take care of him. The next day he handed the innkeeper 2 silver coins, telling him, take care of this man. And this is so powerful, if his bill runs higher than this, I'll pay you the next time I'm here. So then Jesus asked the young man, which of these 3 would you say was a neighbor to the man who was attacked by the bandits? The man replied, the one who showed him mercy. And Jesus says, yes, now go and do the same. So I'm standing in the H-E-B, which is a Texas-based grocery store if you're not in Texas, standing in the H-E-B checkout line thinking, Lord, what does that have to do with the lady who just bought all the toilet paper? I'm being very transparent and realistic. I hope this is okay for you guys. And he started to unpack some things for me, and he's been unpacking it really for the last, definitely almost the last 12, 11 months, 10 months. And really the story for me only became more and more relevant as we went through watching the riots and the uprising around the different police brutality cases, as the election rhetoric scaled up and got worse and worse and more heated. And I found myself having to avoid conversations with certain friends that just didn't want to talk about anything but that. And they were just so honed in on it. And so the story for me has been unpacking around all of those things. And so I want to share with you guys for a few minutes the things that I think are really important. Okay. First of all, the characters in the story I think are really important. Jesus chose this story. He didn't tell a factual story. It's a very true story, but it's not factual. But he chose the story. So I have to believe that he chose the characters really intentionally. And so when he talks about the priest, I think there's some connotations happening there. So the priest, would have been a symbol of religion, would have been a symbol of religious purity and religious uprightness and religious goodness, if you will. And yet the priest is not the person that does the right thing. And when I look at the Levite, the temple helper, that position would have been an inherited position. It would have been by being from a certain family. That's what would have made him a Levite. And so the 2 things that have really stuck out to me is that religion and position, while on their own aren't necessarily bad things, but when they are not submitted to love, when they're not submitted to compassion or mercy, then we get on the wrong side of what God intended, completely and fully. I completely believe it. And I have been trying to almost daily just ask God to reveal that to me, put it more in me. I loved what Dan said earlier when he was talking with Spike, and he said, all I can do, I wrote this down, I'm going to steal it if he'll allow it. All I can do is put love into the conversation. And I think the reason that is so important and what Jesus is bringing home in this illustration is that anything that separates us, whether it's race or religion or political affiliation, when those things aren't submitted to love, then what we've actually done, and this is the second thing that God really was speaking to me about, is we've actually made them submitted to fear, because the opposite of love is fear. It's not anger. A lot of people think the opposite of love is anger, but anger is actually rooted in fear. And every time that you find yourself angry about something, and I've been practicing this for several years, when I find myself angry about something, the next question in my head is, what am I afraid of? So the priest was afraid of losing his religious purity, his religious affiliation, or his own self-righteousness. The Levite, in some instances, might have been afraid of losing his position or his moral authority or his heritage given authority. But the Samaritan, the person who was the least like the man that had been robbed, the person who was, if you study history, Samaritans were considered half-breeds. They were the offspring of Assyrians and a tribe that had been in existence when the Assyrians attacked. I won't go into that unless you're a history nerd like me. It won't be that interesting. But they didn't have quote unquote the correct religion. They definitely did not have Jewish heritage in terms of, now they might have been partially Jewish, but they didn't have any status based on that heritage. And yet this is the person that fulfills what Jesus is commanding the young man to do. And so as we look at the events of the last, several months, and particularly, well, really the last, I don't know, probably since Jesus said this, but definitely over 2020, I think that the power of the story is that our reactions, our anger, our violence, our political manifestos and agendas, when they aren't submitted to love and mercy and compassion, they always put us on the wrong side of first God and second each other. And so my prayer for the last several months has been, God, would you put that deeper into me? Would you make that something that I can not just think about and understand, but really live out? And I loved what Angela said. When you put love towards something, it has to get better. And my favorite quote from Dr. King is, "I choose love because hate is too great a burden to bear." So, if you'll allow it, sorry, more pop-ups. If you'll allow it, that's what I would like to pray for us, for our country, for definitely for myself. I spend a lot of time praying that for myself because it doesn't necessarily come natural. And, I really believe that the answer to all that we face and all that we're facing is to submit whatever our identities are, political affiliations, our religious belief systems, our denominations, any of those things. When we submit those things to love and compassion and mercy, we're in a good place. So, Casey, are you still there? Does that make sense to you guys? Are there any questions about that? Dan, I quoted you. I hope it's okay.
Totally okay. As it turns out, I am a person who believes that everything we say should be shared as much as possible. So feel free. And I'm probably not the first person to say, let's just put real love into a relationship. So
hey,
I appreciate it.
I was told years ago, originality is forgetting where you stole something, Dan.
That's good stuff. I love the story of the Samaritan. And one of the things that has always struck me about is that it's two sides, because we shouldn't just think about, stopping the Samaritan stopping and helping person, but also, and the phrase that we normally think about it is that he thinks about the risk to himself, but he doesn't care because he's going to stop and he's going to help. But there's also the risk to himself if he doesn't stop, because he becomes one of those people that didn't stop.
Yeah.
And that changes your life just as much as it does to put yourself at risk to stop and help somebody else. And so the story of the Good Samaritan has always been one of my favorite parables.
I love it. I think the other thing to illustrate what you're saying is, I think that sometimes when we get into a certain mode of operating and we operate in the same circles or the same, I call them identity circles, people that look and smell and think like I do. There becomes this misconception that somehow God's love is limited. So we start to draw lines, and this is the other power of that story and what you're saying. We draw lines around who we feel comfortable loving that's different than us. And the unlimited wealth of God's love doesn't, it holds us back. As you say, the other side of the story is, what if he didn't stop? Then he becomes like the people that have limited belief systems, limited love, and limited concern for others. So I think it's really, really good. I'm going to pray for us, and then I'm going to jump off here. I think the next person is ready. I don't know how I am on time. Oh, I'm okay on time. Okay, well, I'm going to just pray for probably about an hour and a half, if that's okay with you guys. Just kidding.
Okay.
Casey knows better. Actually, when I get to speak at the church that we attend, people will, they get excited because I'm the person who shuts up the fastest. Like, oh, Hanning's up. He's going to be brief.
Are you familiar with the Lyle Lovett song, Church?
What's it? Yeah.
Where he talks about it's his experience of going to church. He wrote a song about how we got to go eat, preacher. It's
Right.
Sunday. There's a feast waiting for us. Let's get out of here. It's just one of my favorite songs. I just had to share that since you mentioned it.
Yeah, there's a phrase in our family: never trust a skinny cook. And I always say, never trust a pastor that prays too long before barbecue. He obviously has ill intent.
All right. Well, I sure thank you, Ken. I'm going to drop out. And,
hey, thank you guys. Yeah, this has been a real joy and pleasure. I've been watching it. I have another monitor, been watching things, and so much goodness coming from you guys. And I love it. I love it. I love it. So let me pray. And hey, whatever faith background you come from, I just want to invite you where you can agree with what I say, agree with me. But if there's something you can't agree with, that's okay. But don't necessarily drop out. There's power when we pray across identities. I think it's really, really, really good to do that. So, God, I just thank you that your love is limitless. I thank you for how you continually reveal yourself and the compassion and the mercy and the grace that we get to pour out on each other. And I pray that we would recognize deep in our nation's psyche, deep in our own interactions, that there's no limit to that. That we don't have to live in a place where we can pray or love on this person, but not the other. But really and truly, your command is to love everyone because everyone is our neighbor. And Jesus, thank you for this story. It's powerful and it is so real in today's world. And so I just ask that you would also remind us in those simple moments in the grocery store, at the gas station, that there's no place that we're not called and commanded by you to love our neighbor. And I thank you for the folks that have put on this day and the intent behind it. And I do pray for peace that begins in our own hearts and works its way out from there to our communities, to our cities, to our state, our nation, and to the world. We desperately long for love and peace to reign. In God's name I pray. Amen. I thank you guys so much for inviting me to participate. Casey, are you still there? So good to see you. If you have any,
yes.
Are there any questions that I kind of muted the chat window down here? Oh no, okay. Just
there's no questions. That just
Good.
Comments saying
yeah,
agreeing with you, and I appreciate you for coming up and
thanks.
and sharing your time and your wisdom with us. I appreciate it.
Well, I love you guys. Love everybody. So
we love you too.
Have a great day.
Yeah. Thank you. So the next, let's see. Let me turn this one off. Levi is about to jump on. Our friend, our compatriot. Levi, what is he? Levi's on the Vermin Supreme team, aren't you, Levi? And we can't hear you. Can we hear you, Levi? Levi's going to be doing the didgeridoo. He's going to be doing an ancient Aboriginal musicianal instrumental set. And so if you haven't heard a set of a didgeridoo, then you are in for a treat. So I am going to make you, Levi, do you want to tell us a little bit about who you are and
where he is, because it's snowing.
Yeah, he's outside doing the didgeridoo in the snow. Yeah.
Yes, I'm in Grand Rapids, Michigan right now. It's 29 degrees.
Wow. Grand Rapids, there's another libertarian near you who also loves, I don't know that Justin loves the didgeridoo. I'm throwing that out there into the universe. But so just a little bit, didgeridoo is not I believe it's not the state instrument of Michigan.
It is not.
All right. So how did you pick it up?
I don't know if I found it or it found me. How about that?
That sounds good, man. All right. Well, lay it on us, brother.
All right. First, let me have a little bit of tea.
We appreciate you being out in the cold for this too.
Well, you could do it outside and it'd be closer to nature, or you can do it inside, despite the snow.
Is that me, or are the vocals coming in weird?
What?
I think the vocals weren't coming in. I think the sound might be getting messed up from the outside.
Oh.
Fire it up again. Let's see what you
Try
got.
it again,
Maybe
try it
put the microphone closer to the base.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Awesome.
Just a reminder.
Hey, Levi.
Hey.
You're going to say just a reminder. So it's weird. We're getting like sometimes he comes in, sometimes he goes out. I'm not sure if it's microphone placement or what it is, but
I could try bringing it inside real quick.
okay. Yeah, that might work a little bit better. I don't know if it's I don't know, but it's funny because like so many people are like, we want to hear this. We want to hear it now. So, we appreciate your flexibility.
Well, you have to be flexible.
Yep. Better.
Is it coming in closer now?
That was really awesome.
Well, thank you everybody for having me on.
You know, that was totally unplanned. Y'all too, dancing like that. That was totally unplanned, and that was beautiful. And perfectly timed. So that was beautiful. Thank you very much.
Before I leave, though, I've got a message for everybody.
Yeah.
Ooh-la-loo. Ooh-la-loo.
I was going to
Ooh-la-loo.
say, Levi and Alana, you are both members of Team Supreme. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
We would love for y'all to speak a little bit about your passion for, Vernon Supreme, our friend who's going to be on later, the Team Supreme initiative, and a little bit about the work that you guys do together, because this is your space. You are the experts. We'd love to learn from you.
Levi, do you want to start?
I'm the expert? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
You and the Team Supreme are our leaders in peace and love in the Liberty movement. So I'd say that's your expertise as a team.
As a person, I like to do a lot of graphics design for Team Supreme if I can. I make memes.
Excellent. You're a meme lord. We got a few of those. That's great.
An honorary space wizard at that.
And Alana, what about you? Your work with Team Supreme?
I've had such a wonderful opportunity to partner with all the team of Team Supreme to push this movement of peace and individual identity and freedom forward in such an amazingly fun and exciting way, in an engaging way. I think Vernon has shown us all that politics doesn't have to be boring and difficult. In fact, it's just the opposite. And I think if I'm going to share the space with the group, it would be absolutely necessary to remind all of you that you need to brush your teeth every single day and free ponies for everybody.
So we are going to have Vernon on with us later so everyone can catch up and learn more about him and his movement. But I think you're absolutely right, Alana, to highlight that, I think we catch a lot of flack for having Vernon, who is a wonderful, professional entertainer, as one of the leaders in our movement. But this is why. Today, what we are doing together is why. We believe that we can combat hate with love. We believe that peace has a place in politics. And we believe that when we come together, we can do more.
100%. And yes, we have a living meme named Vernon Supreme. And sometimes there's a question of like, is this practical politics? Well, here's the reality. It's engaging politics. So many people turn off politics, turn off democracy, turn off liberty because of the disenfranchisement that comes out of bickering and contradictory ideas that are not really supporting anybody. In fact, later this evening, you're going to connect with a new movement called Libertine, which is the young people youth movement inspired by a meme. This is how we're engaging our young people to think outside the box, my friends. And be a part of change in a peaceful, loving, supportive, community-focused kind of way.
Well, that's a perfect lead-in, Alana, to your piece. So, Levi, we want to thank you again for your beautiful, beautiful share on the didgeridoo. You graciously gifted us with your time and your talents. And much love and peace to you, sir. We will catch up with you offline.
Thank you all.
Okay, so Alana, that leads us to you, my friend.
I feel like with Levi, we just manifested something beautiful and amazing. And before you even introduce me, I just want to take a moment and ask all the viewers to join me right now, no matter what your personal practice is or what your idea is. It's just take a moment to wherever you're at, physically just take your arms, take your hands, bring them together. And I want you to pull them apart, where you're feeling the energy. Because I feel like Levi and I, with all of you as a collective, have just kind of manifest something. And once you take a deep breath in, and when you exhale, launch it off into the world, into this global community. This manifestation of peace, truth, light, happiness, love, unity, understanding, the ability to have a conversation with somebody else with contradictory ideas in a peaceful, productive way. Just let it out. Send it off like a balloon. Bye. Go do your piece. All right. Woohoo. That was so much fun and totally unplanned.
We love it.
So namaste. Welcome. I bow to you. That's what namaste means. It means I bow to you. My name is Alana MG. Yes, I am part of Team Supreme, and I'm also part of the Libertarian Psychedelic Caucus. I am a master herbalist and advocate for plant medicine, in addition to being a psychology student in positive psychology, hoping to take the integration of mysticism and science and bring it to all of you so all of us can heal in a peaceful, meaningful way. But most importantly, I am a human being contemplating this existence. And I'm so excited to share this space with all of you in this collective place we have come together. Because this is how change has happened. When people take a moment to recognize within themselves that there's an opportunity for growth and an opportunity for truth. So I want to begin our little workshop today. Today we're going to be talking about healing, and you are going to be a part of this healing. If you are watching now, I invite you to engage with me. We're going to try to get some comments up on the screen if my computer participates, so we can have an interactive discussion, because this is a collective. I am not above you nor below you. We are all connected on the same plane, trying to understand this concept of peace ourselves. And I'm going to begin by introducing a verse that comes from Tao Te Ching. This is the Tao, all right? And the reason why I'm introducing it is because this is going to be our starting point for our manifestation in this global healing. And we're going to work on this together to create, again, we manifested one thing, manifest more, and how we can be ambassadors for change and truth as we go off into this world, healing it from the damage that it's been. So verse 57 reads this: if you want to be a great leader, you must learn to follow the Tao. Stop trying to control, let go of fixed plans and concepts, and the world will govern itself. The more prohibitions you have, the less virtuous people will be. The more weapons you have, the less secure people will be. The more subsidies you have, the less self-reliant people will be. Therefore, the sage says, I let go of law and people become honest. I let go of economics and people become prosperous. I let go of religion and people become sincere. I let go of all desires for common good, and good becomes as common as grass. So the words in the Tao that suggests us to meditate upon this idea that if we stop pushing for good, good will happen. And for us in the human condition, this sounds like a ridiculous idea, this desire for peace. Why I can't abandon it, right? I can't abandon it. So this seems very contradictory to us. But this goes into the discussion and talk of allowing good to happen. Your body, the universe, society, global communities is constantly looking for balance. And we're constantly looking for homeostasis. We're looking for a place where we can find peace and balance and truth in our world. When we push too hard to push our own agenda, whatever that agenda might be, what happens? We create conflict with someone else who may not connect with that agenda, right? So in our effort, in our desire for truth and wonderful, it must be peaceful, must be peaceful, must be peaceful, we ultimately create conflict. So the question is, well, if that's the case, then why are we here doing a peace rally with a bunch of peaceful warriors? How are we able to manifest peace and love and truth? So what I wanted our workshop to do today is to have that peaceful place start with you, starting to balance the truth and love and light within you with maybe even the other stuff that you maybe don't like about yourself or wish was better about yourself, or society or your family of origin or people around you might not think is the best qualities, or you want to change that, or maybe you're okay with it, and balance that within ourselves. Because when we are balanced as people, when we have balanced energy, we're more likely to step into the roles and spaces that fit that energy. And when we do that, we participate in this homeostasis process naturally, instead of this idea of you have to behave this way or you have to behave that way. Because I don't know about you, anytime somebody told me I had to behave in a way that was contradictory to who my authentic self was, I failed in that responsibility. So if we kind of take that off and say, what am I? Let's take a look at myself, because healing begins with ourselves. Peace begins with ourselves. So this is the workshop part, friends, right? This is the workshop part. Okay. Take a moment. If you're on your phone, if you're on the computer, if you're hanging out, take a moment. This is your private work. It's a workshop. We're going to work, right? Take a moment to list maybe 2 or 3 qualities. If you want to do more than that, this isn't a homework assignment. If you don't want to write it down, let it carry in your head. Ask yourself, what are the things I like about myself? What are the qualities that I care about myself? I am caring. I am an activist. I am somebody magical. I am a light worker. I am somebody who plays music. I'm a living meme. I'm a mother. I'm a father. I'm a student. I'm an anarchist. I'm an authoritarian. Whatever it is, those qualities you like about yourself, don't assign value to them. Just, this is what I like about myself. And maybe the qualities you don't care for in yourself. Sometimes I get angry. Sometimes I'm shy. I want to be this way. I want my political views this way, but deep down inside, I'm really this. Whatever that label is, go ahead, write it down. Take a moment, manifest that. Hold that in your heart, friends. Hold it. Take it in. And I want you to sit with it for a minute with me. Whatever your personal practice is, I don't care if you believe in Buddha, in God, in Richard Dawkins. Just take a moment to be with it and be in your personal practice for a moment. Hold that thought, hold that piece of paper, hold that phone that you wrote it on your phone with, and let it all go. Let it all go. Delete it, rip it up, throw it away. I want you to think a moment, and you can do this when we're offline privately with yourself. What does it mean if you took all those labels that you've assigned yourself, that society has assigned yourself, What do you have left? Take a moment to be with that. Engage your breath work. For those of you who are familiar with breath work, think about that and meditate on that for a minute. What if I was not more or less than what has been assigned to me? Oh, I love that. I am human. I am a survivor. Oh, I'm getting chills. That's beautiful. Let it go. I am. I am. You just are. If no one's ever told you this, if no one in your path on your journey has said this to you, I'm sure you've heard, you're a good boy, you're a good girl, you're a bad, you're this, you're that. No one's ever told you the truth. I'm going to tell it to you right now. You are. You are here in this moment existing. You just are. That's where the work is, friends. That's what all the spiritual practices, philosophies, psychological practices are talking about. How do we cope with this thing called existence? How do we understand it? How do we make sense of this beautiful space? This is where the work, this is why you meditate. This is why you go to yoga. This is why you engage with either sacred plants or sacred molecules and go on that journey. This is why you take a moment to sit in these spaces. This is why you've showed up here for a peace rally. To ask yourself those questions, answer yourself those questions. I am. In Sanskrit, it's Satnam. That means I am truth. Satnam, I am truth. You are truth. Take a moment now and sit with that. You are the truth. You carry the truth inside of you. Holy cow, what does that mean? That's scary for me. I'm the one who holds truth? Are you kidding me? Take a moment, my friends. I want you to sit for just a minute. Remember, it's a workshop. We're going to work. We're going to do the work. What does it mean if you're the truth? If you hold the truth? Take a moment. What does that bring up? Does it bring up fear? Does it bring up excitement? Does it bring up confusion? Does it bring up pain? Does that inner child knock on the door and say, hi, I was told that all my truth was a lie and I had to deny it my whole life. Hi, you're talking about truth. I want to cry now. Take a moment to honor whatever's coming up for you personally. What if you're truth? Wait a minute. If I'm truth and I'm a human being, I'm literally pieces of stardust, carbon put together, either by a creator or by accident, whatever you personally believe, it's not a challenge. However you personally identify with the origin story, I'm here and I'm contemplating this. But what if I am actually the truth? What does that mean for all of you? What does that mean for all of you? Does that mean you're wrong? Does that mean you're right? Wait, if we're all just human beings trying to contemplate existence, okay, here's the mental gymnastic, friends, right? Ooh, we got a comment coming through. Don't let, yeah. Are we escaping the tears? Are we escaping those feelings? Are we owning them? Are they there? Are they good feelings or bad feelings? Or are they just feelings? Is the person next to you good or bad? Is the person who, now let's see where this goes. You see why I'm talking about this inner work right now, right? The person who shares a different political philosophy bad? Or are they just trying to figure it out too? Is the person who shares a different religious philosophy good or bad? Or are they just a human being? Are you ready for it? Are you ready? Grab those tissues, get ready to do the trauma work. And if this brings up anything for any of you, you can catch me offline. I'll be happy to integrate this experience with you. I'll make sure I put my information up and I will integrate with you if anything brings this up for you. Ready? What if none of us are right? Doesn't that pose the question that none of us are wrong? That all of us are just human beings trying to contemplate existence? We're just trying to make sense of this crazy world? That means we're not in an argument with each other. We've been for a very long time in such a polarized world. I'm right, you're wrong. It's this way, it's that way. Let's argue this, let's argue that. But what if we all saw each other, saw that confusion in everybody, and then instead of going back in our holes, what if we said, hey, I'm confused too? How scary is that? I'm confused too. I don't have the answers. I don't have the answers. What if we did that? So when we talk about peace building, see where I'm going with this? When we talk about building peace and creating peace, it's not about telling other people how to be peaceful, right? That's why I brought the Tao in. When we let people explore themselves, when we let ourselves explore how we feel, how we're interpreting the world around us, when we give space for the process, when we take those labels and throw them away, that is where the peace happens. It doesn't come from external forces telling you to be peaceful. You're no longer in kindergarten, friends. The teacher is not telling you to wash your hands and blow your nose and turn your homework in. They don't come from external forces. That peace comes from within, and breaking down those constructs, breaking down the lies that were told to you. And that's scary. We see some of our friends, in this world where we're at right now, we see some of our friends where we're saying, holy cow, you have had a break from reality, and facing truth is hard. Yeah? It's painful. Giving people space to figure it out. Could you imagine the next conversation you have when someone, especially religion, politics, the big ones, if you said, I don't know what my position is? Scary. Why would you want to say that? Why would you want to admit that you don't know? I don't know sometimes. I'll tell you, I don't know. But I know that I want to be your friend. I know I don't want to get hurt. I know I want what's best for everybody. Take a moment now. I've said a lot. Take a moment to think for a second. What if you were the truth? What if you are truth? Sat Nam, I am truth. And what if your truth was not good or bad, but just is? How would you interact with the world with that information? Take a moment. And what if who you are was good enough? If no one's ever told you you're good enough? Oh, that's a hard one for me. Oh, I love that. We have the truth is the light, and the light is for love. That's it. So break it down. Break it all down. Break those constructs down. Break it down, and what is left? Love. We are all looking for love. We are all looking to be loved. And we're all looking to give love. So what if we took all those labels down right now, friends? If you can, if you're in a position where you can stand up right now, I'm going to ask you to stand up. And we're going to take the pose of Kali. Oh, we'll talk about my sun card in a minute. Actually, it's perfect. Perfect. It's all meant to be, friends. Yes? Okay, if you can stand up, I want you to get up here. We're going to do one big pose. So here, I have the sun card behind me. That's excellent. Yes, see? You guys are my teachers. You are my teachers. The sun card comes from tarot cards, which are tools in mediumship, right? In intuitive work. It's a tool. But the sun is an archetype, right? We're talking about breaking down the archetypes, but it is an archetype that reminds us about the truth, the inner light that's inside of us, the truth, everything that's part of us. Love is the truth. And when you follow love, you follow truth. And when you follow truth, you follow peace. Do you see how it all works together? Do you see how all these big words strung together comes down to the understanding that you are love? And it is your duty and responsibility to share that love and also to receive it, because we are social beings. So if you're standing up, great. You can do this sitting down if you have an injury. We're going to take Kali pose, which is almost like a plie. If you can't bend your knees, don't bend your knees. It's fine. Put your hands like this. Kind of saw me dancing a little bit like that, right? Kali is the goddess in Hindi archetypes. It's hard in Western archetypes. We don't see it so much. I talked about this with a friend the other night. Kali consumes the bad guys, does the dirty work. She loves us so much, she takes down darkness and evil. So I want you in that pose. If you're in a position where you can, make an audible with me. Sounds silly, but it feels so good when you do it. If you've never done this work before, please. Ready? Breathe in and as you're exhaling, doing Kali pose, I want you to imagine all the hurt, all the pain, all the frustration, all the uncertainty inside of you releasing from your body. But something magical happens because it's Kali Ma, Kali goddess energy. She takes that and consumes it as fuel. And literally, the moment you exhale all that insecurity, pain, hurt, loss, confusion, limiting thoughts from your mouth, it turns into a beacon of hope and light, a warrior of light, descending upon the world, every single globe, part of the globe, the round globe, every part of it, every culture, every political system, every faith, every human being, every piece of Starbucks contemplating existence feels this light, feels this love. So let's do it together. Kali and let's do it again. Breathe in, and exhale in Kali pose, pushing all the darkness into light through the power of a transformative metaphysical process and allow peace to echo on every part of this planet and beyond. If you got the energy, take it beyond Earth. We'll do it one more time together, friends, and then we'll come into prayer. Breathe in. Feel, take a moment. Can you feel the vibrations of the world? Feeling your love, feeling your experience, identifying with your experience. Just take a moment. Can you feel truth resonating? I want you to come into prayer. In yoga, this is called prayer. It's actually a physical benefit that comes from prayer, kind of putting all the kinetic energy together. Science has shown this. And just take a moment to go inward. Take a moment to go inward. And just be for a minute. And I will invite you now to affirm with yourself in a language that makes sense to you, in a practice that makes sense to you. Again, God, Buddha, Richard Dawkins, the Flying Spaghetti Monster, Kumbaya, I don't care. Because truth is one and powers are many, my friends. And the way truth speaks to you, take a moment and affirm with yourself, I am love. Take a moment and say it with me. I am love. I am loved because I love you. I am truth. And I am the manifestation of peace. We'll just sit for a moment. Just sit for a moment. You heard Starbucks. Message comes in different ways, friends. I love that. If anything's come up for any of you during this process, I'm happy to integrate with you offline. Sometimes when we do these healing things, stuff comes up. So namaste to all of you. I bow to you in honor. You are love, my friends. Thank you so much for sharing this space with me.
Thank you so much for joining us today. I know that I really got a tremendous amount out of it that I wasn't expecting. So that was powerful for me.
That was awesome. There's a shrine in my hometown where Kali and Yama are opposite each other. And they talk about sort of, the power in the space in between and how, like, if you're just there and you're looking down, you just think that you're in a place. When you realize what your surroundings are, you realize the space that you're in. And the way you brought that out was just amazing. Wonderful.
That's it. Thank you. Thank you again for sharing this space with me and all of you guys. Of course, peace, love, and happiness, friends.
Peace.
Thank you, Alana. And we'll look forward to connecting with you in the chat, in the event page. For people who are looking to connect with you, they can connect in the Facebook event. And also, they can find you, here we have you, at foreversprojects.org. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my nonprofit organization dedicated completely to alternative healing. And it's Forever's possessive, like Forever's projects, multiple projects. Foreversprojects.org. You can email me there, alana@foreversprojects.org. And I'm going to jump off here and jump onto chat. If anybody needs to integrate this, that's exactly what I'm here for. Again, namaste, friends.
Thank you, Alana. Well, Dan, we are getting quite a powerful, mental, emotional, and spiritual workout today. Oh, Dan, you're on mute.
So yeah, great. Thank you. I'm going to probably only do that about 10 more times today. You talk about, we're getting this mental workout, and we've been on the air for a while. I have more energy now than when I started. I am more excited, more charged. I have been filled. It's funny. I would have said I've been filled, but each time I keep finding a greater capacity for the learning that's happening here. And so it's awesome. And we have another guest coming right up.
We do. So I'm going to turn this over to you and Yona, who I believe is next. Yona, are you ready to join us?
Here's Yona. Hey, Yona, how's it going?
Oh, wonderful.
You got a little bit of a buzz in the background. Is there a fan? Yona, do you have a fan possibly going in the background, or something? Do you have a buzz on your mic?
It's probably the laptop that I'm using. So, is it
I don't think it's a laptop. It's like coming in waves in and out. We'll figure it out. We'll try to bug what's going on.
Apologies.
No problem.
So, yeah, I want to say it's such a blessing to be here, and I'm grateful for the opportunity.
So I know the title of your thing is Living in the Flow. Tell me a little bit what that means to you, living in the flow.
Well, so when we're in the flow, usually people think of the flow as like, well, there's flow arts, hooping and stuff like that, and then things that get you into that state where you're just being present with yourself. You're in the moment. For me, a big thing that gets me into the flow is cooking.
I see. What sort of things do you like to cook?
All kinds. I like to expand my repertoire. I really enjoy cooking in fine dining restaurants. I feel like that environment allows for the most creativity.
Do you have any? Sorry, go ahead.
No, go on.
Well, I was just going to say, I've been sort of like everybody trapped at home, and I've been watching a lot of cooking on YouTube, and right. I'd always had, like, I read Bourdain's Kitchen Confidential and a few other books, but I've been really getting into Jacques Pepin over the last 3 or 4 months. He has this amazing repertoire of stuff on YouTube. I've just been following his recipes and making them, and it's awesome.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. So you mentioned, everybody's been sitting at home. Well, I haven't. Well, I'll just go into how my 2020 went, and it all ties in. At the beginning of 2020, I wasn't really living in the flow. I wouldn't say. My perspective was different. I'm polyamorous, so I believe that love is infinite, and we should be free to express that love. With between consenting adults, and so I was involved in a long-term relationship and had been starting to get into another one, and both of those ended in January, and I threw myself into my job at the time. That was cooking, and everything started to fall apart, it seemed. in March, when the first round of shutdowns came, so did my pink slip. So it just felt like everything was falling apart around me. But I've come to know now that it was just pushing me toward.
Give us a little perspective. Where are you, Fiona? Where are you located?
Right now I'm in Florida, but I've been traveling the country since May.
Wow.
Everything fell apart, and then everything lined up at the same time. And I set out from Georgia. That's where I'm from originally, and went up through the Ozarks, the Badlands in South Dakota, stayed in Montana for a little while, Colorado, Oregon, all over the country. And that's another of my flows is driving. I can get into that present state and just be with myself.
So help us picture a little bit more. What kind of vehicle are you driving across country?
It's a little Saturn coupe.
Nice.
And all of my worldly possessions fit into this little car. It's wonderful on gas.
Cool.
And so as I progressed on this journey, I tried to approach things with more of a curiosity. I wanted to understand things and to understand myself in a deeper way. And so I started looking at problems and conflicts that would come up as lessons. Everything is a lesson. And when I started to do that, I started asking myself, of course, what can I learn from this? How can I choose differently in a way that aligns with my truth?
Yeah.
And yeah.
So when you talk about, finding things that align with your truth, what sort of things did you find like that?
Well, freedom has always been a huge thing for me, and that's part of my inclination toward polyamory, is that freedom. And I believe that if we want ultimate freedom for ourselves, we have to be willing to give that to others.
So I'm guessing that when you're driving around the country during a pandemic, you get to see really different takes. I mean, you probably got a lot of people who are, oh my God, what are you doing? You're spreading the virus. We're going to call it the Yona virus instead of the coronavirus. Did you get any of that?
People were surprised, for sure. There was a few jokes made about that, but a lot of it was a lot of the reaction that I got was it was inspiring. The way that I was living, because I'm not, and still I don't know where I'm going to go tomorrow. I've got a tent that I can stay in. I can sleep in my car.
Are you camping out most places?
Well, when I was in Oregon, I worked there at a lumber mill, and I lived in my tent the whole time.
Wow.
And it was wonderful. I didn't mind it at all. Somewhere out there, I found my peace, and
And did that peace bring you home, or did it encourage you to travel even more?
Well, I don't. That's an interesting way that you put that. In a way, my peace did bring me home. It's that it brought me to and home is wherever I am. But finding that peace, I want to share that with whoever else is ready to feel that, and I believe that one of the main ways that we can achieve that peace for ourselves is just being who we are, and shutting out all of those outside voices that tell us we need to do this, we need to go to work and go to school and make something of ourselves, and we've stopped listening to that inner guidance that is it's there in all of us.
So I want to go back to that and say, that voice that tells us to go to work. You worked in a lumber mill. That is, I'm guessing, that was pretty hard physical labor.
Oh, absolutely. But I grew up a farm, a small, self-sufficient farm. So I'm no stranger to hard work, and I have to. But I've realized that I've been doing this traveling. Of course, I have to find ways to make monetary income, but it worked out, and I believe it's going to continue to work out. And people are so much kinder than the media would have you believe.
Do you have advice? I mean, to me, it sounds like, the peace that you're talking about, living in the flow, you found it. Is there, if we say that, you traveled to get there, were there road signs? Were there things along the way that you said, this is leading me more toward inner peace? This is leading me more towards my flow?
Yeah, there were tests. Spiritual leaders are all the time talking about being tested, and I believe that test comes in that pause before you continue the cycle that you've been on, maybe your whole life. Like for me, I always had issues with anger, and I would just that would be my go-to response to a lot of things, and because I felt that I wasn't being heard a lot of times. I wasn't being heard.
How does that anger manifest itself?
How would it manifest? In what way?
Well, you had a lot of anger. You yell at people, shut down, walk away.
Yeah, it was explosive yelling, just fits, and it felt, when we get angry, there's this swelling inside of us, in our ego center, and it feels powerful, but it's a false power, and instead, I heard a couple other speakers as I popped in and out earlier, saying something similar. We can, in that moment, we can choose differently, and we can walk away if we need to, and maintain that peace, or we can choose a path of understanding and seek to understand the other person rather than differences as an attack on us. You're muted.
I muted myself, so only 9 times left. So, hey, I noticed while you were talking, you flipped some switch with your right hand, and that stopped the back of the hum for a second. Was there something you hit with your right hand just a second ago? No?
No, just
okay.
Just talking with my hands.
No worries. I do the same thing.
I just need some energy, I guess.
I used to, I was a special education teacher for 7 years, and I had a student who, super hyperactive, way out of control, stuff like that. And one of the things in exercise that we taught him to calm down, to help calm himself down, was to start off and sit on his hands as a way to sort of center that part of his body first. And so I'm always mindful of the fact that when I talk with my hand, that's what I have to do. And if I need to center myself down, I bring my hands inside my face and do that. So traveled around the country, Oregon, Dakota, stuff like that. You must have encountered a lot of really fascinating people while you're doing that as well. Anybody who stands out on that journey?
I mean, all of my friends who provided me, with food or a place to stay, helped me along the way. I'm forever grateful for them. In Colorado, in fact, I had to ask for help in Oregon, and so many beautiful people came through and helped. And there is one stranger in particular that stands out, and this happened in Montana. It's one of my favorite stories to tell people because it's a story about intuition, and sometimes our intuition tells us to do silly things, and it doesn't make sense in the moment, but it has the potential to play out in a beautiful way. So while I was staying in Billings, and I had to get out of the city every day and just be among nature for a little while. This one particular morning, as I was leaving, I saw a lighter laying on a table. I had the urge to put it in my pocket, and it didn't make sense to me. I had a lighter in the car. So I was like, okay, well, we'll see what happens. So I put the lighter in my pocket. And this particular morning, I decided to stop to get coffee. And Billings has a significant population of homeless natives. And I saw a few outside the gas station where I stopped. And I went in and got my coffee, and I came back out, and one of these natives was standing by my car, and he approached me and asked me if I could get him a pack of cigarettes. And I told him no, and he kept talking, so I stood and I listened to him, and he told me that he was Sioux in Cheyenne territory and that he'd gotten shanked the night before. And as he's telling me this, he starts taking off his hoodie and shirt, and he's going to show me. And while he's doing this, he says, "You must be some kind of doctor or something." And I'll pause the story right there to say I'm not a doctor. I do have a history in medicine. I was a medic in the National Guard, and I'm also a Reiki master and intuitive healer. There was no way that this man could have known any of that, but it was his intuition led him to me, and I looked at his injury, and and let him know that it looked good. There was no sign of infection. And he thanked me, and then he asked me for a light. And so I took the lighter out of it and gave it to him.
Wow. It's a powerful story. It's interesting too that he could feel that somehow you had that healing zen about you. Did you
exactly
in the encounter in traveling cross country, meeting all these other people, living with the flow? At what point in time did you think to yourself, how long were you? So let's start with basically, how long were you actually on the road? Are you still on the road?
I'm still on the road. My journey is not over yet.
Got you. So you're saying that right now you're in Colorado. How long?
Right now I'm in Florida.
Florida. Sorry.
Yes.
How long have you been in Florida? Florida's not the worst place to spend January, by the way.
Right. That was my thinking. South for the weather. I just got here Sunday.
Gotcha. So, do you have any idea how long you will stay, or nothing planned? Going with the flow?
I'll probably be here for the winter, and then I'm not sure what's next. But as I walk the path, it's revealed.
Gotcha. Whereabouts in Florida, if you don't mind me asking?
Jacksonville right now.
Gotcha. So up north.
Yeah.
I have to put in a plug here, lpf.org, the Libertarian Party of Florida. Very well organized, and I know that they're meeting. So, if you feel like you want to walk in on a libertarian meeting, there should be stuff in your area.
Right.
So tell me a little bit about like an obligation now. Do you feel, now that you sort of learned to walk the path, that you have an obligation or a desire to share that with other people? Talk about, your journey in the hope that it reveals something for them?
Well, part of my personal philosophy is to do anything that I feel obligated to do, or like, so I definitely feel the desire to share that with others. I feel like are pressures from outside forces, and I advocate for ultimate freedom.
Interesting. I know for a lot of people that's going to seem like an interesting philosophy, because they think about obligation, in terms of, obviously, your obligations are things that you have to do, but sometimes you feel like, you have to do them because you're called by, that's who you are. Do you ever have like sort of that feeling that there are obligations in your life? Like, for example, you want to be true to yourself.
An obligation.
That's sort of an obligation.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Do you feel like being true to yourself is an obligation?
I feel like it might be the only one that there is.
All right. Well, I love that part. I mean, I think that, that's one of the things we're all sort of seeking truth, and it comes to us in different ways, but it's the one thing that really we have shared together. So let's talk a little bit about the question that I've asked everybody who's been on today. This is Peaceful Warrior today, brought to you by the People for Liberty. What does the phrase Peaceful Warrior mean to you?
I hear it. It makes me think about the quote about it's better to warrior in a garden than a garden in a war. And that's just it. And we all have to fight to hold on our peace, especially if we found it, and to claim it for ourselves, because it's our right.
So that leads to
and you know, go on.
I was just going to say, well, that leads to your question. You say, we have to fight to hold on to our peace. Talk about some of the forces that you've observed that try to take you away from that.
Mostly just personal triggers, where, like I was talking about before, something would upset me, and in the moment I made the choice to understand rather than react. I found to respond with compassion. I would, out of time, like to talk a little bit more about well, I'd like to read an excerpt from Love Yourself into Life. It's a channeling by Ramtha.
Great.
And it kind of pulls everything together. Freedom means having the adventure to create your own security. When you are secure, it means you are safe, but it also means someone else is taking care of you, and they're living the adventures. You are reaping the benefits, but without doing coming or allowing your own creative brilliance to occur, you are a follower. Those who are secured entities never know the vistas of a different land. They never know the adventures that await them moment to moment to moment. And these adventures are all creative. To break free is to go beyond into the unknown that is speculative, conjecture, uncertain. An out there entity, you have all the freedom to take, for the first time in existence, your own God-given brilliance that you certainly are, and apply it in a way that you deliver yourself from the enslavement of someone else's ideals and create your own. It gives purpose to an entity. Secured entities are secure, safe from that which is called predators. Yet they live fearfully. Entities that break, create their own boundaries, live in a state of perpetual happiness, continuously hating every moment to depend. And so what I take from this, and what I believe is that we have to find ourselves to figure out where our happiness, where our peace lies, and we know inherently we've always known. Think about when you were a kid, someone said to me the other day, and a lot of times you can find it there. And in terms, I want to speak about the mayhem in politics that's going on, and my advice, if you will, would be to remove yourself, because the system is obviously broken, and just like you can't heal in the same environment where you became ill, you can't grow in the same system that oppressed you. You can't move forward. You can't progress. So reclaim your power as an individual and through voluntary interaction, let that set you free.
That, I think, is an outstanding message to close on. I want to thank you very much, Yona, for having been here and for bringing your message to us. And I think if people have questions for you, you check in the Facebook chat. People are joining. People are posting questions to all the speakers, and obviously, people will be watching this. People who are at work today who couldn't watch it. So if you can get some questions, follow the Facebook chat, and everybody wants to. Let's thank you very much, Yona. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, and blessings be upon your heads, peace in your hearts, and love on your tongues. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you so much. We're going to transition quickly here. So our next group of people who are coming in, this is Peaceful Warrior Day, brought to you by the People for Liberty, and this broadcast is going on all day. We got two people who are, dedicated to this idea of peaceful warriors. Let me introduce Al and John. Welcome, guys. And,
hello. Hello. Welcome.
I'm actually just going to turn it over to you guys. And if you need me, call me. I'll be right here. But take it away, fellas.
All right. Thank you. John, I think I need more greenery behind me. You need some more greenery? All right. Yeah. I'm sending it your way. Yeah. John, just to let the audience know, John and I are both based here in Houston, and with a lot of the core of the People for Liberty team. But we're affiliated also with a group called Universal Fest that's bringing a lot of these topics to the Houston community and beyond. And we're going to be talking about divine masculinity today, because it's something that's been a topic of conversation for us in our community, in our group for the last few years. Does that sound about right? That is true. Yes. So let's start with this. How would you define divine masculinity? Okay. So there's two energies that live in every human, and it's the feminine energy and the masculine energy. And we all have it within us. When we put the word divine into it, it is that healed state of masculinity, the healthier state of it. Also, so each energy has a spectrum of attributes to it. And the wounded masculine may be more on the anger side, or judgmental, resentment, fear. And then on the more divine side, where we are more healed, or at least never been traumatized by these things, we come from a place of logicalness, structure. Yeah. Awesome. So you made a great point. So it's not men versus women. It's that we each embody both a masculine and a feminine energy. Is that right? That is correct. And within every female, I can look at my mom. I can look at my best friends, old partners, girlfriends, and in each female, there's powerful attributes about them that were more on the masculine energy. It doesn't make them a man or less of a woman. It's just an energy that they have to be in service, Great. to hold structure, to have consistency, to be more logical. Yeah. So sometimes, like when I'm introduced with a new concept, for it to make sense in my mind, sometimes it helps to know what the opposite of it is, or what the counterpart is. So how would you define divine feminine? Feminine, or the healed feminine, or the healthy feminine, is more on the nurturing side, intuitive, expressive. So someone that is very in their divine feminine, there's more of a flow-like structure, as opposed to the masculine is more structure. And they can have both. It's just the way they define it's like the yin and yang. There's like a 60-40, and then the little dot. It's a little bit of this in the woman, and a little bit of this in the man, but predominantly someone that is in their divine feminine has like 60% of their feminine qualities,
active and awakened with some of their healthy masculine in the background.
Awesome. So, and I guess an antonym or opposite concept would be, describing the toxic masculinity, right? So how would we define that as opposed to divine masculinity? And then we'll talk a little bit more about like tools we can use.
That's a great question. I've lately been taking away the word toxic masculinity because just the term toxic tends to trigger people, and especially in men that don't even know what this concept is. To put the word toxic right in front of masculinity, it puts a defense mechanism up, and then they're not even open to seeing that their resistance and their trigger could be kind of toxic. So we'll look at the unhealed or the wounded masculine.
There you go.
And I do that because I see people triggered and struggling with that term toxicity. But you can have toxic levels of water in your body. You can have toxic levels of iron in your blood. So toxic, sometimes can be taken out of context, and it's like it can come off as sounding judgmental, and people take it with offense. When in all actuality, it's an overcompensation of that energy, and it can manifest. So, in a nutshell, the toxic or the wounded masculine can be overcompensative with that energy, and it can be like someone that's a workaholic that stifles their emotions. I grew up, and my first recollection of toxic masculinity was in the boys' locker room in middle school. And all through elementary, you don't have a locker room that's separated until you get into middle school and you play sports, and then you're in this locker room, and all these kids are like, "Don't be a P word," or "Man up," or "Stop being a sissy," and you get hurt on the football field, and then they're like, "Crying is for wussies and babies," and that is an example of toxic masculinity or the wounded masculine, and it doesn't allow for the human being to be human, to fully express any emotion that goes on. It's okay for a boy or a man to cry, and when the masculine makes it wrong or shames or blames a being for being expressive, that's when it becomes wounded or toxic. And those toxicities and those wounds usually come from a trauma, childhood trauma, and it could even be something from, a little older, like being traumatized in a relationship, being heartbroken. That could cause a trauma, and so it doesn't always have to come from childhood, but usually it's rooted from childhood. And I'll go even further to say that in my family, I mentioned the locker room example as one of the first times I really noticed like this toxic energy of not being able to be expressive. But to be honest, looking back, growing up as a child, my father, his father, my grandfather, when I met him, the men in our family were not allowed to show emotion. And I used to say, "Oh, it's an Asian thing. Asian men don't show emotions," but that's not true because I'm an Asian man and I show my emotions. And I had uncles that didn't, from my mom's side of the family, that were able to show their emotions. So then I was able to say, well, maybe it's on my dad's side. Maybe it's the trans family that they've been taught to stifle their emotions. Don't say I love you. Try to cry in front of people. Don't cry in front of the women in this house. So that was truly my first experience with toxic masculinity without even knowing what that was. And it was normalized to be just hard armor, emotionless male in the family. And that was, by definition, being strong, being a man. And through the years, I've learned that was not healthy.
Yeah, I like the conversation about wounded versus toxic because it I feel like it gives a path to redemption. You know, and it allows people the space to basically do something about it and come forward and do something about it and change who they are. And you know, we've had this discussion about the divine feminine very publicly the last, you know, 2, 3, 4 years, especially with the Me Too movement. And there's been some amazing discussions and progress that's been made on the divine feminine side because of that. And, you know, and now I hear a lot of the recent conversation around now it's time for the divine masculine to step up and for us to have these conversations and you know, take our part in the discussion of what it means to express ourselves in a better way and heal those wounds. So yeah, I think this is a wonderful direction to go. So I guess I would ask this. I know a few of the things that I've done over the last few years to at least, you know, put myself on this journey, but you feel good talking about some of the things that maybe you've done the last few years that you think have like just opened up your eyes to this concept of divine masculinity and healing some of the wounds? Yes.
Well, in 2014, something was calling me to really heal some stuff. I got divorced in 2009, and I kept finding myself in similar relationships, and I was always the closed off one, not wanting to express how I felt, and it was just shutting down my partners, the feminine. And I knew something was up, and I knew I wasn't feeling fulfilled. I actually found a healer and did ayahuasca. And for me, ayahuasca was kind of my gateway medicine into my spiritual journey. And from my spiritual journey, I found yoga. I found a lot of teachers, coaches, and mentors in my life. I don't like the term guru so much, but I do feel like I found some people that I would consider real life gurus that I learned so much. And the realization of maybe I could let my ego down and learn from somebody. I don't have to act like I know everything. And I know that we're all on this process of healing, and we can go a lot further when we travel together. It's like an African proverb, it's like you travel farther when you can move together. And seeking guidance from divine masculine men that I learned yoga from. One of my teachers was Dan Houston in the beginning of my yoga journey, Roger Rippey, and just being around those men and saying, wow, this is different than what I was taught as a child, different than how I act with my partners. They were good models for me, and I just learned from them. The other thing is journaling, writing down how you feel and being expressive with my partner about how I feel, holding space for her to express how she feels and not being so stuck on being right or in a certain way, but being the vessel, the container for the feminine to flow through and speak her truth. We're both here to be heard and seen. Everyone's here to be heard and seen, felt, and loved. So that was the big lesson.
Yeah, it's good you brought up another person, because I feel like a lot of times we create these mirrors, right? We have these mirrors in our lives, and you know, they become a reflection of us, you know. And one thing I've done in my life is you know, I always say, like, you can't control your environment, but you can control your environment, meaning that, you know, you can't control the environment you're in, but you can physically take yourself out of that environment and move yourself to a different one. And a lot of that for me has been just moving to interactions with people that are better mirrors for me, you know, that you know, bring out the aspects of myself that I want to see, you know, that I want to come forth, that I want to come out, right? I mean, we all have these things inside of us, and you know, we want to express the best versions of ourselves, or at least, you know, that one day we wake up and you know, we might feel like we want to express the best versions of ourselves. And so it's good to have better mirrors. So Yeah, I'm very thankful for our community, both globally and locally in Houston. It's been an amazing, difference. And I know we've talked about this before, but how shocking it can be sometimes to then take ourselves out of our beautiful community and be in these environments that we used to be in, and now we see the contrast. At least that's something that I've noticed.
I agree. And you said the magic word was community, and community is so powerful. I think we've learned through pandemic how powerful community can be, how healing it can be. Even in the midst of people getting sick and ill and feeling isolated, having a community, whether we connect virtually or in real life, is so powerful.
And let me ask you this, since a lot of this whole Peaceful Warrior Day was kind of sparked by a lot of the frustration and pain in our society, and this great divide that we seem to have on a societal and political level. And it seems to be creating this rift, this beautiful tool of social media, and it does a lot of beautiful positive things, but it can also create a lot of challenges for us, and so we seem to interact in a larger community than we ever have as humans in the past. So we're interacting with people that aren't necessarily always the best reflections or best mirrors for us. And so what would you suggest as some simple tools of like how we can have better engagement and be better divine, at least in this discussion, better divine masculine energy in say online conversations or when discussing topics like politics and whatnot, that might help with the healing process?
I think one of the key words that you brought up, and it's another word that starts with the C. You said community earlier, but the key word that popped out to me was compassion. And we all have perception, and we all have what we think is the right side or the right way. And can we, as a collective, believe in something? Whoever we vote for, or some kind of political stance, can we believe in that? And also have compassion and say, you know what, if I have the right to believe in this and live and understand and keep it close to my heart, that person across the street or that person online that's typing something, they have every right to feel that way as well. And when we condemn someone, it's a condemnation. A dam is like a block. We're blocking them from their flow. So how can we see someone and say, you know what, I'm going to let you be in your flow, I'll be in my flow. But if I condemn you, condemnation, like I'm blocking your life, your belief system. And with that said, I feel like if we look at everything as a line, and the divine is that above the line, because it's divine as you think of like heavenly, right? We're all spiritual beings living in this human experience. And the divine is that soul, that 5D that they talk about. And it's this, you're the spiritual being, you're infinite, you are loving, you're a soul. But we're living in this real life, skin, bone, muscle, physical 3D experience. How do you balance that? And down here in the physical realm, we have this thing called the ego. And it's like the ego is on the below the line, and the soul, the divine, is on the above the line. So can we accept that we are living in a physical experience? Our ego wants to fight it out and make it right and says, you voted for that guy, you're wrong, and I'm voting for this guy, and I'm right. That's the ego trying to survive and trying to make everything right about my identity, my choices, and my decisions are all right. And can we just accept that we are all living this human experience? We all have different perspectives, but the divine way of looking at you and my neighbor and my not really neighbor, the one that I disagree with, can I give him compassion? Can I give him grace for believing a certain way? Can I thank him for at least having a view, having a backbone, something to believe in? So
I love it.
Compassion piece.
I guess, that line you're talking about and getting from one side of the line to the other, for me, my journey was it kind of started with yoga, which then I literally just did it to do it. And it was the physical asana that helped me to connect body to mind and form that connection. And then once you're kind of in this better physiological space, then and then I just kind of woke up to, oh, wow, like I can kind of tap into more of that, divine masculine, divine feminine energy, because I'm just in a better physiological space down in my physical body. So it kind of took that twist and turn. And ironically, my journey also started with a bad breakup, and started with yoga, and then ventured into community as well. So yeah, it's interesting to that's happened for both of us. And then our paths crossed, and we started creating beautiful community and events together. I guess as part of, so that was in 2013 or 14, you had that transition, and then we met around, what was it, 2017, and you had a birthday wish?
Yes.
That kind of developed into a small little thing.
Yes. You want to talk about that?
A little bit about that.
So on my birthday, and it was 2016, I woke up and I realized that, why do we have to wait for our birthday to make a wish? And being that we're all divine beings, and we're souls that have unlimited lives and unlimited energy to manifest, we don't have to wait for our birthday to make a wish. So I went to my birthday, I asked for a wish, and I wished for, within my community, we were all sitting around. I said, I wish for us to build a consciousness festival where there's yoga, there's workshops where we talk about things like this, where we talk about the divine feminine rising, we talk about healing traumas and how to empower ourselves to be manifestors. So that was the wish. And part of my wish was to share that out loud everywhere I go, everywhere I talk to. I said, I would ask people, if today was your birthday, what would you wish for? And they would say, oh, I wish, my family's healthy. And other people would say, I wish for a new job in the Virgin Islands, And then people would say, well, then what's your wish? And I would tell them, and they'd say, well, I know someone that can organize this part. So that's when everything happened, and that's where we got to reconnect. And together, if anyone's at home that doesn't know, Al and I and our other friend Sawmill, who's another divine masculine, created a consciousness festival in our city, and it's been going on for 3 years, where we provide yoga, healing, connecting people to spiritual leaders and healers in the community. And part of that being of service is one of the divine masculine attributes. There's a book that in this work that I've been studying around divine masculinity. It's called The King, the Warrior, the Magician, and the Lover. And those are the 4 archetypes of the divine masculine. And when you read that book, you learn that these are not some foreign concepts that don't live outside of you. Every human being has all 4 of those archetypes within them. And I have a king in me, you have a king in you. And part of that king is to build the kingdom, build the community. And you can build it together. It doesn't mean like I am my own king and you're your own king. Like, we can all be kings together. All the brothers on this planet can be kings together and build a strong community. We have a similar cause. We can be magicians together, which is, they call the mystic, the healer, the shaman. And I know, Al, you're a doctor, you're a healer, you have a healing mind presence. The other archetype is the warrior, and it comes back to the theme of today is the peaceful warrior. There's an idea, archaic idea, that a warrior has to kill in order to claim the territory or something. But in the yogic principle, there's that peaceful warrior that believes in something, fights for something in a peaceful way, and is able to serve, to love. And the last archetype is the lover, to love the divine feminine within ourselves, to embrace. There's parts of me that are very much divine feminine. I took a quiz recently, and there's all these questions, and man, I've got a lot of feminine energies within me, which is being expressive with my emotions, being intuitive, being nurturing. I love to nurture my family and my friends, and we all have those lover archetype aspects within us. And when we can love everything within us, that teaches us to love everything around us, our friends, our family, our community, so that we can all be lovers, warriors, kings, magicians. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it because we kind of predicted Dan's mind here, because he's been asking everyone, what does peaceful warrior mean to you? And I think you summed it up pretty well. I guess for me, it means exactly what you're talking about, in the sense that we don't necessarily have to use violence to express ourselves and to win people over, right? I see a warrior as somebody that wins people over, and you can do that by eliminating them, by making them fear you, and you can also do that by having them love you and appreciate you, and recognizing the love and the warmth within them as another human being, as a reflection of yourself. So that's how I see peaceful warrior is someone that can express themselves that way. And it's kind of cool that these teachings have been in the yogic tradition for hundreds of years, and we have all these different poses that are called warrior poses, and have different symbolic stories behind them. And I know one of your favorite is the the story of Warrior 2. I believe you talk about it sometimes when you teach yoga. Can you talk about that? What is it symbolic of?
So the warrior 2 looks like this, and in the mythology, they say that Shiva, he's the divine masculine, his wife was Parvati, and they were not invited to her father's party, so she basically, out of like sadness, killed herself. So he was like so mad, so he was very vengeful. He was angry, and he said, you know what, I'm going to send down a warrior down to earth and kill her dad, all of his kingsmen, and that whole party is just going to be demolished. So he sends down a warrior that looks like this, which is Warrior 2. And the warrior comes down and basically slashes all the heads of the people at the party. And symbolically, it just means cutting off all the egos down on earth. Like, I'm going to destroy every ego on earth. But then he realizes that that didn't bring his wife back. And all this killing of egos, like, I'm going to destroy your ego. I'm going to destroy your ego. And none of that brought his wife back. And he said, you know what? I'm still missing her love. The only way that I can cultivate that love back is just by staying focused on what my purpose is. And that's one of the attributes of the divine masculine, is to stay focused on your purpose. So he said, I'm going to stay focused on my purpose. I'm going to lead from my heart. So peaceful warriors, when you flip the palm up and you reach back and your heart is exposed and you're vulnerable. So that just means I'm not afraid. I don't need a sword. I can lead with my heart forward, lead with my heart, and I'm not going to hurt anyone. And I will show the rest of the world, like, I'm vulnerable, I'm open, and I'm not violent. So that was the story of Warrior 2 and Peaceful Warrior.
That's beautiful, because and we often kind of separate the logical brain and the thinking side, and the science behind something like yoga poses or the anatomy, and the symbolic side. But I can tell you that anytime we put ourselves in this open extension, we're that what we kind of call in yoga heart openers, right? We talk about heart openers. Physiologically, we're fully expressing ourselves when we do that, and in order to do that, you have to have a lack of fear, right? And the opposite of that is when we have a lot of fear, we want to protect ourselves. We want to protect our internal organs, and we kind of curl down in the opposite position, where we want to feel nurtured and safe, right? So sometimes that energy is what's necessary, and sometimes to express ourselves, we want to open ourselves up, and it's the physical manifestation that can reinforce the mental aspect of what we're doing, which is why the yoga practice is so powerful. So I would urge anyone that hasn't had a chance to do any yoga, or even if you have, you're gonna be leading a class here in what, 2 hours?
2 hours.
So right here online, and if for those in Houston, we're at the beautiful downtown park at Discovery Green. Everyone's all socially distanced and spread out there, and John leads a beautiful class that they've extended through the January. Normally it ends in like November, but there was such a big attendance that it got extended through the end of January. And we're kind of lucky in Houston with mild weather, so we'll be broadcasting that and sharing that love and energy with you tonight, and fingers crossed and we can get a good audio feed so you can hear it. But otherwise, you can kind of just follow along visually. We'll most likely have some people demonstrating as John talks about the different poses. And he does a really, really good class. And for the left brain people, physiologically, I actually burn on average 100 more calories in John's classes than the other classes I've done recently, according to my watch. So so his sequences are pretty on the mark. So yeah, join us for that. And thank you, John. I appreciate your time with this, and thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan and Al.
Opportunity, and to People for Liberty for this opportunity for us to be able to share a little bit of the love, light, and magic. Is there anything you want to add, John?
I feel complete. I love what you're doing, and I stand behind it. And as divine masculine men, we're here to really support the cause. So thank you so much. And
Support each other and be better mirrors. John's been a wonderful mirror for me, and I'm lovingly call him brother because he is. And I feel good mirrors for each other, and we've gone through pains and struggles and beautiful things, but we've created some beautiful stuff along the way because of me reaching out and putting myself in a better environment. And I know John has done that, and boom, here we are. So put yourself in a better environment and love and appreciate people, and I feel like that's the formula, even politically. Just reach out with love and understanding, and understand that everyone's different, which is about as liberty minded as an approach as you can be, I guess. So we have to appreciate each other's differences to accept them and live alongside them. So
thanks, Al.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you guys both so much for being here. We really appreciate it. Al Jameson and John Tran talking about the divine masculinity and things that are inherent to ourselves that we have to recognize. I think for a lot of people, that's going to be important. If you have questions for John and Al and you're following on Facebook, please go ahead and post them in the Facebook chat. Facebook chat's pretty long at this point in time, but I think that people are going to reflect upon this and watch it back over the course of a couple days. So that sort of written space where you can ask questions is going to be very valuable. Please take advantage of that. So coming up next, our next guest is Hesham Al-Melji. Did I say your name right, Hesham?
Yes, Hisham Al-Maligi.
All right. Well, assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
You are here to lead us with a recitation from the Quran.
Right. So I'm going to recite in Arabic for those who never heard the Quran recitation before, and then we'll give the translation. And hopefully, if there are questions, I'm not going to take much of the time. If there are questions, I welcome the questions, and I'm going to share my contacts for those who would like to follow up later.
Awesome. And did you want to share a screen?
Yes, let me try that. Let's see. Select window. Yes, allow. Entire screen. Allow.
There it is.
Okay. So, all right. So, for those who never read the Quran before, basically, you can download a copy from the internet or pick up a free copy from any mosque or whatever if you're interested. Or do as I am doing right now, and basically go to one of the many websites that has the Quran, and in many different languages. This one in particular is called Quran Wow, Quran wow.com. When you click on the settings, you can choose the translation in many different languages. And if you can see here, we have more than a dozen English translations of the Quran. So, anyway, so I chose this one. None of the translations, by the way, are enough to convey the depth of the original Arabic, but you can read multiple translations to get the idea. So anyway, I'm going to first start with the opening chapter of the Quran. There are 7 verses, and you'll understand why, and then we'll move on to one of the main verses about human relations and how humans should look at each other. So let me first start with this, and I'm going to make the recitation in Arabic. You can read with me, I mean, the English recitation, but I'm still, for those who are only listening, I'm going to say it later on. There we go. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Ameen. So, practicing Muslims who pray the 5 times a day, as you might have heard, recite this opening chapter, those 7 verses, 17 times every single day. That's the minimum. You can add optional other prayers, so you will recite it again. And now let's read the English. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. All praise is for Allah, Lord of the worlds, the most compassionate, most merciful. Master of the day of judgment, you alone we worship, and you alone we ask for help. Guide us along the straight path, the path of those you have blessed, not those you are displeased with, or those who are astray. Now, the reason of course, since we recite this every day, 5 times at least, so I wanted to bring the mention of mercy. As you can see, the first verse and the 3rd verse includes the most compassionate, most merciful. Mercy is a very high goal for Islam and Muslims. Now let's move on to chapter 49, verse number 13. And by the way, you can click here when you go to the website, quranwow.com, and you choose the chapter that you want to go to, and then scroll to the number of verses. So I went to 49:13, and here it is. I'm going to also recite it in Arabic. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. O humanity, or O human beings, O people, indeed we have created you from a male and a female, referring to Adam and Eve, and made you into peoples and tribes, so that you may get to know one another. Surely the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous amongst you, and Allah is truly all knowing, all aware. First, let me clarify a couple of things. When we say Allah, Muslims, it is the name of God in Arabic. Jews and Christians who are Arab use the name Allah, and you can find that in the Arabic Bible and the Old Testament in Arabic. So Allah is not a Muslim God. Allah is the creator, as we look at the God of the worlds, the creator of the heavens and earth, if you believe in God. And also the righteousness part here. So when you say the most noble of you in the sight of Allah, God, the creator, is the most righteous amongst you. Now, we cannot measure each other's level of righteousness or piety. So therefore, we cannot judge each other. You see, only God can judge us. So we should treat each other with love and respect. There is also hadith. Hadith means the collection of authenticated and verified sayings or actions of Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him. And he said in one of them, whoever amongst you believe in Allah and the day of judgment, let him, meaning that person that believes, honor his guest, honor his neighbor. And he kept saying this in different ways at different times until one of the companions said, the Prophet kept reminding us to honor our neighbor. We thought the neighbors will be our heirs. When we pass, the neighbors will be our heirs. So and he didn't say Muslim neighbor, Christian neighbor, whatever, just your neighbor and your guests. And of course, above all, your parents. So this is in a nutshell what I wanted to share with you. And I'm open if you have any questions, please post them. Or if you like, let me actually share my contacts. There we go. Allow. Entire screen, and there we go. All right. So I am the co-founder and director of Muslims for Liberty. It's an organization that started in 2011, 2012 by 4 individuals, Will Cooley, Davi Barker, myself, and Rami Osman. We came together to do something for liberty from the Muslim perspective, which we believe is part and parcel of the Islamic creed or teachings. You can find me you can send me an email at Hisham, HESHAM, at muslims4liberty.org. And with that, I thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing your questions later on. And thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I think for a lot of people, that's going to be, new information. I did not know these 17 times. We worked next to when I was in Boston, we were next to a company that was Jordanian, and we would see them praying and, going into the bathroom and washing and all that stuff, because that's also an important part of the ritual, right? There's a,
right. You wash before you pray. Exactly. Yes. And,
it was really interesting to learn that part of it as well. And so thank you very much for sharing that with everybody. And we really appreciate it. And
thank you, Dana.
Somebody messaged me, I said salam alaikum. You responded alaikum salam. And for people who don't know, that's just saying peace be with you.
Exactly. For those, I've been into churches and synagogues and whatnot. So at a church after the sermon, after the mass, they turn to each other and say, "Peace be with you." So basically, that's what it is. Assalamu alaikum. Assalam is the peace. Alaikum, on you. So basically, may peace be with you.
So wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that. We got a lot of great comments coming in, and hopefully you'll be able to enjoy some of the peace that you brought to all the rest of us. Thanks
Thank
again.
you very much. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thank you guys very much for being here and staying with us through the day. This is, of course, Peaceful Warrior Day, brought to you by the People for Liberty. We are an organization that's made up of groups of people who are fighting for liberty in a variety of different ways, focused on a variety of different tasks. And the nice thing about that, about what we are meant to do as a group, is that it recognizes that nobody has one path. And, we've had a multiple of people talking about different religions, different aspects of faith, different paths to peace. And People for Liberty is meant to be a group that organizes us in that way. It is recognizing that everybody's path to liberty is different, and that we do different things along the way as we try to find what works for us in terms of liberty, and also to find what works for other people, how we're able to communicate the message of liberty with other people. We're going to have at the top of the hour one of my favorite guests, my friend Ashley from Massachusetts. As we get ready for that, I'm going to talk about one of the interesting ways that we communicate other things about liberty, and I'm going to share a little bit of libertarian humor. Some of you are probably familiar with this bit. It is libertarian dad jokes. Let me share them up. Sorry, once again, I forgot to put the sound on. Let me share that up again. Here we go. Share audio. And here we go.
What did communists use to light their houses before candles? Electricity.
I asked my North Korean friend how things were going there. He said, I can't complain.
Yeah. Why did the libertarian quit his job at the Italian car factory? Because he hated fiat. Fiat.
How do you know Arlington National Cemetery is popular?
I don't know how.
Because people are dying to get in there. During all the foreign wars, without congressional authorization. They die overseas and then the body is shipped back home.
Yeah, no, I get the mechanics of it.
And then the families come and visit the graves, and it's pretty crowded.
I am not sure that joke works.
Yeah, well, neither does nation building, but people keep trying it.
Okay. Knock, knock.
Get a warrant. Get a warrant. Okay. Oh, no, wait, I got one. You start, though. Say who's there.
No, with a knock, knock joke, you start with knock, knock.
Yeah, this is a knock joke. Like a no-knock raid, but it's a knock joke.
Okay. Who's there?
Police, we shot your dog. Whoops. Sorry, wrong house.
What's the difference between Trump, Obama, and a claustrophobic Eskimo?
I mean, there's lots of differences.
Okay, well, for this joke, only the Eskimo doesn't want to get snowed in. Snowed in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why did the Afghani bride get cold feet?
Why?
Because her legs were blown off in an American drone strike. Extrajudicial, again, without congressional oversight or authorization.
Why did police take a 3-year-old into custody?
Was he unarmed and black? No.
He was resisting arrest.
Right, that makes sense. They just shoot the black kids.
Austin.
How can you disappoint a libertarian with only one lepo?
What is a lepo? God.
Yeah, just like that.
So those are pretty awful, but a little humor here and there is something that I think talks about the different ways that we communicate. It doesn't always have to be gold standard. It doesn't always have to be the nap. Sometimes there are libertarian dad jokes that help us to get the message across. One of the persons who's really great at getting the message across is my friend from Massachusetts. When I left Massachusetts, I was sad because I was leaving behind so many good libertarian friends. But actually, since I've moved to DC, Ashley and I have gotten to hang out more. Sometimes we went to a march together in DC. We've been on a lot of video podcasts together. And so it is once again my pleasure to welcome Ashley Shade. Hey, Ashley, how's it going?
Hello, how are you today?
I'm having a great day. We're talking about the fact that we've been on the air for quite a while, but I am just charged with energy. A lot of the things that people have been talking about have been really inspirational. And so I'm excited for all the things that I've learned about liberty. You are coming in with what I would say is a controversial idea. Love is the brightest flame of liberty. So what is it about love that makes it the brightest flame?
Yeah, so love is the only way we can truly be free. When we harbor the feelings of hatred, when we harbor the feelings of anger and resentment towards our fellow human beings, we aren't free. Our minds are not free. We are shackled to these ideas. And when we learn to love and use love as a tool to bring people to freedom, it is the ultimate way of telling another person and showing another person that freedom and liberty are important to you, they're important to me, and they're important to everybody. Because as long as one of us is not free, none of us are free. And so it's extremely important that rather than using negative feelings and negative emotions of anger and resentment, we harbor feelings of compassion, goodwill, and love to our fellow human beings. And that will help set the world free.
So let's talk a little bit about how we can express that love, because I think, and you tell me if I'm wrong, but my perception is that most people in our society today have no idea how to react when somebody expresses love to them. They're taken aback at it because it's such an unusual thing to happen. So how do we get past that? How do we express love to people in ways that they can hear?
We have to make it more common. We have to show the world and be leaders and tell people it's okay to love. It's okay to be kind and compassionate and have empathy for our fellow humans on this earth, to understand that everyone has their own journey, that everyone has their own struggle. And I love that this event is called Peaceful Warrior, because everybody here, everybody listening, everybody at home, everyone who may listen to this at another time, everyone is a warrior in their own way. We all have our own personal battles and struggles that we go through on a day-to-day basis throughout our lives. And so we all have obstacles in our lives that we have to overcome. some of us many more than others. But I firmly believe that through love and compassion for our fellow humans, by making love a more regular topic of conversation, by expressing our love for each other and for humanity, that is something that society has encouraged throughout time but has never found a way to fully do on a regular basis. And it's a message that comes from religious texts. It's a message that comes from philosophers. It's a message we know throughout history works. Love truly does set the spirit free, and we have to find more ways to express our love and gratitude towards each other.
You know, that's an outstanding point. It reminds me of a famous libertarian, your neighbor to the north, Lily Tan, who came over from China, and she does a wonderful show. If you get a chance to see Lily speak, she spoke at the 2016 and 2018 national conventions. But she talks about the fact that as a child in China, under communist education, they were taught that they are not allowed to use the word love to speak about their family. You're not allowed to, in China, say that you love your family. The only people that you can love is the party. And I think about that and how, we can argue about what's the most totalitarian regime in the world, but China's got to be in everybody's top 10. And that they see that the suppression of love as being a way to suppress liberty and to control people. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that, about how important it is for us to bring the acceptance of loving people as an important part of our liberty.
Yeah, so it's really important that we have to understand that we are all human beings. And what it comes down to is understanding our humanity and our place in the world amongst one another. We're all human beings. We all have similar needs. We all have similar emotions. We all have similar end game wants and desires. We all want to be free. We all want to be able to live our lives. We all want to be able to think how we think without interference. We all want to be able to express our opinions when we can. And here in the United States, that's so much easier than in many other places in the world. We all want and desire to be accepted and loved for who we are in the world. And so the idea of loving humanity and loving other people is something that's embedded in us from birth. It's part of human nature. We all want to be accepted and loved. We all wish for the idea that we can live peacefully and that we can live the way we want to live our lives. And it comes back again to accepting that we're all human beings. We all have a humanity to us. And even the people we disagree with, even the people who have different philosophies on how they should live their lives, one thing we can all agree on as human beings, or that we should be able to agree on as human beings, is that love is the truest form and path to freedom. And as long as we harbor hatred and resentment and anger towards humanity, towards the world, our mind is not free. Our mind is corrupted and shackled to these ideas. And these ideas lead to motives of wanting revenge, wanting to do these other actions that tie us in. But when we learn to embrace the humanity of everybody, instead of looking at other human beings as the enemy, look at them as human beings, when we learn to say, I don't agree with what you're saying, I don't agree with your actions, but I'm still going to love you anyway. That's a revolutionary act. And in history, very few people have done it. But one of the most famous people known for this type of behavior and act has millions of followers worldwide, and his name was Jesus Christ. And so, for those who are religious, learning to love others should be second nature, as the prophet, as the Savior Jesus is known as, or prophet, depending on your religion, is known as a man who showed compassion and love to everyone and taught people that through love, God would forgive you and accept you and allow you to have salvation through love and forgiveness. And so we as humans have a responsibility to each other to learn how to love and be compassionate and to learn to show empathy for each other.
That's awesome. You know, it's the idea of saying show empathy for each other. It's something that we can do really easily, right? It costs you nothing. In fact, we had a person on earlier talking about the tale of the Good Samaritan.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about the idea that, you know, the Samaritan, he has all these choices, you know, he has to decide, should I stop? And, you know, is it safe for me? All these things, these focuses on himself. But there's an interesting question about what would happen, the risk to the Samaritan if he doesn't stop, because now he becomes that sort of person that doesn't practice empathy in their daily lives. And it's something that people, I think, don't think about when they make a choice to sort of ignore a situation or say, oh, you know, somebody else can deal with that. One of the saddest things that happened when I was running for Congress was at one point in time, I was talking to somebody and saying, you know, aren't you worried about the amount of opiate deaths that are happening? And where I was running in North Shore, Massachusetts at the time, had a terrible problem. This is before we legalized cannabis. And as people know, legalizing cannabis is straight up stops people from dying or greatly reduces the number of opiate deaths. But I said to somebody, aren't you concerned about the number of opiate deaths? And they said to me, well, that's what I pay taxes for. And that was so alarming to me because this was a person who was making a conscious choice to not care for their fellow man, to not have that level of empathy that we should, because we're meant to care for each other, right? I mean, it should be obvious to everybody who is a human that we are meant to care for each other. We are, you know, there's a biblical line, you know, when Cain says, am I my brother's keeper? The answer is yes. To a certain extent, we have a responsibility to each other. And, you know, we do what we can. We can only do so much. But that's part of that empathy, that greater idea of love that is a bigger thing. And I think a lot of people get hung up thinking that there can only be romantic love. But love is a lot bigger than that, right? Yeah, let's talk about, you know, some of the things that expressions of love that are appropriate. Actually, you know, I got a very nice one the other day. I was just sitting there on Facebook, and then out of the blue, I got a message from you. And, you know, that's an appropriate expression of love, right? I mean, that was you telling me that you valued me and that you felt like what I was doing was making a difference. And something like that's incredibly meaningful to somebody, because if you're the person who tells somebody that you value someone else, if you tell them that you value them, that might be the most important message they get that day. So why not give it a shot? Why not tell somebody how important they are and what they do for your life that makes it better?
Absolutely. And it's so important for us to show gratitude to the people who make an impact in our lives. And it's something that I've learned over the years that makes such a big difference to be able to reach out to someone and say, hey, I saw something you did and it was amazing, or hey, I love what you were doing and I really appreciate your voice and your concern. I appreciate you being there as a friend. I appreciate the things that you do for the movement or whatever it is that you believe in. It's so important for us to express gratitude. And gratitude is definitely a form of expressing our love, showing gratitude and appreciation for others and the things we do. Because let's be honest, we all have an expiration date. We don't know how long we're here on this in this planet for. We don't know how long we're going to be here on Earth. We don't know how long our lives are going to be. And it's never a wrong time to tell someone, I appreciate you, I care about you, and I wanted you to know that. It's never a wrong time to tell someone you love them, whether it's platonic love, whether it's familial love, whether it's romantic love. It's very important to get these feelings out in the open and be very open and honest about them. And if we make this a regular part of our day to day lives, it will become so much more accepted. And we'll see so much tension and anger in our society dissipate because people will know that they're appreciated. People will know that they belong. People will have that sense of community, that sense of belonging, that sense of caring that we are all born with from birth, that idea that we are meant to be a part of something, that we want and desire to be loved and cared about. It is a human nature trait, and we all deserve to be loved. We all deserve to be recognized for our contributions in the lives of others. And so I make it a point regularly to talk to the people who are important to me and make sure they know that I appreciate them, that I care about them, and that them being a part of my life makes a difference to me, because we don't know how long we have to say those things. And it could truly, just telling someone, I really appreciate you, I really care about you, just taking 5 seconds to say that message to someone could change their entire day, their entire week, their entire month, their entire year. And it could mean so much to that one person receiving that message to hear it, because we don't hear it enough how much we are appreciated by the people around us.
You know, you raise a great point that we don't hear it enough. Talking about, love being the brightest flame of liberty, let's bring it around to a little bit of the liberty concept, because liberty, a lot of people think that liberty is a selfish idea, that you only want liberty for yourselves, but that in wanting liberty for yourself, you're protecting it for everybody else. But I would argue that most libertarians want liberty for other people first, so that it protects their own personal liberty. And I wonder if you could talk about that, about how advocating for somebody's liberty is in fact an expression of loving them.
Oh, absolutely. Liberty is the ultimate form of love. To tell another person, I trust you enough to exist in this world, be who you are, and do whatever you want to do as long as you're not hurting other people. And I love you enough to make your own decisions. I trust you enough to make your own decisions as long as you're not hurting anybody else. That is the ultimate form of love, to have that faith in another human being that they're going to do things, they're going to do the right thing for people, that they're going to do the right thing in society for themselves, and they're not going to hurt other people.
You know, you talk about not hurting other people. I didn't mean to jump on top of what you're saying, but it's such an important point, because a lot of people, one of the things that libertarians stand for and talk about a lot is Second Amendment and people's right to bear arms. In reality, the expression of that, believing that everybody else has the right to bear arms, is an expression of love and trust. Because if you didn't trust them and if you didn't love them, you would be really afraid and you wouldn't want them to have guns.
Absolutely. We all have the right to self-preservation. The right to live is a natural born right, and we all have survival instincts inside of us. Our nature is to want to live, to want to protect ourselves and the people we most care about. And so everybody deserves the right to choose how to defend themselves in the best way that is for them. And whatever tools they deem necessary to defend themselves should be available to them, should not be restricted, and they should have access to them. And it's up to us to have faith in people and say, we're going to allow our society to say, you're right, you do have the right to defend your own life. You have the right to defend the lives of the people you care about. And we trust you not to hurt other people. And that's the big key. We have to learn not to hurt other people. And when we come back to the concept of love is the brightest flame of liberty, love is the only way to truly bring the light of liberty, the path of liberty forward. Light is what dispels the darkness. And it is love that brings us out of the darkest as human beings. When we find ourselves in the darkest corners of our mind, in the darkest corners of the world, when we experience trauma and tragedy, it is love that brings us back from the darkness. It is love that shows us the way and brings us back to the world. And so love is a freeing expression. And love is the way to become free from the obstacles of our life, from the trials and tribulations that we've gone through, from the horrific events that some of us experience, from the pain that life can be. By expressing love to one another, we kind of dull that pain a little bit. We bring ourselves back to humanity. We bring ourselves back to a place where we can appreciate life.
That is, appreciating life. We had another guest who was on earlier who talked about mindfulness and being present in your own life. And, I think that appreciating our own lives is one of the things that sometimes we forget to do. We forget to, recognize the fact that, and I butchered this quote earlier, but that the present is a gift. That's why it's called the present. Our lives that we live in are really moments in time for us to appreciate everything that's around us. And that's one of the things that we sort of have touched on, but learning to love yourself can be a tremendous journey for some people as well. And maybe you could talk about that and how learning to love yourself is an important part of being able to advocate for liberty.
It's very difficult for many people to learn to love themselves. I struggle with this every single day. It is so much easier for me to love another person, to express kindness and compassion to other people. But I have a difficult time doing so to myself because I have a higher standard set for myself and what I do and what I believe in. Now, the founding fathers got one thing right when they said the pursuit of happiness. And I just want to take a moment to go back to the idea of happiness and then continue with this. Happiness to me is this collection of individual moments that we have throughout our lives. Some of these moments are very, very short, a second or two. Some of them go on for minutes or hours, some of them days or years, but they're a collection of moments in our lives. And the pursuit of happiness, the idea of happiness, is that we want to collect as many of these moments in our lives as genuinely possible. And so it's important to think about the things that genuinely make you happy and think about these moments. Who are the people around you when you experience these moments? Where were you? What were you doing? Why did it bring you joy? When we ask ourselves why something matters, and it has a deeper meaning than just ourselves, then we find our purpose in what we're doing. And it really helps to guide us. But it also takes love in yourself and the people around you. And again, I struggle mightily with the idea of self-love. It is very difficult for me to say I love myself because I'm not fully where I want to be as a human being. And I have so much more that I can do and want to do. And I have so much more evolving to do as a person. And I struggle sometimes with that balance of saying, okay, well, you did your best today. And the idea that I didn't do enough or that I could do more. And it's really important that we understand that when we learn to treat each other with compassion, that is a key that helps us unlock compassion for ourselves and for the people closest to us. And when we learn that type of love, anything is possible.
That's wonderful, because I agree with you that it's one of those things that love is the key to unlocking ourselves in that self-love. Well, for me, at least, there was sort of, there was an acceptance process. I had to accept who I was. And that was difficult for me. And it's funny because I can remember at the time thinking, I'm the only person in the world who's ever felt this way. What's wrong with me? And, the reality of it is that I think most people struggle with accepting themselves, finding out, who they are, what makes them happy, how to live your life. And, I think one of the greatest expressions of love that we can make is to tell people they're not alone in that struggle. And I think one of the easiest things for us to do is, it costs us nothing to tell somebody you're not alone. You're not by yourself. This is not this empty, maybe a little transference here, but for me, the empty feeling. And I can tell you, there was a point in time where I was in high school, just dumped by a girlfriend. And I'm super emotional anyway, but I was strung out and I felt that I was worthless. And a friend of mine, but it wasn't like we were best friends or anything like that. It's just a guy I knew in high school came up, sat down next to me, put his arm around my shoulder. It's like, Dan, gonna be okay. You got this next hour of really feeling terrible, but then it's gonna be past. I'm like, it's not gonna be past. It's never gonna. It's like, never. It's like, Dan, we're in high school. What do we know about never or ever or any of that stuff? And it really was a wonderful gift that he gave to me. And at the time, if you told me, oh, he's expressing love, I wouldn't have been able to understand that, because I wouldn't be able to accept somebody showing me love. For me, I felt that there was romantic love and family love, and that was it. And everything else was inappropriate. that you shouldn't have this thing. But in reality, as I've gotten older, I make a lot of effort to tell my friends now that I really do truly love them. In fact, at my colleagues at LPHQ on my last day, I expressed that to them as well. Tell them that very important to me, and that's a critical thing. We got a few minutes left, and I wonder if you could talk a little bit about how love can sometimes be a unifying force. How when people get together, and if you're a person who puts love out into the universe, that automatically makes the other people who are putting love into the universe your ally.
Yeah, absolutely. And so going back to the idea, I want to touch upon the idea of acceptance for a moment. Mm-hmm. Because for me, that's deeply personal. As a transgender woman, acceptance has been very difficult and hard to find in my life. And for many in my community, in the GSM LGBTQ community, it's been a difficult journey to find acceptance and love. And I want to tell those out there who are wondering, will someone ever love me? The answer is yes. Am I accepted? Can I be who I truly am in this society? The answer is yes. Do I have a place where I belong? The answer is yes, you do. You belong here with us, and we love you. And we accept you for who you are and who you want to be. No judgment, no ideas or philosophies about what you should or shouldn't believe. You have a natural born right to love whomever you want to love and to be true to who you are. Love can be unifying in so many ways. And when you put love into the universe, people find themselves drawn to you. People see love and they say, wow, that's so rare. People don't talk like that. People don't do this. And that's why it makes me so grateful to be able to be one of those people that goes out of their way to tell people, I care about you. I love you. I hope you know that you mean so much. And I want to say, yesterday we celebrated a man who 58 years ago had a dream. His dream has yet to be fully realized. And we have a long way to go still in recognizing that dream. And part of his dream is something where I have a vision for the future and for humanity. And it includes the idea that people are not judged by the color of their skin, or their religion, or their gender identity, or whom they love, but by the actions that they choose and the content of their character. I have a vision for humanity where loving someone is not a radical idea. I have a vision that showing and expressing love to each other becomes a normal, commonplace thing. Love should not be withheld. Love should not be held back. Love should be shared amongst humanity. And I want to show people that we can love anyone. We can love people who are different from us. We can love people who don't agree with us. We can learn to love everyone. Hatred is a learned behavior. Love is a natural human behavior. And we suppress love because we sometimes are afraid that it will be not reciprocated or unwelcome. But let me tell you this. There are very few people in the world who I have expressed love to, who have said, that's not welcome or unwanted. And not all love is romantic. Let's realize that. I'm not talking about romantic love. I am talking about genuine compassion and empathy for fellow human beings. I'm talking about wanting what's best for other people, wanting them to live their lives the way they choose, live their lives with the freedom to be who they are and love whomever they want to love. And it's important we start today, right now, learning to express our love to each other, to appreciate our fellow human beings, and to understand that people who are different not only deserve our love, they may need it the most.
You mentioned Dr. King, and I'm not sure if this is truly his quote or if it's one that's attributed to him. That all the darkness in the world cannot extinguish a single candle. All the hate in the world can't stop love. And in talking about encountering hatred in our daily lives, we see that in the world now, right? We see people who are so angry at each other. They have so much hate. But we can fight that. Mm-hmm. We can fight that by putting more love out into the universe. And, Fina, thanks so much for sending that message out there. Fina is a new friend. For me, I've never met her in person, but it's meaningful the time that we have shared together. I love chatting with you, Fina. I love you too. And, Ashley, I love you. I love our relationship and our battle for liberty as it's progressed. We have an exciting upcoming act on our show on the Peaceful Warrior Day. Deep Sea Creatures is coming up in just 5 minutes. So, Ashley, is there one more thing you want to tell us? A closing statement, something about love being the brightest flame of liberty? I wonder if there's a good way to tie it in. Flame and liberty is the flame of liberty is an important thing. In fact, so here's my big reveal. I am working, and it's good that actually we have the band online because we could talk about this, on rewriting the Eternal Flame with liberty-based lyrics. Is this burning and eternal? It's not the Bangles. It's another group, but whoever it is, maybe it's the Bangles. No, somebody will tell me in the chat who it is. But that's the Eternal Flame is liberty, and so I'm rewriting that for the 2022 convention, putting the band back together. People who don't know, I was, as everybody else in Austin is required to be, in a garage band in Austin. And I played at the very first South by Southwest down at Neptune's. Of course, at the time, we didn't know there's going to be a lot of them. We thought, okay, this will be a fun little festival. That'll be gone. But Eternal Flame, liberty, love is the brightest flame of liberty. Take us home.
Yeah, so it's important for us to remember that love truly makes a difference in the world. Not just in our daily lives, not just in our communities, but love is also something that we need to bring back to the political landscape. And to quote Dr. King, we need leaders not in love with money, but in love with justice. Not in love with publicity, but in love with humanity. And it's so important that we remember this in all aspects of our lives. We need to be in love with the idea of being human, because we are all human. And that is a shared experience. We all experience emotion, trauma, love, hatred. We all experience so many different feelings. and so many different obstacles throughout our lives, we have to remember that we don't know what somebody else is going through. And we have to remember that the people we choose to lead and guide us in this world have to show compassion and love in order for us to be set free. And if our leaders don't show compassion and love for humanity, we are not free. And again, as long as one person is not free, none of us are free. As long as one person can be shackled, we can all be shackled. So find love in your heart. Find compassion for people and their experiences. Find empathy for your fellow human beings. And remember that through love, the brightest flame of liberty is ignited and can help dispel the darkness and bring you hope for the future and the present. Thank you. Dan, you're muted.
Okay, I only have 6 more times left to do that in this broadcast. And in fact, it's going to be a little bit less because we are going to, as it turns out, Facebook has a live stream limit. And so we have run into that. So first, let me bring into this room Tom Fuller. And then, Tom, I'm actually going to ask you to do something. Okay. Hey, Tom. So as it turns out, we have to move to another broadcast room. We're going to send you the link. You did everything right. We did it wrong. Cassie is sending it to you right now.
I forgive you.
Yeah, exactly. So go ahead and hop into that other room.
All right.
And I'm just going to fill here until Cassie tells me that it's good to go. We are moving over to another channel. There's going to be a new Facebook channel, a new Facebook broadcast, a new YouTube broadcast. But that's why you subscribe to the channel, right? Because it doesn't matter. You're going to get notified. New broadcast is happening. We didn't know about that new event. We didn't know. I never knew that there was an 8-hour limit to a YouTube broadcast. I'm surprised. We did really long broadcasts of the LNC meetings, but those didn't matter because we only did them to YouTube because not everybody has a Facebook account, stuff like that. So I appreciate you filling in here. And Casey, just let me know when Tom is in the other room, and I'll hop into the other room too. Ashley, thanks for hanging out with me while I fill, stretch.
You're welcome.
I can tell a libertarian joke. What is a libertarian's favorite salad dressing?
Am I being detained?
No dressing, please. Let us alone. It's really a terrible one. I have a large collection of jokes like that. And I am getting the message that we are in the new room. So everybody, just when this broadcast ends, go to, you should see the link somewhere. Go to the People for Liberty Facebook page, People for Liberty YouTube page. You'll see the new event there. And I'll see you guys over there in any second. Thanks, Ashley.